might vote for you. But if we just sit by and let that headline come and go, and then you're going to get enough suckers that are going to believe that and say, oh, look, see, I told you. Told you CBC was about that life, when in fact they are not. But they're going to end up voting for the Democrats just because. But again, Democrats and Republican, it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. But what we should be on their ass telling them to make it happen now. You want our vote? Make it happen. Make something happen. Shit, if you want our vote. And then as far as this Tyler Perry situation, I feel sorry for Tyler Perry. Because the mere fact that they're actually videoing and publishing the video of his massive wealth, his excessive wealth in this climate, and we know that the suspected, the dominant society, they're not going to like that, especially in Georgia. They're coming for his ass. And then, like what you were saying, Black, about the projects that you've seen going underway where people are buying up this land. I hope that those individuals, and shout out to them, but I hope they have some type of for real backup plan, because it's not going to be nothing for just local government to come in and pull all that shit out from under them. And what recourse are they going to have? And if they did that to Bill Cosby, we can just imagine they're going to take delight in doing that to Tyler Perry. They're going to take delight in doing that to the Black individuals who are out there actually trying to make a difference. So I'll land right there.
Yeah, man, it's just tough to, raw land is a challenge in and of itself, and so it's a collective. I want to say about 8 guys, maybe as many as 10, and they probably got more people. And so hopefully they got all the connections that they need. The guy who gave him the financing was a Black gentleman. Shout out to him, because the one guy said he went to like 50 different banks and couldn't get finance, and then this Black guy stepped in. So I think that they're going to be okay. And there's a lot of other examples that they could probably tap into on issues that they may have had. So I definitely wouldn't want to disparage anybody from making those attempts, because those are valuable attempts. But you're essentially creating a village or a town, and you're going to have the ability to have some some governance over that area. But you're likely still going to be inside of a county and definitely inside of a state. So you got these levels above you, and for whatever reason, you got if you got to tap into the gas lines, if you got to tap into the water lines, you got to tap into the power lines. That's where it starts to become other people dictating to you what is possible. If there's any type of countywide zoning ordinances, that could also be something that you have to deal with as well. So it's just knowing and understanding all these different layers of government that are going to be above you, and how you navigate through all of that, and just kind of doing all the research, before you get too invested into something where it's just, let's buy this land and then what? And then like me, because I done started so many businesses, it's a damn shame. And then I keep running into red tape after red tape after red tape after red tape, and all these different levels of government, and that just kind of is what it is. But salute to them brothers, and God bless them. I think we should all be praying for them, and kind of following their journey to success, of course. Shout out to Black American Homeland. So I am in the process of copying and pasting the first chapter. I got the introduction, I got the glossary, I got the chapter table of contents, trying to get the first chapter done, because as it turns out, it's not, I can copy and paste, but when it and this is really insane, I said it earlier, when it comes up to a word like black, it doesn't want to copy anything around that. And it's very odd. I've never seen this in my life, but for some strange reason, and there's other words too. I've been trying to figure out which words it actually, for whatever reason, won't copy and won't copy anything around those words. But black is definitely one of them for whatever reason. So I got 2 more pages to do, and then I will have the whole first chapter. So the title is "We Gotta Stop Swapping Toilets After Being Shit On." And if you know what color a toilet is in most places, then you kind of understand where I'm going. It is a situation where, and I just looked it up to confirm it, in 1944, we were voting for Republicans and Democrats at the same percentage point. So it was an intersection. And then after 1944, our voting for the Republicans kind of went down, our voting for the Democrats kind of went up. And then it went on for a couple of years. And then there was another point at which they started to converge again, meaning we started voting more Republican than Democrat. And then that probably led us right up into civil rights, where we just kind of said, okay, boom, it's full on Democrat. And we kind of, walked away from the Republican Party, or the Republican Party walked away from us, however you want to look at it. But a lot of those Dixiecrats were still in the Democrat Party. A lot of those Southern Dixiecrats who voted against the civil rights legislation were still in the Democrat Party in 1964. So everybody understands. They got it passed with Republican votes. They could not have gotten it passed without the Republican votes, in fact. So that's just some history that people may not know or understand, the way the Democrats try to sell it. And we're on this trajectory. And maybe this is the year where we do kind of go more towards Republican and less towards Democrat. Based on all the polls, that looks like the way it's going to go. I think Trump, the last one I saw in Michigan, was like plus 16% black vote in Michigan, which is phenomenal. So if he can keep growing and growing, he get to 2025. I don't think Biden can win if Trump gets 20% of the black vote. The problem is that they manipulate the vote. They manipulate the vote, and they know there's these battleground states where those are the only states that really matter. Is the battleground states. There's like 6 of them this year. Last year, or last time, I think it was 5. So when it really comes down to it, those are the only states that really, really determine who's going to be the president. And so, for people that are politically connected, politically astute, and you really want to see Trump win, you got to get in those battleground states. You got to be on the phone, knocking on doors, getting the word out in those states, because all the other states are basically predetermined. They're blue states, they're red states. Some lean blue, some lean red, but they're pretty much in the bag. And it's those 6 battleground states that really are going to determine things. And that's where the duopoly. See, I'm not going to say the Democrats. I'm not going to say the Republicans. I'm going to say they both conspire together to manipulate the vote. That's the part that we got to kind of really understand and dial in on, because it just is what it is. It kind of is what it is. I've talked to people who said, man, if we could just sit out one national election and not a single black person was in line. They couldn't film a black person in line. They couldn't show a black person with a sticker that they voted. It would send shockwaves through the Democrat Party. But at this point, when I'm reading posts where people are saying there's 1 million illegal immigrants in the state of Georgia, it's almost like it's kind of too late to play the leverage the black vote game with the Democrat Party, because they really don't need it anymore. I mean, it's kind of like if they can bring in 2 million legal immigrants every year, in 4 years, that's 8 million people. They already have more eligible voters than we do. If they get another 8 million, They're at 40 million eligible voters. We're not going to catch up to that. So it just is what it is. Reality is reality, and I'm gonna land with that. Only Mel Cruz, you got it, and then Black American Homeland.
Yeah, so I mean that's a good point about that. But when you made that statement, I'm thinking, as Americans, we're kind of already programmed or geared towards voting. We're told, hey, that's your whatever your country, right? And you should be proud. Constitutional right. Yes, you should be proud to do it. And you turn 18, and you get to vote. And this is your country. Hallelujah, that kind of crap. Where these immigrants, they don't give a damn about the foundation of it. So although they want the immigrants in here to vote, what really are their voting patterns? And this is why I believe that this cheating is even more prominent now, because these people aren't just going to pull up and have an affinity to vote. They don't even understand the issues going on. What they understand most is the situation they're running from, and all of the the ideals of what they think America has to offer. None of that is typically in these campaign speeches, because these campaign messages aren't even really geared to migrants. They're not saying, you guys come over here and you get to vote, and then we're going to give you this card and refill it and all this stuff. So I think that it's a ruse. They get these people in here, they're playing like, oh, we're going to give them, we're going to let them vote and all this crap. They are still cheating. Somebody got to prove to me that these people are not in there manipulating these voting machines. There's no way, Mississippi or Alabama, one of those states, where before noon, some of the voting places ran out of ballots.
God damn.
Come on.
That was Mississippi. No way. That was Mississippi.
No way. But you know what, Mel?
That was Mississippi.
I think that on top of that, if you are not American and you are first generation, or you've just gotten here, you should not be able to run for office. If you are not a naturalized born citizen in the United States, you should not be able to run for office. And also, if you haven't been here for more than 10 or 20 years, like there needs to be stipulations. And I know for a fact that is one of the
I'm saying 3 generations.
Holes when it comes to immigration and the issues we have when it comes to policy. They are not the people in office, again, and this goes to even the quote unquote red states. I think I heard Mark try to say like states are still red states even if they have a Democratic stronghold. All I'm gonna say is this: both political parties and even people who run as independents or libertarians, and they might get in office, their politician or representative in their state has not been protecting the country. They haven't been protecting the states that they're in. What we're looking at in our country in real time is the failure of representation, which is why I keep saying all of them need to be voted out. I don't have to have I don't have to be in a room with groups of people who hate me or have a hatred towards Black Americans to have that conversation and let them know, poor white people, you're at fault for voting for the people you voted for, that have now made it so that the borders in our country, as well as TSA, which is considered a border, is easily infiltrated. You keep going to the corners and hiring people who do not have citizenship in our country or a visa. You go and pick up these people because you want to pay for cheap and no labor. It's the benefits of the people who have benefited for so long have left the door open. That's the reason why them people in that Somalian guy won, and he was up in there speaking in his language. He won a U.S. seat speaking another language. No one but the people there understood what he was saying. That should not be. That shouldn't be happening in the United States.
Absolutely.
And I think that I agree with you. The voter rolls need to be pulled, especially after that stuff with Ilhan and what she said. Like, there needs to be stricter laws on if your allegiance is to somewhere else. No, you cannot run for a political position in the United States. No.
But you know but that's the whole point, Rella, is who's saying it? Nobody's saying it.
No one, not one.
Not one.
Not one. Hey, Black American Homeland, I need to see you come up here.
Hey, how you doing, Rella? Hey, Black, how you doing?
Maintain.
Yeah. Hey, Black, you were mentioning, so you were able to copy, we call it the reader on the, you said the first chapter?
Yeah, so that website that you got it on, it has a download because I couldn't copy it right from the website. It just won't let you. So the download goes to like a PDF type of thing. And I've been copying and pasting from there. But certain words, again, it's very prejudicial. Afralacha would not let me copy that. Anything after that, black, any words that are around the word black, it's the weirdest thing. I've never seen it before. It will not copy. So I gotta copy parts of a paragraph, fill in the middle, and then find another spot that I can copy the rest of it. It's really weird, but I'm almost done. So we'll be able to get into it. I got the first chapter, I got all the intro stuff, and then over the next few weeks, I want to do your book every single week till we get all the way through it. And then, and we'll do all this current event stuff in between and around it. And then maybe we'll do the blow book if you want to, because I know you got something going on, which I'm like, I don't want to, interrupt that. But I want to do my book at some point as a revision type of space where we kind of go through it and I can start putting red lines through stuff that is outdated or like the whole Oregon. Oh my God, there's a whole nother group. There's a whole nother white Western nationalist, white ethno state group out there that's been coasting over there. So, so just red lines through that stuff. And then I would like for people to, it don't got to be long because it'll either go in between chapters or somewhere, a collection of letters, but for the people who do care, just something on paper that says, why do you believe in a black majority state authority, or words to that effect? Essentially, you answering that question and whatever you want to contribute. Don't got to be data driven and this amount of votes to get here, but just like your real true feelings on it. And then I'll be ready to put out a revision, after we get through all of that and I do all the spell checks and do all of that. But I'm probably going to do ebook only and audiobook instead of doing like an actual paper, but people will still be able to order the paper. It'll just be drop ship. So you order it and then they make it and they ship it to you. But I'm going to just focus on the ebook and the audiobook part, because I didn't really do an audiobook with the first one. You don't really need to do an audiobook if you got Kindle, because Kindle will read it back to you, from what I understand. But it'll be nice to have an audiobook, and maybe I can get it into some other places with that. But yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because that'll give us a few months of content, and we'll get to see, like, even me, just because really what I'm doing is I'm copy and pasting and I got to read. So I'm like, oh man, this is familiar. Oh man, we got, great minds think alike and all of that. And then there's some stuff where I'm like, wow, that's super unique. That's super original. And things like that. So, it'll be a chance. Now, depending on how your schedule is or what do you want to do, if you want to do something different, just let me know. But like I said, I was thinking we'd do yours because yours is from 2012 and do that blow thing, which came out in 2021, I guess, or 2022.
January 2021.
2021, and then we'll go back to Mines, which I wrote in 2018. And then, like I said, after we get through those, man, we'll be rocking. We'll be rocking. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, I'll be in Delaware by then because, for what it's worth, I got all my tax returns in. I actually got one of the refunds back, and I verified with the state that they're processed. That was the thing that's holding up the liquor license. So Monday, I'm gonna call the attorney and say, "Hey, this is through, its process." Boom. But I also got the plumber working on this thing with the county to get this grease trap installed. He's got a really challenging schedule because he works during the day, doesn't get off till 3. The county's usually closed by 5. So the timing is the issue. And but I got to get him to do that before these people show up because they won't approve the license unless you got the county permit. So the state won't let you have a license if the county didn't already approve the space for consumption of food. And so this is where the red tape becomes a problem. You know what I'm saying? And you can't even open the doors till the city says it's okay for occupancy. So that's 3 layers of 3 different government entities that are preventing a Black American descendant business from opening up. And this has been going on for the last 3 years at least. But this is the process, And
then you got to worry about the inspectors. The inspectors, they come by your place to check, make sure everything's good. Yeah, so it's a lot of different red tape that you have to deal with. Yeah.
Well, and again, that just goes back to because we're not in those positions, right? And even if we were in those positions, I'm not saying we're going to cut corners. I'm saying that we are not there to impede and to move things along for ourselves. So we have to definitely take that into account also. But I do want to mention I've been talking to Black, and I definitely want to develop am in the process of developing a see a need, feel a need organization. And I'm going to challenge you all to start your soft group economics. Because I know when we had the discussions about moving to Delaware, sometimes it's a little hard for people to swallow the pill. So we're going to start. I think this will be a good way to start the soft actionable action for people to get involved. And with see a need, feel a need, just in your surrounding areas, you find, Black Americans in your surrounding areas. There will be a space, Right Black on Funded Socially, where you can actually document your deeds, things that you're doing or you have done in support of things or people that you have found who need support. So if it's, kids in school, elderly, just people around you, I would suggest definitely visiting your shelters and or talking to the unhoused, finding out if there is a way to support or even develop in your surrounding areas to get started. And just having a conversation. This will actually get you all to start talking if you're not already talking to your neighbors in regards to Black majority states, and having a conversation even on reparations and starting the cycle of ecosystem just by word of mouth. I think this will help us in a way where we can start to chip away bit by bit and starting to make moves in this conversation, and not just having a conversation and make actionable moves. That it's free. It won't break the bank. It shouldn't, I should say, but it should allow you to start to put your skin in the game, not just for the people where you will support, but for yourself. Because when pressure's applied, that's when your character is truly comes out. And in areas where you need to grow, you just work on it. And we are all here, to support one another. So that was a lot, but okay.
Hey, actually, Black and Rella, I do have a announcement, right? You know what? I've been thinking about this for the past 2 years, and I hate to do anything like this, but sometimes you have to protect yourself, right? And what I did was I filed a copyright infringement case against Harper Collins and Charles Blow. And I've been thinking about this for a couple of years, and really trying to what's the pros and cons of doing this, right? Will people look at me as a traitor or being selfish, because I don't want people to have that that feeling, right? Back in 2014 or 2015, I shared information with Charles Blow. I already knew he was a great writer, and I was hoping that he can help me and all these things, and so it was a very hard decision, but I felt like I had to do it, and I just hope people don't think I'm a traitor or being selfish, and but yeah, so I land there.
I don't think. I mean, if your goal is to either get to the table to work out something amicably for him to recognize where he got the information, then I mean, you do.
Actually, that was the original. I wanted to. I've been trying to contact him for the past 2 years, actually more since 2021. And just talk about this, and this, just cite me on some of these things, right?
Well, I wouldn't say. Well, since you're taking it legal, I wouldn't say too much on a recorded space, but I will say, if your goal is to definitely get to the table with him and deal with it that way, because that's the only way. To really have a conversation with him, do what's best for you. But I definitely wouldn't say too much on a recorded space, because if you're going to take it into legal, stuff can be used against you. So, you got Sean.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I just want to speak.
Hey, Sean.
Blessings.
How you doing, Sean?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. I hope you're better. You're doing well. Hey, I just want to speak on Black Homeland. I'll say go full force with it. Show no mercy. I've been reviewing his social media accounts, and I'm highly disappointed that he's just had the momentum of this documentary where he could have took this conversation to a whole new level. And 90% of what you see on his social media account is Democratic shield talking points. This man was a plant, and I'll stand on that. He stole your shit, and I'll stand on that. It was dishonorable, so I show him any fucking honor. Anybody got anything else to say about that? Pay him no mind. I myself, with your permission, well, don't say nothing here. If this goes forward, I'm going to spend time attacking him viciously. I'm going to create content, satire content, making fun of this guy if he doesn't change up his ways. Because I don't think that was honorable for him to steal your stuff like that. And I'm going to stand on that. And I'll land.
Hey, man. Yeah. I mean, it's like we live in a world where you gotta do what you gotta do, and you got and I actually mentioned that earlier in the space, just about the fact that there were some conversations and there were some opportunities there, and for whatever reason, it's like I got a big beef with the red-headed clown chick who all of a sudden pulled descendants of slaves out of her big ass I really don't like that broad at all. But that's just me. I'm sure there's some people who like her for whatever reason. I don't know what it is because it seems like she's just a money bagger. I'm really, 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 really upset with these money bagger people who are in these positions. They got all the connections, they got the pipeline, and they just figure out a way to make money off of Black American suffering and pain, but they don't do anything to actually uplift Black America. That to me is a crime. It's just a crime of humanity, and yeah, I'm just sick of those people. So I'm sick of people that fit into that category, and there's a lot of them. I highlighted Muhammad Ali. Shout out to Muhammad Ali who did talk about this black land, which I'm gonna play that clip. It's about a 4-minute clip, and shout out to the Nation because obviously he got that information from the Nation, and shout out to Kyrie Irving, who like he reposted that Hebrews the Negroes. He reposted this clip, and like to me, the ones who do step out, stand up, and show signs that if they had real political backing, if they had a black majority state backing them, and a state attorney general and 2 senators fighting for them, that they would be emboldened, they would be empowered. Some of them are still going to be, puppets. I'll say puppets, black establishment puppets. But there are going to be those who are going to stand up and say, look, at this point, I feel like it's in my best interest to fight alongside my people. And so that kind of is what it is. And Kyrie to me has always been a stand-up dude. And so salute to the brother. Let me play this clip. This clip is from an interview. And when these oh man, these demons, man, they always ask questions. And if you could see this and see, well, you could see it. You go to Funded Socially. It's in the Black State of America migration community. But you see the way he's looking at Muhammad Ali, as if there's two ways I'm going to categorize the way he's looking at him. He's looking at him with a certain level of disbelief, but also that this is a smart one. This is a smart one. And that is a very interesting thing, because usually with these white men, especially, they're laughing and joking and giggling, but they're also in their mind have a certain sense of superiority. And I think that in this particular interview, and this is from the 1968, I believe, this white individual really lost that cockiness. And they always ask these weird ass questions because they really are trying to control and trying to plant seeds of doubt in your mind. And there's a lot of that in this interview. But Muhammad Ali, shout out to Ali, very strong, very intelligent, was able to navigate this. So let me play this real quick. Let's see, here we go. Get the volume up here. Whew, man. That was like 4 minutes and 30 seconds of pure just wow, you know. And it's like imagine they played this to black kids, black young boys, you know, in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade. If they were studying this instead of studying you know, Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. Wow, yeah, because there was so much said in there. Oh, he said, you're not trying to be equal with the white man. You're trying to be equal with the white man's dog. Wow. Like that was just a man, like, you know what I mean? Mic dropper. He said to be equal with the white man, you gotta have airports, you gotta have railroads, you gotta have water companies and power generation.
Machine guns.
You know, it's like this is what we've been basically saying. This is what we've been trying to let people understand. And this was in 1968. So where did this knowledge, wisdom, information go? Why did it just disappear into nothingness? Is probably the bigger question that we should all like try to figure out. Because if we knew this basically 60 years ago, a little less than 60, why didn't we already get there? And again, you know, we can go back 60 years before that and you'll find another example that's just as clear. The clarity has always been there. Yeah, but shout out to man, brother Ali, and all that information and where, you know, the source of where the information came from. But yeah, and I say we don't have power, and some people think I'm saying it. I don't know what people think I'm saying it, but some people probably think I'm being kind of a douche when I say that. But power is power. There, it you know, it's like, do you have the ability to source the materials to build homes to house your people? Do you have the ability to feed water, running water to that home, running power to that home, running gas for heat to that home? Do you have the ability to pave the streets? You know, these are just like, in my opinion, living in America, kind of basic services. Do you have the ability to maintain the roads, the bridges, the tunnels in order to facilitate a town or a city for your people to live in? That's what power looks like. Voting is not power. Protesting is not power. Writing emails is not power. Oh, okay. We got, you know what? We got the brother on YouTube. He said he didn't hear it, and I forgot about that. So on YouTube, when I'm on this damn laptop, and let's see, yeah, so that was on Chrome. That's why. So for some reason, Chrome won't allow two different windows to be open, and you hear it on the YouTube. There's some mic cancellation there. But to the person on YouTube, I'll put the link in the chat, but it's on it's in our Black migration community. But I'll send it to you, and then you could definitely tap into it in order to check it out on your own. But to everybody, you know, everybody in space, this is just what we've been spending the last 3+ years here doing. You know, this is what I've been spending the last 6 years here, and really it was condensed into a 4-minute, very eloquent conversation where the white guy is trying to question and throw him off. You know what I mean? Asking goofy questions to try to throw him off, and what they always do, the divide and conquer bullshit. And Ali was not going for that.
Hey, Black, you in the matrix.
Okay, all right, I'll drop in, drop out. Yeah, Ali was not with the bullshit, bro. Let's see. How do I do the copy link? Let me get back in here before they try to fade me.
Do you know what happened to the professor? I missed that guy. That guy, he used to make us laugh.
I do not know. I think everybody had shared the same sentiment. I hope that he's okay. To be honest with you, so much always happens with people in their life. I know he lost his. I want to say he had lost his mom. I think that was something that he had been going through. I want to say, don't quote me, but I'm praying he's okay, and that he, when he eventually finds his way, back to our spaces. He could have just needed a break, or we just never know.
Right. You back, Black?
Yeah, I'm back. And so let me give a quick update on the white girl, the bully, the daughter of allegedly two heroin or meth addicts, who was a menace in her school, her high school. As it turns out, they're saying that she's in stable condition and she's waking up or responsive or whatever. And for those who have been following that story a little bit, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. It's self-defense. The sad part is these demons, and I'm gonna say demons, in order to make themselves feel better, they throw money at situations like this. And they've thrown a lot of money at this situation. The last time I checked, it was nearly $400,000. It's liable to go way, way above that if they keep throwing money at this situation. On the flip side, the black young lady, her attempts to develop money on these platforms in order to pay for her defense were thwarted in as much as they took down the GoFundMe that they had. I think that change.org may still be up, where they were trying to at least get the word out about to the prosecutor, that from their side of things. But I've seen so many videos, so much backstory on who that individual is, and what she was about, and it's actual video of her voice, her words coming out of her mouth, saying a lot of really disparaging things. Supposedly, the day before or days before, this white girl and a few other white girls had jumped the sister of the black girl in this video. So this was like an ongoing situation where the bully, the white bully, was bullying black females in this school. And for whatever reason, supposedly, allegedly, the mother is the big white person that's standing behind the fight. Supposedly, that's what I've seen in a lot of posts about that situation. So again, I give my prayers to the young black girl. Maybe she was adopted by Africans, doesn't matter to me. That situation, for what it's worth, they take it, they politicize it, they try to weaponize it in order to cause massive harm to a child, to a black child. And I just think that um, this situation doesn't warrant me being on anybody's side but the victim, which is the black girl in this situation, in my opinion. So for those who may have been paying attention.
Yeah, I have been paying attention also. In the Missouri State Attorney General made a statement, and I was really upset. He made a statement against the young black girl, and said that she should be tried as an adult, and that this should be tried as a homicide case if the girl dies, and so when I saw that, I said, this is somebody who's in a position of authority, or he has a position. He needs to be impeached or made to resign. That tweet that person made should be blown up. Missouri has had its share of racial incidents, and they have a history as well. When it comes to Black people in America. So I want to really say this, like, those videos of Kaylee, which is the white girl, they haven't released the young Black girl's name as of yet that I know of. And then I don't know if the parents put the name on the change.org. But much like
I know her name.
Any other incidents, Kaylee needs to be highlighted as, a bully, but those are domestic terrorist behaviors.
She's a predator.
You jumped another relative for, we probably already know there were probably some other words, leave my sister alone. Something must have happened. And then these other people come and they actually attack the sister. And then on that day, she gets her butt handed to her one-on-one that she agreed to fight. So when you see that, and yes, I did actually even on TikTok, it's being alleged that the mother drove them to the fight. So again, this is the degenerate behavior that we talk about that is protected by law enforcement, by a lot of officials who are elected, and we need to start calling them out. It is treason to me on so many levels, and it also is it's a direct attack on a young child. That was the same thing that they were doing before or during Jim Crow. They were targeting young Black kids, getting them put into electric chairs, having them tried as adults so that they can, live out their disgusting fantasies of watching either Black children be incarcerated. The prison to pipeline now we have, which is a discussion from school to jail. That discussion, the only reason why it exists is because these people created it. They created it, and other people keep it going who are in positions of power. And we have to start calling this stuff what it is, calling it out when we see it and hear it, and let people know that they are violating our state and federal constitutional rights when it comes to protection of Black Americans. So, I'll end.
Yeah, so they did release the girl's name. I'm not going to say her name. She's 15 years old. This is from the change.org. Just urging this prosecutor, I guess, to, consider all the factors. So it says the petition is about a young girl, 15-year-old honor roll student at this high school in St. Louis, Missouri. She is multilingual, speaking 4 languages, Spanish, Korean, plays the violin, school orchestra, played on her school's volleyball team, and was recently selected for college-level AP classes due to her academic excellence. Prior to the incident on March 8th, where she is seen defending herself from harassment and bullying, she has never been in any trouble. Her work as a scholar was tainted by the bullying she had to endure at school. And then it goes on about her, they're basically weaponizing this against her. The attorney general is trying to charge her as an adult. It is unjust that such an accomplished young woman should be charged as an adult for assault without considering all the facts of the case that led to the incident and where it occurred. They're asking that all aspects of her life be considered. She was merely defending herself under intense and flight versus fight circumstances. We ask that the juvenile court use a combination of restorative justice and rehabilitation methods instead of using only punitive measures to address the harm that occurred. But because politicians are inserting themselves in a juvenile matter, it's completely swayed public opinion and has incited more divisiveness, not only in the local community, but nationally. Since this incident, the family has received multiple racist death threats and have people trying to dox them and release protected and personal information about the family and this black girl, black child. All of this is getting in the way of a compassionate, fair, and just outcome. The focus should be to pray for the healing and reconciliation on both parties, as this truly was a teenage fight that should have never happened to begin with, but did and spun completely out of control. There's a little bit more after that, but I just screenshotted that part of it. And yeah, so I'll put some of them post if I can find them in the jumbotron of the people in the community that are posted on Twitter saying, "Oh, whoa, this is what really happened. Oh, this is what was really going on. Hey, you know what's going on? These people are psychopaths. You know, yada yada, bing bang." And none of that, as we know, is likely to be taken into consideration, because if you saw that what was it, Carly Russell, how the prosecutor really tried to derail her into prison, and I like, to me, I was like, this is nothing. These white motherfuckers is out here killing each other and getting off, like the motherfucker that shot his wife on film, you know. And I'm just like, what is wrong with these people? You know, these people are oh my god, man. This is why we really need to be able to have our people in a place where they get true justice, you know. And again, even if this isn't a little African girl, now her name looks like a combination of two first names, you know, which is a part of our tradition. The last name, it doesn't look, it's not African, I'll tell you that. As far as I can tell, it might be British or something. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it doesn't look like an African last name to me, and neither does the first name. But I did see that.
You know what? This is the part of the conversations where I really, sometimes I get annoyed, because it's like we be taking, like, I'm all for delineation, but when we start seeing melanated people in this country getting hit with the of civil injustice, and we know where it's coming from, I don't really need to know their whole background.
I'm so serious,
you
man.
understand
Thank
what I'm saying?
God.
Like, I don't
Thank
have
you.
to have that full-on discussion unless it's put out in the media, right? And it's sad that it's like you're sitting, like, it's sad that you even have to sit and actually try to figure out,
is
you
this
know,
person this,
her
is this
name
person
and things like that.
this?
I saw a young 15-year-old black
My
teenager
God, man, defending herself
trying
against
to
some socios,
protecting
some
herself.
genociders.
And that's how I see it.
That's it,
because
man.
that could have been my daughter. We just had an incident. It seems like we always have fucking incidents in Virginia. My daughter is away at college, and she had an incident in her dorm room with her roommate, and her roommate's white. When I tell you that it is not a game, it's not a game. And I wouldn't want nobody to be like, well, we need to find out if she's Black American. You see a black child being harmed, melanated. Your job is to prevent or step in or say something.
Right.
Period. We can delineate about reparations. We can delineate about people who try to be disrespectful and talk down on us at any given time. But when it comes to social and civil issues, we know what's up. We know what it is, because we are living it. We've lived it. They're actually living it and experiencing it because it's been here. We have not, it has not been excommunicado out of our country. And people had children. And their children's children is the cancer cells that now our children and we are dealing with. And that's what it is. Like, I would never get on no train and be like, oh, they was African, they was this, that, and the third. What? Like, really? What did Martin Luther King say? That injustice anywhere, it's injustice everywhere. Something like that. I might not be saying it right, but y'all know what I'm talking about. That girl does not deserve to be in jail for protecting herself at all.
Right.
At all.
Right.
At all. Now that white girl, she should be in something.
Yeah,
some
exactly.
handcuffs.
Where them charges at?
Her
Where
and
them
her
charges
mother.
at? Amen to that.
Let's keep it all the way 100.
Let's go. Let's go. Lock them up. Lock
They
her ass up.
to somewhere to start a fight after jumping the girl's sister. I'm trying to figure out why that is not even in the mainstream running down the timeline. They had already started it. That's the same things. I think I heard somebody was talking about Emmett Till. It would happen to Emmett Till when the brother and uncles and his friends came and busted down the uncle's door to get Emmett Till, to drag him out the house and kill him and murder him. Those are the same tactics. Now they've turned them on our children. We're watching this stuff play out in real time. Real time. These people are still doing this stuff, and we have never, I'm telling you, we're not returning the favor because that's all they know. They talk about it all the time. They talk about it all the time. And they need to be put on notice that if you touch one of us, you touch all of us. Period. That's how it should have always been. And that's the part of the strong arm. We have to get that. We have to do better with that. We really do.
Hey, I feel you, man. Hey. Yeah, so I say, where's all these these black money chasing attorneys that seem to only pop up when there's money on the table? They don't never seem to pop up when somebody really needs legal counsel, legal assistance, legal help in some way, shape, or form. They only showing up when it's like a dead body. That's a problem. That's a problem for me. And this is a situation where this would be an amazing pro bono type of situation where you could go there, give assistance. And even if you are not the face who shows up, you partner with the local black attorneys and give them assistance. And you fight this case. You fight this case. I mean, that to me is the bare freaking minimum in this situation. We know what we saw. We know this was not, the way that they're going to categorize it. I saw my sister. I saw my sister when I saw that situation go down. And it's unfortunate as to what occurred, but how many people, according to the videos and according to the people who are in that community, like how many people did this chick actually go around bullying and beating up and doing all kind of crazy shit to? We don't even know. That all should be relevant. Should be extremely relevant, in fact, to the situation as to why the the thing went the way that it did, because of the history and the history behind this individual. It's like not that I would ever get in the ring with Mike Tyson, but if I ever was, I'd have to be, I'd literally in my mind would have to be, I got to kill this person. Because if I let this person hit me or do anything to me, it's you know what I mean? I may not get back up, because you're going in with a person with a reputation for harm. And that's really where I feel like, it's all fear in what was going on. So if it's whatever it would be, disorderly conduct, which is a statutory, almost an administrative charge, that does lead to rehabilitation and restitution or whatever, but that her record is clean. I said that like right in the beginning. There should be no record. It should simply be go through the process, go through the motions, community service, yada yada, bing bang boom, rehabilitate it, and then you're on with the rest of your life. And this is before I even knew the backstory to the white situation, because I just saw it for what it was. Um, I saw it for what it was, and the problem is they're never going to see it as fair. And this is where I say we can't be so fair that we're being unfair to ourselves, because there's a lot of people, and I talk and I FYI I fix it and whatever, yada yada yada, quote tweet and all that, and I'm just like, if
Hey,
we're
you went back into the matrix.
okay, cool. God damn it. If we're so fair to the point that it's causing harm, then we're actually being unfair. We're just being unfair. Can't be so fair that it hurts you. Okay, I think I'm back. So I just think it's foolish to be so fair and try to play by the rules within the system to the point that it actually causes you harm. It causes your family harm. It causes your people harm, because you're maintaining a standard that the entire rest of the society doesn't give a damn about. They're cheating every chance they get. They're tipping the scale every chance they get in their favor. They're not playing by any fucking rules other than, I'm white and I say so or whatever. So I just think that, in situations like this, we can't be the fair ones in the room. We got to be like, nah, fuck that. Because how many trials can you go back and read where they condemned innocent black people in this country, hung them and lynched them, or did who knows unspeakable things to? There was no fairness there, and there still isn't fairness, because what is it? Half the people exonerated are black Americans in this country, so there still ain't no fairness in the system. It's an extremely unjust system. And so we got to get this out of our minds of being fair. There is no fairness here. What is fair is for a juvenile minor child to have very minimal, rehabilitation, and that could be community service and something like that. And then, by the time she reaches her 16th birthday, that is done and behind her. Her record is expunged from the system, and she goes on to live her life and has all the access to everything in society that that she should have as a citizen or whatever. So that's where I stand. Why this fucking thing won't let me embed this YouTube link, man? Did they catch up to us? Some rotten folks, they gonna twist and turn it, bro. Now the YouTubes are supposed to be good though. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Oh, I won't do it.
How you doing, DJ?
Won't do the fucking YouTubes now. Damn it. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to DJ in the building. Let's see. We got some YouTube comments. So like the live, hit the notification bell, share the space, share the YouTube live. I'm trying to get it on Funded Socially, but for some reason, it's not letting me embed this code here. So I'm gonna keep fumbling around with that. So we say Georgia, there are a lot of unincorporated areas within counties that don't have ordinances or other levels of oversight. The goal should be to do things together. I got you on that one. Yeah, there are still a few unincorporated counties in America, but that whole universal zoning, universal building code, that is like a virus that's spreading across the country. So if you can get in now and get grandfathered in, God bless you. But at some point, it's likely that they're going to have that nationwide. Someone asked a pretty interesting question: would a proliferation of Black Americans in the area tip the scales population-wise? So I'm assuming, because he talked about, or someone talked about Georgia, that this person talking about Georgia. Any state in the country where we have the ability to become 60% of the voting population, which is not as the same as 60% of the raw data number population. So it means we'd be 60% of the voters and would likely be much more in the raw population, probably 70 or 75%, that we absolutely, that would tip the scales in our favor. And that's the goal. That's the plan. That's what we must do. That's what we've talked about, or people have talked about for 100+ years. And it is up to us to be the people to make that happen. The title of the space is "We Got to Stop Swapping Toilets After Being Shit On." And that is a reference to trading one demon party for the other Satanist party. There's really not a whole big difference between the two, other than the way that they may do things, but their goals are aligned. They're aligned at the hip, regardless of the political theater that goes on. As individuals may have an issue with an individual in another party or within their own party, but the parties and the ideology and the function of the parties operate in a parallel direction. Even if there's a mountain up ahead and the left party goes to the left to get around the mountain, and the right party goes around the right side to get around the party on the other side of the mountain, they're going to come back together and be heading in the same direction. They're never going in complete opposite directions, so we understand that part. They just have a different method of getting to the same destination point, but they're all essentially getting to the same destination point. So yeah, that just kind of is what it is. The person says GA needs over 2 million more Black Americans to become the majority. That number is probably closer to 3 million. And that's just looking at the voter totals as of 2022. It was 2 million Black voters registered and something like 3.5 million whites, and then a slew of others in there.
I'm sorry, Black. What state is this?
Georgia.
Georgia, okay.
Yeah, it was like 7 million total registered voters, and we were about 2 million of that number. So there's 5 million of others. If I remember correctly, I'll find the post and put it up there. So we are still significantly away, and then we also are not scattered across the counties. There's 159. I believe it's either 159 or 169. I think it's 159 counties, and so we gotta be in at least 80, if not 90, of those counties as a majority population as well. So we get the districts, so we can get into the state house and the state senate and control the state from that position as well. Georgia is a big state, and it's got a lot of little governments and a lot of little tricks in that state. I think that state was intentionally set up to be a stronghold for these people, to be quite honest. They talk about Delaware and Mississippi, best opportunities. Yep. So I agree with all of that. Says, do the areas in Georgia have natural resources or access in order to support such a proliferation? I'm trying to move the goalpost here. So, like, God bless the folks that want to go, like, live in the woods, live off grid and do their thing. I think that is a very low number of the population that's ever going to really decide to be off grid like that. Most people are going to live either in an in a city setting, or close enough that they can drive or commute to the city, either for work or resource, food, whatever, entertainment. And so even in the countryside where they may have well water, they'll probably still have access to electricity. They'll probably still have access to at least a main paved road and access to natural gas of some type. Um, I know some areas they use propane heat and they use well water, but I don't know if that looks like a successful situation to me. Um, because even though there's infrastructure in propane tanks and servicing propane tanks and sump pumps and what are those things that they put where they store your sewage in the ground? I can't think of it, but there's infrastructure and all of that too, but there's much more infrastructure and much more career opportunities and sustainable economic opportunities in actual control and power grid, power generation, water filtration, water systems, sewage systems, and all of those other things. There's a brother, shout out to the brothers. Yeah.
I was gonna say, what do you think of these? I call them second tier cities, like in Georgia, you have Columbus, Georgia, Augusta, Georgia, Macon, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia. I like these medium-sized cities, right, that are outside Atlanta, and I think those type of cities have plenty room for growth. It's a few other. I forget the city where University of Georgia is located. I forgot the name of that city, but yeah, it's a lot of medium-sized city, and those cities have a large black population, like Savannah. Macon has a large black population. Augusta, I think, is like 70% black. Columbus, Georgia. Those cities, medium-sized or small cities outside of the Atlanta metro area, decent-sized city.
Yeah, and shout out to the brother in space who really kind of pointed something out that is like, duh. There are areas in these states that have the population already in place. And so in those areas, in those towns and municipalities, you don't really need a migration. You simply need to organize those areas and those towns to get the people who have a black agenda in positions of authority, because you already have a majority in some of the places that you named. That's really where it has to start, because people are going to be attracted to positive results. People are going to say, oh, wow, you got a black agenda installed there. Okay, cool. And you got it installed in Augusta. Awesome. Okay, so you got all the people on board. Well, here's the truth. You don't got to get all the people on board. You just got to get enough people on board to show up and vote. And I got these Delaware election results. We can run down through them so we can see how low some of the numbers are there, to get to a victory. So if you know how many votes you need to win, and you organize those votes together, and those people are saying, I believe in what you're talking about, I believe in the black agenda, I'm support you. When you get in power, you're going to start distributing resources fairly, and things of that nature. If you can do that, now Georgia again is a behemoth, is huge, it's way bigger than people realize. Structurally, it is a monster. It's got the second most counties, excuse me, in the country. It's just a huge state. And so you just got to understand, structurally, it's a big endeavor. So people who either live in Georgia, they grew up in Georgia their whole life, or they want to move there, they got to really dig in. They're probably going to do the most work out of all these other states. They're probably going to have to do the most work, groundwork, organizational work. And so, all you can do is like tip your hat to the people who that's what they want to do. That's where they're going to work. And you got to organize the places that are already there, maintain that, and then bring in another likely 3 million voters to get the governor's mansion. And you got to spread those 3 million out into the white counties so you can get the state house. It's a huge undertaking, because you're not just going to get there with these majority black cities or a majority black county. It just, I mean, we're already there. We've been there. It's not going to move the thing anywhere. To be quite honest, we got to be able to attract people in, get power as we're doing that. And one of the ways to attract people in is have like little festivals or conventions or things like that where people can come in and kind of get an idea or a sense of what's going on. And a good propaganda arm where you're pushing out social media and press releases and whatever, to get people on board in that way. And then people got to want to improve their situation. Over in where there is a quote unquote black governor in Maryland, where I saw the post where they said these dollar houses are going up. Baltimore, Maryland, I believe is where it's at. Dollar houses are going up. Well, guess what else is going up? $1 billion state-of-the-art prison facility, the most expensive ever in the history of the state. So what does that tell you? That tells you, one, yeah, they're trying to offload some of these properties so they can rehabilitate the tax base and likely attract some gentrifiers into those areas. And they're also setting up a situation where they're going to really start to implement some mass incarcerating in and around that general area. And I'm just saying that to say, it's like having Baltimore is not enough. Having Prince George County or whatever that area is called, that's the richest black area in the country. That's not enough. You got to be moving to get the whole state so that you can stop some of these very damaging Democrat Party, policy legislative actions. Not to say that they who knows, maybe they need prisons. I mean, there's a lot of violence going on in a lot of areas, Philadelphia being one of them. And some of those people, you got to get them off the streets. I mean, it is what it is, but it's a very small percentage, let's be clear, of the total population. But you got to be able to target the violence and get those people off the streets, period. You can call them whatever you want. You can call it whatever you want. But the violent people, they just can't be in civil society anymore. I mean, that's my opinion. So, Somali, you got it.
Hey, brother. How are you guys doing? Thinking about jobs, right, that folks could work at prisons. In Maryland, I was told that the people that do the hiring, they purposely hire immigrants, particularly from the continent. To be more precise, Nigeria, because they find that with African guards that they tend to not give any sort of leeway, because they find that with the Black American guards, they do give a little bit of leeway because of cultural reasons. So they purposely hire African guards to I guess be hard asses, because African guards and African police officers, they are very, very bad, and they treat Black Americans very horribly. But I was just thinking about Georgia, and I just read that there's 1 million illegal aliens in that state, and I'm so shocked. And that I heard that there's refugee or illegal alien facilities that they can go to, and I'm just having triggering memories of California and New York City. So, what do you think that folks can do to counteract that? Because I learned that Atlanta is a sanctuary city since 2017. So how do you think folks can counter this illegal immigrant agenda in the South?
That's a good question. I'm gonna leave that for Black American Homeland, and anybody else that would like to, if you want to chime in on that, I can show the projections. These were projections that were done before Biden got into office, more than likely. Definitely before they started shipping busloads of people and flying people in and all this other craziness that's going on today. So there's no real telling how valid those projections are going to be as you move forward in time. And so it's always been a race. Dr. Claude Anderson said that you're in a race, it's a race. That's why they call it a race. And we really haven't been competing in the race. So if we're going to just sit back and do nothing, then nothing is going to get better, but something is certainly going to get worse. That's the problem with sitting back and doing absolutely nothing. We got to do something. We just got to figure out what that is. Everybody get on board and let's all do that one thing. But in terms of not being in a position of power, not having no authority, not being able to implement or enforce E-Verify, not being able to implement or enforce the rounding up of illegals and busing them out of your state or any of that, but denying them licenses, denying them the ability to operate businesses. I don't know what you can do because you're just a citizen. There's not really a whole lot you can do, unfortunately.
Hey, Black, I'm interested in knowing what percentage of these illegal aliens are of African descent or Caribbean or Black Cuban, Black Colombian. I'm just curious about that. I'm a guess. That. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
I said. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you know that illegal alien guy from some Hispanic country? He has like a lot of views. I'm not sure if you guys know about him. He basically tells folks on how to exploit the system. And he was saying in one of his videos that African immigrants are giving him and other Hispanic immigrants information how to exploit the American system. So I find that very, very interesting.
Oh, Africans are giving Hispanics?
Yeah, this is what this guy was talking about. He said that African immigrants are sharing information with him and other Hispanics who are illegal on how to exploit the American system. And that was very telling.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, what I've noticed, I've been an immigrant in another country, right? I've been an immigrant in South Africa. I've been an immigrant in Australia, the Philippines, wherever. I've been an immigrant before, and I do notice that. Let's example Australia. When people know that you are a foreigner, especially other foreigners, they tend to want to, what's the word? Unite together because you have something in common that you are a foreigner in Australia. So I became friends with people from Colombia, Venezuela, people from Brazil, people from Korea, people from Japan. I became friends with all these people because the thing that brought us together that we're all foreigners.
But you know what, Black American Homeland, I think Somali's question really lies in this premise of, when you have multiple people crashing into a location and they're trying to change the political dynamics to fit what they're used to or what they should have gotten maybe in their home country in another country, that's colonization. You're not in another country running for office to try to make it a great place for other Black Americans to come in and invade or to colonize the community. That's not being done. That's not being. There is no that reverse psychological warfare or psychological behavior is not being done by Black Americans in other countries. I think there's a discussion about Black Americans going over to, I think, places in Africa. Recently, was it Ghana? I think that was the big discussion. I think on the timeline I saw where they were upset about Black Americans buying land and being able to buy land and buy homes and open up businesses. I think that was a huge discussion. I think just maybe a month or so ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that's not even an authority move. That's saying, hey, we are, joining the population because those people have moved to that country. They're not in any type of political position. They're just adding their economics by owning property and paying into that economy. What's happening in America that's not what's happening here. I think we brought up the discussion about there's a firm out of Toronto, Canada. They are a multi-billion-dollar company, and the man I posted the video, and he was talking about how they are trying to buy up majority of the Sun Belt in the United States. The Sun Belt runs from the California all the way to Virginia, the lower half of the South. This is a multi-billion-dollar real estate brokerage firm. And they are saying they pretty much are on the verge of owning half of the United States in rental properties. What does that do for us? What does that mean for us? Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's like a different conversation being had. And sometimes I think people are afraid to have those conversations because they don't want to offend other people. They don't want to make other people feel uncomfortable. But I don't think it's about being uncomfortable. I think it's really about recognizing harms that happen to people in lands that you tend to either occupy or you're going into. I think there's a level of respect that should be given when you are going into someone else's country and indulging in their culture, learning their people, their language, and that should be respected. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
We're live on Funded Socially.
I'm just explaining why people from diverse cultures and countries would unite under a certain agenda because they have this the same thing going on. But I understand. Look, like what's going on in Ghana and Gambia,
foreigners in a foreign land all come together.
You have where the people in government, the people in power, they facilitate, for Black Americans to come and start businesses and buy land. However, it's the locals or the people that are not in power or just local people. They're the ones that totally disagree what the national government has implemented. So that means you have you just have a disagreement with the national government and the local people. So
but I don't think Gambia should ever be a place a Black American should go because many Black American women are being deleted there. So even I know folks may not be a fan of Pan-Africanism, but if you're looking at it from a straight business perspective, a country like Kenya would be far better for Black Americans to go to establish a economic base than Gambia, because it's too hostile in Gambia, because the folks quite literally look at you guys as like conquerors, as exploiters. They're not going to touch the Lebanese or Indians who are there who disrespect the local Gambians because they have economic and paramilitary power there. So Black Americans who want to go to Gambia, I would say no, bro. It's not worth it. It would be better to go to Kenya or Uganda or South Africa.
Try to get him
and
up here.
even though like Ghana, there is tension, it's still a lot better situation than going to Gambia, because that place is too hostile to you guys.
Right. Now, look, I traveled and worked in 10 different African countries back in the 90s. So, of course, things were totally different. What's this? 94. This was almost 30 years ago, right? So things were different back then, right? When I was traveling through Africa, I did not experience like hostility, to myself, right? I mean, you had locals that would try to con you or whatever, but I really didn't see outright hostility, towards me. But another thing you have to understand that most Black Americans are that came over through the
money.
The slave trade. They came from the Senegal, the Gambia, Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, Sierra Leone, Liberia. They all came from those areas. Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria. We come from that area, so I think naturally Black Americans probably want to visit those areas or try something. I don't disagree with that.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say, I think right now, the restructuring right now in our own country, a lot of places we haven't been able to visit here in our own country because of sundown towns and sundown states. And, coming off the heels of really Jim Crow and still, our own Holocaust that happens here that other people who are melanated come into and experience. And I'm saying, excuse me, I'm saying that we have so much exploring to do in the United States that it's very hard sometimes when I hear people wanting to always just push us to go elsewhere right away. And some people don't even know but maybe maybe two or three cities in their state, because maybe some of the cities or that in your states may be unsafe, or could be places, like I said, where other groups occupy, they keep you out. That to me is something that we definitely never talk about. We never really had that conversation. We always go back to, other people should definitely travel out the country. And I'm not in disagreement. I'm saying we should know our own country from tip to tip. And even when we're talking about the Black majority states, those states from tip to tip.
Oh, definitely that. Gotta know that.
From, inland to seashore, like we should know,
gotta know that. That's
our own landmass in such a way, like the back of our hand.
Yes.
A lot of us have been, majority, of us have been robbed of that. And to me, that is a real, a true testament to what genocide has done to Black Americans here in the United States.
Right. See, in my experience, right, what I learned is that I learned more, and this is me, right? Because I traveled a lot the past 34 years. I learned more about America being outside America than being inside America, because when let's say when I was in the third world poor countries, right, and let's say you want to build your house, or you got to build your own road, or you got to put in your own power source, or your own telephone line, your own, then you have to deal with the government to get all these things done, right? I would have never experienced that in America, because when you're in America, everything seems to come complete. Even your
already
when
done.
you buy a home, or you rent an apartment, whatever, the sink, the toilet, the refrigerator, everything comes in it. But when you go to a third world country, right, and you rent something or you buy something, man, you gotta retrofit all the things you need within that household or that apartment. So that's why I mean by I just learned so much. A good example, I would have never read the state constitution until I started reading about other countries' constitution. Then I say, I wonder what the United States Constitution said. So trying to understand what's going on in other countries made me more curious about what's going on in the United States. So believe me, I learned way more. Well, it's just me. I mean, people are different. I just learned more about living outside by living outside the country. That's all.
Okay, facts on that. So so let me go over these comments real quick, and then we'll do let's see. Yeah, so I want to run down these 2022 Delaware election results. Give everybody an idea of what's going on there as far as these elections and the voter totals, and then we'll go into Black American Homeland, the introduction, the table of contents, the glossary, and then the first chapter. And then, like I said, I'm going to spend most of this week trying to get the other chapters all copy pasted and retyped as much, so that by next week we'll probably have multiple chapters, because I can't remember how many chapters there are, but they're not long, right? So
right. Yeah. There's 35 chapters. However, you don't have to do the last two, because the last two are more like these are more like not historical, like fiction, and the last two chapters are very fictional, so you can do the first 33.
Okay, that's cool. You're gonna be here. You'll be here. So whenever if we get to a point you want to stop, just let me know. But that'll probably be like the third or fourth. Because I'm thinking we probably will do these over the next 3 or 4 spaces to get it all in, and then we'll like I said, I don't want to do something that if you got what you got going on, then we'll just skip past that guy, and then maybe we'll go right into the revision phase of the one that I did, and then just do it like that. But so on here, say it again.
Turned into a robot.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Turn into a damn robot. They turn me to a robot. That's what they do. Okay, I think I'm back. So I don't go in as many spaces as I used to anymore. But I swear to God, I never see nobody else having this issue. I never see nobody else with this issue, man. And I check for the updates. I turn the phone off and on. I'm on the Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? So let's see. There were a couple of things over here. So it says, I talked about the resources, moving the goalposts. It says, we're watching ourselves fall into greater irrelevance with no plan to organize or overcome our plight. that's just a dose of realism right there. It says GA has a lot of potential. You can begin with agriculture to establish a revenue source and develop out from there. This person says, I've been studying Delaware to a degree. Is Wilmington a place to start, or would it be elsewhere? From my perspective, attracting people is a less arduous task than keeping them. So, okay, let's look at that. Attracting them is easy to do, but to keep them is difficult. That's interesting. Okay, this person says in Baltimore. Yeah, so he says in Baltimore they've made it easy for institutional investors, commercial investors, to come in and do their work. They're able to turn those properties over faster than the $1 buyer. And then the last one is, thanks for the broadcast. Just a suggestion: the current residents can use their social platform to gather their number count. So, to that one, funded socially is the plan to organize the people for whatever I'm going to be able to accomplish. Because I can have a private paywall. I can have a completely secret community over there that no one would even know existed, except for the people that are involved in it. And so we're definitely going to use the funded socially platform to organize information and people, and that's what we've already been doing. So when people get on it, it'll just kind of already be something that they can work with and figure out. The idea of the ease of getting people to move there versus keeping them. So again, if the way that it should be done is you organize the people that are already there. You get the school board elections, which I think are in May in Delaware. And then you get a couple of city council positions. And then maybe you start looking towards the mayoralship, or city council president, and any other little thing. Maybe if you can get treasurer or whatever other little position you can get in an election, and then you start going for the county executive seats, and things of that nature. You start, so essentially you're climbing your way up the ladder. As you're doing that, you're doing it in the form of a political organization, which we'll call a political action committee. And you have an ideology, you have an agenda. Your members who are helping you organize and ultimately become candidates believe in the agenda. They believe in Black American lineage descendants being in a position of power and authority and economic viability. They will be the thing that keeps people there, because they're seeing that you have a team of people in elected office, and they're coming to be a part of that. And as long as you don't lose that, the only way I could see you losing that is if, for some odd reason, these people go completely rogue and they start doing a whole bunch of anti-Black American BS, and that pushes people out. But if people are coming there because they've come to a convention, they've come to a festival, they've come to some other event, and they're attracted to the positive, engaging, building environment that you're creating, I don't think they're gonna be hard to keep there, because they came there to be a part of building something, and they kind of get it, they understand it. The people who would leave would be the people who are fair weather friends anyway. So if something that they don't like happens, or something starts to go wrong or downhill, and that's pretty typical, and that's to be expected, right? So if you get 1,000 people to move in and 10% decide that whatever reason they didn't like this, they didn't like that, whatever the reason is, they leave. Okay, you lost 10%. Now you got to go out and get another 1,000 people. You lose 10% of those. But you're just constantly trying to bring in enough people to get to the numbers that you got to get to in order to be competitive in these elections. When I go through these election numbers, you're going to get a better picture because people are not voting at 100% in this state, and typically in no states are they voting at 100%. There may be some states where they vote at a higher rate. This says, so I'm gonna read this real quick. This is in Delaware. It says none of the Republican candidates for statewide office were successful in the election that brought out about 43% of registered voters. So in the state of Delaware in 2022, they're saying roughly 43% of registered voters came out to vote. That means 57% of registered voters did not participate. So you should have the ability to win elections when 57% of the people don't show up to vote for whatever reason. There are and I've been checking this fairly recently. I think the last time I screenshotted it, it was like 700 plus thousand.
Hey, black man.
Yeah. Go ahead, you got it.
What's
Let me
up?
find
Peace
this
and
number.
love.
Yep.
No, I just want to know, like, what's the whole purpose of voting, though? What white devil black folks gonna vote for this time? I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, what the fuck don't we get yet? We got to get the fuck out this system, bro.
Yeah, so you don't. So this is not your typical reparation space, and there's a lot that you don't get because you haven't. Yeah, but you're not. So you're not going to interrupt me because you asked the question. I'm going to answer the question, and then you can respond once you get the answer to the question, because the question is a good question. The answer is important. We're not electing white men. We're not trying to elect white men. We're trying to take over the system. And the way that you do that is at the state level. If you can control a United State, which is a sovereign entity, which has 3 branches of government, which is a partner in the Union of States, then you do in fact have real authority, real political authority and real economic authority, not just in the United States of America, but anywhere that the United States of America trades and has favorable trade agreements. So that is the level that we have been lacking, even though many of our leaders have stated it and have made attempts going back at least 150 years, and I've found examples of it going back to the 1700s. So we keep being derailed off the ability to get to the level of power and authority that we need. That is what has been happening, and that's what we got to correct. So I found this number. It was 772,284 registered voters in Delaware as of March 1st. When this election happened, there were 764,765 registered voters. Only 43% of those voters showed up. That means that there's this huge gap of almost 60% of the registered voters that did not show up. And when I run off these voter tallies, you're going to see why in especially in these off years where you got 43% showing up, they're vulnerable to an organized team to go in, organize the people, and get these seats. Once you get enough of these seats and you have a team of people working together to implement policy that is pro-Black American lineage descendant, then you start to gain power and authority over your localized area, and you start to connect the network from this city to this city to that city to this city, and then you get the county, and then once you get multiple counties, you get the state. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to this conversation.
How is that irrelevant when they gonna sell you out? Like, I'm trying to, like,
it's totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. One thing we don't do in here, we do fear, but we ain't afraid of no whatever.
I ain't pushing no fear, bro. I'm just like, this is what has been like shown in Black America my whole life. So I'm like, where's the fear? Like, I can see it every day.
What leaders are you talking about?
All of them. All the Black leaders are Freemasons.
Who? You get
everybody that's in Congress. Everybody that's in Congress.
But we're not talking about people that are in Congress right now, and I think that's the
talking about the state too, man. We're talking about the state too. AIPAC is the biggest lobbying group.
Hold on, please. We're talking about individual people that work day in and day out on the ground, grassroots. You're talking about people who are already in office. We're not talking about those people. You're talking about people who have organizations. We're not talking about them people. Organizations that were started in the last couple of years that are not part of AIPAC, those organizations were grassroots. You're not talking about none of those organizations. You're on something else. And if
don't exist no more, man.
That's the discussion you want to have, then you need to have that discussion with people who are going to argue that point. We're not on that. No one's going to sit here and constantly be going back and forth and round and round and round about stuff that we've already gone through in the last 5 years. We've already had those discussions. We talk about the CBC in here and how they don't represent us. We talk about people who are in office that don't represent us. We actually go in and look at the numbers of voters and the things that actually, hold on. The things that actually happen on the state level. I actually supported a campaign, was a part of a campaign executive team. There is a lot that goes into that. And if you have not been on an executive team or on a campaign team of somebody that you put up in your city, in your state, I suggest you go do that. Because coming in here trying to argue us down about points that we're not even talking about. You came in here and literally just went off the cuff.
I said one thing.
But you didn't even ask what the conversation is, and you didn't read the room.
It's the same conversation, man.
No, it's not. Because if you've been in our room,
this is not the same conversation, bro.
We don't have the same conversation. And we on the ground. So again, I'm going to suggest, if you want to have an argument, argue with people.
I'm having a conversation. I don't have time to argue.
Then the next time you step on the stage, you should actually come off a little differently, because the way you came off was very argumentative.
I gotta come off different because I think different than you? That's crazy.
No, I said you need to not be argumentative. I said you need to be argumentative.
I don't even know you to be argumentative, man. You don't know me to say that I'm argumentative.
So who was having a conversation about the leaders that you mentioned when I asked you to give me some names? None of us.
It don't even matter about the names, man. He said the state level, right? The three executive branches, judicial, legislative, it don't matter. It's all being funded by money. Who controls the money that's what matters. I be in these black spaces. I never hear y'all talk about no type of self-governance or self-reliance.
You don't be in here because it's my first time seeing you.
It's my first time hearing you.
You've never been in here. This is my first time seeing you. So I'm going to say it again. You can't come into a space that you've never come in on a regular basis and start having conversations with us about stuff you have with other people. That's not our wavelength in here. We do actually have dialogue and discussion. Now, I'm raising my vibration in my voice because I feel gaslighted. That's how I feel. I feel like you literally just tried to gaslight me and gaslight the host because you wanted to get off what you wanted to get off. But you had no patience to hear about what we were talking about. And then you talking about some of the state and stuff don't matter. It do matter. And people like you are the reason why our people can't get the information because you're too busy wanting to argue about stuff that's irrelevant to the conversation. If this ain't your get down, this not your stilo, and you don't know us, then find a room where you're going to have those arguments and you want to go back and forth with people who want to argue with you. We don't.
Yeah, let me so I'm gonna give Tupac, because I've been in spaces with the dude, at least a dozen at this point. I know all your talking points. So I'm gonna give you like a couple minutes to run off your solutions, not your fears, not the reason why it's never gonna happen. But run off your solutions, and then I'm gonna get to the voting totals in 2022 in Delaware. And the reason why the money that you talk about is not relevant, because when you have a voting block of 60% Black Americans that don't give a fuck about the money, they don't give a fuck about all those ideologies and those different groups that you're going to talk about, and they vote the same way every single time together as a voting block, none of that shit is relevant. It becomes irrelevant. That's the whole point, is to make all of that irrelevant. And that's the part that you are missing, because you're living in the current paradigm and you're thinking as a person who's lived under a system your entire life, and you're trying to finesse. You're figuring out ways to finesse in the system as the system currently exists. We are not talking about finessing the system. We're talking about taking over the systems that we can physically take over. So you got some minutes. I'm gonna let you go do your thing, but please be solution oriented. Thank you.
That's hilarious, man. She's like somebody that's arguing. Wow. Yeah, man, I'm just tripping, right? Because it's like only blacks and whites vote, right? So it's just like, all right, if Asians don't vote, Arabs don't vote, Mexicans don't vote, but they buy property and invest in their community and build it up so they don't have to vote. You know what I'm saying? Because they can put up the money themselves. Well, you already know what I'm into, bro. We growing 50 acres of hemp this year, bro. Like, I'm already on the self-reliance tip. Buy land. Like, y'all voting this shit, I get it. I just don't understand what y'all don't see yet. You know what I mean? That just let me know about Black America not knowing our enemy and not really, like, they say that, blacks don't read, white people don't read either. But you got books that they got out, even audio books now, and how they want to destabilize black communities, and the whole purpose of black, that we never supposed to surpass them. We're going to be in this situation of being a worker for life and our children. We send our children to school, to go to college, be in debt. It's just a continued cycle. I don't know if y'all not seeing it, and you saying it don't matter about the money. Everybody got to pay bills. So if everybody got to pay bills, they're going to sell you out. I hear what y'all saying, bro, but it's like, at what point in time is we going to start thinking self-governance and self-reliance? I'm not going to sit here and acting and screaming shit that I'm not doing. I post my shit. We had these conversations. I'm already doing it. Hemp is $1 trillion a year industry. It's $1 trillion a year industry that's not even tapped into in America. This year we making batteries from marijuana from the waste. Making gasoline, the cleanest gasoline on the planet to power your car. They're gonna be for 50 cents a gallon forever. It's the healthiest source of protein. It's the highest source of fiber, omega-3, 6, and 9. It's the strongest building material to build. You can grow it out the ground every 90 days. Everything that we need, we can be self-reliant. I'm just trying to figure out why these niggas that's so smart and educated always trying to ask these devils to vote for them and ask these niggas that's already sold out.
We not niggas in here. So please refrain from using it. We not niggas in here. Again, I'm going to say this, and I'm gonna keep it real brief with you. The stuff that you're talking about, we have those discussions. This conversation today, he left, so I don't need to waste my breath. Thank God.
Oh, man. No, because, man, I really wanted to stay up here so we could unravel the idea that you got 50 acres of a hemp farm, and that's going to be the solution for 50 million Black Americans.
Yeah, but he didn't talk about how he's going to protect it. How you going to protect it, first of all? And then second of all, they are passing laws actually to try to keep us out of it. They were having their discussion here in Virginia. They made it so strict that you actually had to have over almost $500,000 to actually get into the marijuana and hemp farms that they had passed to allow people in. They did and I think they were doing that across the board, trying to do that. What's that? Grow farming. And then he talking about some, we trying to ask for handouts. No, we're not.
Well, again, just think of the.
Like, I wanted to paint a picture for him, right? Because I never seen this person on our space before, and And, he said independence and all this stuff and self-reliance. I mean, that's what we're teaching. That's what we're trying to do. If we can take control, political control and supermajority population of a state, then we can become reliant. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. So that's what we're trying to do, But it seems like he's using a sector where that is extremely regulated, right? And like Rella said, you got to go through all types of red tape to get through this, to get this done. And look, now a supermajority black state will guarantee a percentage of the hemp business to a black-owned corporation or black investors or black firms. So it would be in his best interest that there is a state where Black Americans control the whole state. So I mean, he won't be able to start a hemp business in a majority white state. It won't happen.
No, he can start it because people are starting them. They starting businesses and stuff in their house and stuff. But what I'm saying is that how are you going to protect it if you can't even get outside to expand your operation? You understand what I'm saying? People trying to do, they trying to do in-house growing, in-house growing and trapping. If you trying to expand, how are you going to do that and you have no protection? None. But we begging.
So I wonder what state he's in. Because every state have their own, their individual laws on hemp, and it's not that easy.
And then he went down, and then he went all over the merry-go-round. The main question was, what was your solution? He said his solution was being self-reliant and to grow and be sustainable. Yeah, you still have to be able to protect it. You got to protect it. Because we always get to the point where we become entrepreneurs, inventors, developers, architects. How do we protect it?
Right, and then plus you have to be licensed by the state to do all this. You're regulated by the state. You gotta go through all the state apparatus to open any type of business. If you want to incorporate in the state is in charge of chartering. The state what charters banks and corporations. So you have to go through the state to do anything. So,
now that's a damn good point, and I was going to get there, but I just ran his 50 acres times 50 million Black Americans. That gets you 2.5 billion acres is what it would take for every Black American to have their own 50 acres. Now, and I just
look at this. Look now, 50 acres, right? Look. Good example. I got 10 hectares of land, right, in Southeast Asia, right? 10 hectares is 2.5 acres, so that's 25 acres. I mean, 50 acres ain't nothing, man. You talking about you need thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of land. I mean, gee.
But it's not just that. Like, we're talking about a full infrastructure. You're talking about people that are going to actually protect your property and your investment. We're talking about state level protection, and you're talking about the strong arm. Like,
right.
I sometimes I just proud to have
You also talking about transportation. You're also talking about who you're going to sell to. Who are your customers, right? How do you develop? There's so many things, dynamics of this.
Yeah, but some people get into this whole. I don't know why it is that they still lean on this. Oh, y'all gonna go and beg the white man. Some of your politicians is black. That's making sure that you don't get the stuff that you need. What is you talk like? I really just be in awe when I hear some stuff. Sometimes I be like, what? Like, what is you saying?
Okay, let me get this out. So I looked up how many acres are in the United States. It's 2.260419200. So essentially 2.2 billion acres in the entire US. That includes all the territories. You can't give every Black American 50 acres because there's not enough land to give every Black American 50 acres. This is the finessing part of it. I had this conversation with him before, which is why I wanted him to speak and get it out so that we could actually break it down in this space. Talked about free energy, right? He talks about free energy a lot. Now, I don't want to, I think he's very intelligent. A lot of stuff that he does, put out is good, high quality information. But there's an over obsession on one particular group of people. I got to be just very flat out about that. And that is what it is. And good luck with all that. I don't think that's that gatekeeper energy. Again, I tried to explain the gatekeeper energy earlier. If you're going to be a gatekeeper, build a dam, a hydroelectric dam where you can extract resources out of that gate that you're trying to keep. Otherwise, build. Now, on the build side, not only are you dealing with local, county, state, and federal, because hemp is a federal thing, right? It took Trump to actually do an executive order in order to open it up, and all these states are trying to catch up and figure out how they're going to do their thing with it. You got eminent domain issues. You got competition. If they see you, this whatever small little 50-acre farm, somehow creating massive amounts of wealth, what are they going to do? They're going to implement competition into the system. There's nothing to keep that out. Absolutely nothing. So whether they eminent domain you out of your property, they do a whole bunch of nefarious things, whatever that is, or they put in competition where some corporation who's in that industry says, okay, he's got 50 acres. Let me buy 5,000 acres right next to him and let me drop the price down to where I know he cannot make a profit. He cannot compete. This is what big business does all day, every day. This is what Dollar General is doing. This is what Walmart does. This is what they do. They are savages in corporate America. There's no protection for you somewhere out in the middle of nowhere growing 50 acres of hemp, trying to get into something about that. Now, someone on the YouTube says there's no current market for hemp-based batteries. It's still in the early research stage. So if he's betting all of his things on markets that are not even fully developed yet, that's a whole nother issue. I don't even want to go down that road because I already see that this is individualism on steroids. That's part of the problem. It's a money bagger. Let's get to free energy so that you destroy the infrastructure that it takes to create and produce and dig and everything that's involved in the production of oil, natural gas, and all the other resources that we need to survive. The reason that these corporations stopped Nikola Tesla, 100 plus years ago from coming up with free energy is because it would kill and collapse massive markets and massive industries. And while it may sound good, if you're living in nature and that's what you do, you live in nature and you are in this ecosystem and it's all good, so be it. But if you're going to live in an industrialized high technology system, you got to have infrastructure in place because you got to be able to employ millions of people. there's always consequences for people who are looking to take a shortcut. And that's what that whole, I'm telling you, that gatekeeper mentality to me is like this one pill fix all solutions that doesn't really exist in reality. It may work for a couple of individuals. They may figure out the matrix, the algorithm, how it works for them. God bless them. But we're really trying to figure out ways to uplift and improve the lives of all of our people as much as we possibly can. And that requires really comprehensive thinking. That's not just about, oh, I can finesse the system this way, that way, and the third, and I can be all good, and I can talk about whatever I want to talk about on the internet, and I'm good. I got mine, get yours. That's really where I think we got to kind of get away from that thinking and just look at where we can actually gain real power and authority so that we control the regulation of the land, of the hemp product, of natural gas, of oil, of water, all the things that he would need to produce this hemp. Not only that, you're paying taxes into the system. So while you're talking about all this free energy, this blah, 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 you're feeding the system with your tax dollars. Everything that you buy to create the farming for the hemp, and then when you go to sell it, they're all getting their cut right off the top of it. So you're not actually taking yourself out of the system. Again, you're just figuring out a way for you to profit at a higher level than most, and God bless you. And then you're trying to make it sound as if this is some solution, but it's really just not, because not everybody wants to get in the dirt. Like, not everybody wants to farm, and God bless the people that do, but not everybody wants to do that. So like,
can you address that? I wanted you to address the part where he said we need to get out of the system. He was saying we need to stop participating in the system. That is a huge conversation. Even the other space that I was in earlier, someone came up and said the same thing, talking about we're not going to get reparations, we're not going to get the things that we need because we keep trying to be a part of the system. And I'm just confused because what else is there? What other infrastructure is there that when people say that, what do they mean? Like, what are we supposed to, what is the alternative?
Yeah, so he was talking about self-governance, and that's why, when I first heard the brother speak a while back, maybe a month or two ago, I was like, oh man, this guy would be, he's very close, and if we could just kind of connect the dots for him, he can get there. But again, this is a very individualistic approach to what quote unquote self-governance is, and it's just him in the middle of nowhere on these 50 acres farming and not really giving a damn about a whole lot of the rest of the people, and not really recognizing, again, he's under all these layers of governance, but in his mind, he's self-governing because he's got, this is, for what it's worth, these brothers, I put in Jumbotron, they bought like 97 acres or whatever in Georgia. They seem very humble though. I'm from that short video, they were very thankful that the brother was able to get them financing, because they've been trying to get financing 50 different banks and couldn't get it. They seem like they got a whole different energy than what, this brother may have. But that whole self-governance, I'm gonna build a village, I'm gonna have people in there. What's the dude that just got caught up in Atlanta because he was doing a whole bunch of shit in a whole bunch of different countries and ended up, like, damn, this dude got smacked with some real time. That's what I envision, is like this cult figure leader that really just wants to go out in the woods and make their own rules and think that, the powers that be are not paying attention and not aware. That may go good for a while, and if you are an honorable person, you don't like fuck people over, you're not harming kids or whatever, you may actually be able to live out a good existence like that. Those usually don't go that way. They usually go in a whole different direction, unfortunately. But I can see some people doing that. You're still not self-governed though. If you're on U.S. soil, you're not self-governed. And very likely.
So is he talking about off the grid? Is that kind of what is that his position?
Yeah, so free energy is definitely going to be off the grid because he talking about free again. He's talking about. I watched this video about the gypsies. They call them the Romas or whatever. It's this whole different thing out in Europe. And what they do is they're like they're like immigrants that come into a city, and then they just start building houses out of fucking scraps. Like literally on the edge of town, they just start building all these fucking houses and shit. And they sell their daughter in this particular. They're not all like this, but in this particular country, they sell their daughters off, and they got this really nomadic, different. They steal electricity, they steal water, they don't pay taxes. They got this whole little niche that they carved out for themselves. And the people are kind of like, y'all, looking at them like freeloaders or whatever. They kind of have disdain for them as a population group. Ultimately, again, if you're living off the grid, you got free energy, but you're producing a product, you're still in the system. As long as you are producing commerce in some way, shape, or form, you're in the system. You're participating in the system. And I think it's a cognitive disconnect between what the goal is and how they want to get there, and then what the reality of all of it is. Because you're still going to produce waste. You're still going to have to buy shit to eat, because if you're just producing hemp, then you're not producing food, right? So you still got to go to the grocery store and buy food and shit. You still got to put gas in your car. But let's say you're able to somehow convert this hemp into fuel that you can use for your vehicle. Congratulations. I think he said something about a super efficient. Okay, great. So that's one way you've eliminated your participation in paying taxes by buying fuel. But what happens when the state or the county or even the local municipality that you're in starts to look at it like you're either selling, because who knows if he's going to try to sell this fuel, but you're using unregulated fuel on a public roadway. See, there's all these different levels of how the government could start to investigate and look into what especially you start getting complaints and shit. And with the level of obsession that he seems to have with the small hats, I'll just put it out there like that. There's liable to be a day when different agencies show up and want to take a look around. Let me just put it that way. So it is what it is. We know all these groups exist. We live on the planet Earth. There's probably 1,000 different groups that are against Black Americans. Got it. However, we got to get to the authority so that we can investigate those groups if they choose to try to do us harm. And when we have the authority to investigate and incarcerate and fine and yada, 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 then we can do all of those things. But we're not going to do that from a hemp farm. I'm going to just keep it a buck with you. You're not investigating nobody from a hemp farm. It's an individual plan that can work for some. And those that want to get into it, tap in. But you're going to hear a lot of very intense small hats control the world ideology. And I get it. I told my son 2 years ago, I said, look, they do what they do. They are what they are. It is what it is. That's not going to stop us. That shouldn't be our focus. We shouldn't be over obsessed with things like that. We should still be building and growing, and then get into a position where we become a formidable problem for those people. And whatever that looks like and whatever it has to be, that requires real authority. I mean, that's the only way you become a real problem for a lot of these people. Man, I'm good from the fucking inform. Trust me on that.
Well, I agree with you, because I was like, you ought to put money into the bank unless you're putting that money under the mattress. And again, that goes back to, if you're talking about expanding it in the way that he's talking about, they have a farm, good and God well that you're going to be dealing with the state. And you would need to be in a bank that's insured, just in case something happens to the money that's being made from business. So I don't know why. But shout out to the room and to the space. Feel free to come up and chit chat with us. I won't buy nobody.
Hello. Yeah, hello Alexis and Yusuf. Glad to see Yusuf. Oh, there you go.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Yusuf.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I've been pretty busy. I started another company, but one of the things I recently was at a friend's. He actually started like a nonprofit, and you know, his was focused on. And this has nothing to do with you all were like specifically talking about with that gentleman. I don't, you know, he, but the conversation has been, worthwhile. I appreciate you all. So, anywho, the guy was focusing on, getting more black young men into tech. And DC, I'm not sure if everyone's familiar, but we've had like a very bad crime wave. And this gentleman, he started his nonprofit maybe only about 6 months ago. And I come into his event, it's a launch and whatnot, and he has the again, I'm not sure how familiar you are with DC, but it's on 8th Street. He actually has a building, like one of the whole floors is part of the nonprofit, and I'm like walking around. It's like a very upscale, and I'm very impressed. And so anywho, he has the news cameras there and things like that. I'm like, damn, how did you do this? I'm just thinking this to myself. And again, keep in mind his nonprofit is about black young men and getting them in tech. And then I saw the marketing. I was reading, the different collateral that he had. He had a bunch of these like posters, things like that. And the angle that how he actually, what I later found out after reading all this, how he got all the money is that he was leveraging the fact that the city was providing so much funding to combat crime, youth crime. And even though he wasn't necessarily, when the event started, we didn't talk about, youth crime at all, but he pretty much pivoted, or he positioned his nonprofit as focusing on at-risk youth and providing them outlets outside of, so they're not in the streets and things like that. And the reason why, and what I mean, he was saying that he got, several $100,000, and he, partnered with some local companies and things like that, and they were giving him, money. And it just, dawned on me, when we're thinking about how we, not only, build structure in Delaware, but also the other, black states, people, the governments, that the state, local level, they're going to want something for whether that be some type of service. And it was just crazy that just 6 months, he just created a plan and he was able to obtain all this money, and he wasn't thinking, or at least he wasn't positioning and saying, hey, I want to help black kids. It was more so, I want to help you stop crime. And I think when we're thinking about how we can navigate this endeavor, we have to also think about what are we going to be providing these, the different local areas, what service or, can we provide so we can get as much, access to capital as possible, and we can always reposition, what we intend to do, internally. But I don't know if that necessarily helps. I know one thing that I'm looking at right now, just spending my time in Delaware, in Wilmington and Dover, and even if we're, I definitely like the Black Americans' idea as far as when he mentioned these secondary cities. All of these cities need infrastructure. Like just America in general has a terrible infrastructure problem. So I think, the gentleman was talking about hemp and, different things like that. We need to focus on traditional, the vocational jobs. If anybody knows any people that provide any type of education whatsoever that deals with plumbing, electrician, roofing, definitely reach out to me because I can get access to capital. I have teams that can write grants. I have all of the infrastructure necessary to get funding for these type of vocational training. But we need to have a curriculum. And even even when we're talking about Wilmington, you can't even have that many people go to Wilmington because they don't have the infrastructure. They have every, one to every other house is boarded up. So it's a great opportunity, for us to provide some level of what I think of, as a foundational piece is education or, workforce development, so we can, be successful in these endeavors. I do think, the reason, again, the main reason why I came up is when he was talking about hemp and I personally think, why do all these immigrants, these folks are coming over to the United States, for quote unquote opportunity, and it's economic reasons, and people will move for economic reasons, and we need to whether that providing online, or free schooling or something like that, and then providing the ability for them to build up the infrastructure that we will need, whether that be Delaware or the other southern, the Black southern states. So that's more. So my focus right now is trying to connect with folks that have some type of curriculum that we can put the team together to get funding, and then builds up the infrastructure for Black folks that would like to migrate to be there, as well as the people that are already in these different cities and states. They can have a bit more comfortable housing and things like that.
Nice. So yeah, you said the crime wave. So I did look into that a little bit. There's something, because the last thing I saw was this mayor with this new crime bill. Are you familiar with the things that they're going to let police do now?
Yes, it's I mean, something had to be done, because when I mean it's terrible. So many people getting, just everyday folks, and I would say honestly, between 12 and 15-year-olds, carrying around, guns, shooting people. It's getting ridiculous, and this is in the nation's capital. And, so it's pretty bad. But yeah, I read over, or I should say, I skimmed over, the bill. And sometimes the issue is when crime gets bad, people accept or will accept to be controlled, literally, or over policed, or and that's the situation in DC, because it's getting dire. There are so many restaurants and bars and establishments, Black owned ones too, that are leaving neighborhoods because people can't even open up or close their store because they're getting robbed at the end of the night. And then specifically on 8th Street, you don't have the type of police presence in some of these Black, which is surprising, some of these Black neighborhoods that you would expect, and people are getting targeted. And I couldn't even say that it's just, and then there also is the influx. So when people also talk about these southern region, talking about all the migrants, there are there are definitely illegal people, aliens in DC, and they're having like these Uber jobs. I got often order Uber Eats, and I get like a person on my moped come, and let's say the lady's name is Sophia, and I see this Hispanic dude that can't speak English. He has to hold up his phone to provide to make sure I'm the person, and then I have to type in my number because he doesn't even know 1 2 3. So we definitely need to we definitely need to get really not even serious, but there needs to be more action behind what we're doing here, and hopefully this perforates for other people to take the necessary steps, because it's getting kind of crazy out there.
Okay, man, I'm sorry to hear it. I found this guy who's going to break this down, and then I do want to get to Black American Homeland's book, and that's not going to take a whole lot of time. But yeah, since you really got into this DC, let's get into that. And I agree with everything you said and everything like that. I don't say names, you know what I mean? I think you know what I'm talking about, but I do try to put the information out there because I don't know who wants to have their name called out in here. So let's listen to this.
I did have one thing before. You mentioned Baltimore, the prison.
The prison.
So the prison actually was the reason why it was $1 billion is because they were sued, and they had to meet certain criteria and stipulations. So it's not just the prison; it's like a mental health facility. A number of different things.
Yeah.
I think Maryland in general is doing a good job. The mayor Westmore, as well as Baltimore, as a black, the governor is Westmore, and the mayor of Baltimore is black. He has a dollar, homes and things like that, and that's for specifically, I shouldn't say specifically black people, but residents. So you can't invest like a lot of times they have these cities where we're talking about gentrification. There's no one of the ways that they're combating gentrification is that can't be outside investors. You actually have to live there as your primary residence. So that is a great opportunity for local residents to be able to purchase the home, and then there's a number of different assistance ways. And then going back to when we're talking about construction, all of those homes need to be renovated. And I know a young lady, a Black American, who actually has a co-op where she's building a number of these different, building up the homes. So people are able to buy the homes, and then they have a construction team that they can, hire. And it's, again, like I said, a co-op, and they have, they help people. Honestly, I'm going to reach out to her because she probably knows people. But yeah, I think Baltimore and what they're doing specifically, it's from what I know, because I don't actually live there, it seems like they're heading in the right direction as far as things that specifically benefit, local people that have, grew up there, their parents are from there and things like that. They're doing the best that they can.
Yeah, that's what's up. I think it was I know it was a boxer. I think it was Gervonta Tank. Is he from there? Is that the kid that bought a bunch, and then unfortunately they torched him or whatever happened in his situation? I don't know if he's proceeding forward, but as far as the jail though, I did see a post where somebody kind of broke it down, and because they talked about that cushy jail thing that you were kind of alluding to with all the safety this and safety that, and they were just kind of really saying that was an excuse or something, like kind of like they played into that in order to get this massive, facility in place. So, only time, obviously time will tell. I think if you're going to build jails, then you should also be building schools or some type of programs, so that when people are incarcerated and you talk about skills trades and things of that nature, that you're actually creating productive citizens, so that when they go through the process, they can actually come out and earn a living. And that may have to be with the state, the state itself. The state may have to hire the people so that they don't, come out and cause problems in the community again. In my opinion, or whatever it takes. But time will tell.
You make a great point, because I was reading that I believe Baltimore is number one on most vacant schools. Like the amount of schools that they have, vacant isn't the word, but they're just abandoned. Abandoned schools is ridiculous. The amount of, they have I believe it was during Obama, the whole wave of charter schools popped up, or magnet schools and things like that, and a bunch of them, people, start them and then they fail, and they pretty much leave them vacant, and they haven't figured out a way to, sell off the real estate without taking a huge loss. And that just opens up the opportunity of, like, Baltimore has, very shitty public schools. So, and then you build $1 billion facility, so I could definitely understand how someone would, talk about the prison of the pipeline,
Yeah, because at the end of the day, now the parents have a responsibility, the individual has a responsibility, but like you said, school to prison pipeline, you're basically creating people who are not going to function in society well. And so I think there's a responsibility for the state to do both, not just do one, because when I look at it, I just see the plan is to lock a lot of people up. You know what I'm saying? Warehouse people, essentially. And there definitely should be both, in my opinion. So
yeah, I'm gonna, this month, I guess, our last. I mean, the epidemic of mental health issues is kind of crazy, and I don't know if that, I think there was a wave of ADHD, all these different things, and what I'm thinking also, and this is for everybody, you really need to be focused on what you're actually eating. So to the point of the brother that was talking about the hemp, honestly, you need to be growing food, because all of the food that is provided now, what they prioritize is taste. And I was looking at some of the federal government subsidies. They're not subsidizing grass, fed, finished, meat and different things like that. You can get, processed food, and those are the things that they're subsidizing. And they're not subsidizing actually,
healthy
avocados, oranges, and these different things. As you can see, if you're at the grocery store, all of the kind of the fruits, the whole foods are the ones that, if there's something wrong, the prices are jacked up. I remember I went to my local grocery store, and the avocados used to be only $1, and now they're $2 for just one avocado, which is kind of crazy. But you'll always see the processed food that only will go up 10 cents. That's the only thing that's not having to deal with inflation. Definitely, folks, we need to start thinking about, and not even thinking about, but try to be what we consume, not only from a visual standpoint and listening, but also mainly what we eat, because I think when I'm looking forward to the Black majority state, controlling the food production to me is honestly the biggest thing I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Man. Funded socially. We got a farming community, and I posted, man, every once in a while, I'll just do a farming blitz. I posted a bunch, man. I think there was a brother in Baltimore with his family who does aquaponics, basically grows his food in his backyard, and it's a water setup, and his whole family helps with it and everything like that. And then, matter of fact, I think there was fish in the water as well, so it was like this whole ecosystem. Where they take the nitrogen from the waste product, put it into the plants and everything like that. So,
yes, I reached out to. There's a young sister called I think her name's Jelly. She does
Jelly.
farming.
Shout out to her.
Shout out to Jelly. Either South Carolina, I believe.
Yeah,
so I'm trying to work with her to get funding to prove out a concept. Maybe where she's at, and then ideally, what we need more of is once something's proven, being able to spread that across to other Black Americans.
Yeah, shout out to that, man, and shout out to Miss Jelly. She be bringing it. She be she does what she does, and I salute her. I think she's definitely like a warrior princess out here. So shout out to you for helping her out in any way you can. I'm gonna play this DC video. This actually, there's two of them, but this guy breaks down what was passed. So this is not like, and it says this was passed unanimously. So this is actually on the book, so people can understand. This is not like what they're proposing. This is on the books in DC right now. And then we'll flip over to Black American Homeland, the Black Paper. If you don't have your book up in the jumbotron, please stick that up there. We got to support the brother. Black American Home just revised his book after the original came out in 2012. Over, what's that, 12 years ago now. And he did a recent revision, so there's some new information in there. And we're going to spend the next couple of weeks going through his book and just, vibing with the information. We'll stop, let people, take notes. God damn it. Okay. Matrix City. Not interested. Yeah. If I rate this motherfucker, you getting 10 zeros. I'm rating you 10 zeros. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, let me just play this.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, because you were away. What's also crazy? DC, and I think about 5 other municipalities in Maryland. They all allow illegal aliens or legal migrants, whatever you want to call them, to vote, like local, which is fucking crazy to me. And they're able to vote.
Is that something that just came across? Is that something that just came? Is that something that just came across? Because I know I just saw that. I don't remember if it was DC. I know I just saw a new one that they got to live there for 30 days and then they can vote, something like that.
Yep, you're able to live there for 30 days. I believe ours was passed in 2022 or 2022. So it was last year.
Man, these motherfuckers is wilding, bro.
I'm sure you've heard of the Bowser-Pinto Plan, also known as the Secure DC Act, that just passed unanimously.
My bad. So that is a tragedy. And the whole theory is that they'll be stuffing those votes into the federal system. There's really no way for them to account or stop them from voting in those federal elections unless there's a straight out prohibition. And this is only going to be on like referendums or school, these off elections that don't happen on November 5th or whenever those midterms and national elections occur, the first Tuesday of November. If they're not prohibited from voting on the first November or first Tuesday of November every other year, then they're just going to be voting for the president and all this shit. So,
yeah.
They're
trying to make it real comfortable for people that are, to me, they're criminals. If you're here, the same way if I steal something, I would be, should be charged. The same way your ass should be charged. And then, the Democrats specifically, in some states, they keep on talking about, what is it called? Voter
suppression.
They're saying that we can't have the right to vote, and we don't need to have licenses and things like that, which is, to me, they're doing that, and then they just say, oh, we're doing it for black people. To me, they're doing it for the immigrant population, but it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, voter suppression. That's the BS they keep running with. And they make black people the face of it. But that whole new Voter Rights Act BS is all about giving immigrants and really illegal immigrants the ability to vote. I read that thing when it came out, and it really, because the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is written into law. And it's not going anywhere. The thing that they changed was the oversight of the federal government over the former Confederate states. There was a Supreme Court, ruling, which this is how they're controlling the country. Judiciocracy is they determined that enough time has passed since that time period to where now Black Americans don't need this quote unquote protection. Now, what people are not really up on, and we talked about these Black majority voter districts don't exist. It's all on paper. It's a figment of the imagination. It's not real. But the fact that they've been using these laws to create these majority voting districts, especially in the South, where we got this massive population. Now, understand that they've been getting rid of affirmative action. They're getting rid of the ability to say I'm gonna have a Black American woman or a Black woman grant process for business. They are going to eventually get around to that particular legislation with these, and I'm telling you, they're fictional. People are going to be very upset, as they should be, but they're going to figure out a way to get around to where, you know what, there are no more majority Black voting districts. Now, you would think, just as I'm saying it, and I think I said it before, that would be the catalyst for people to say, what? Oh, no, we getting out in the streets, whatever we do, protesting, emailing, showing up at the front door of the State House, showing up in D.C. But guess what? 40% of our population don't vote anyway on a regular basis. And the other 60% that does, quote unquote, most of them vote Democrat. So they're going to be on board with giving these immigrants the ability to vote, because they've been brainwashed to think that it's a rainbow coalition and that these immigrants are going to vote the way that they vote. So it's just a total mind fuck, psychological operation, massive amounts of propaganda. And at the end of it, we ain't going to have shit. It's going to be over, and bend it over, stick a fork in it, because it's done. And this is after the NAACP legal defense has been, this is their most effective advocacy. They've been winning in these southern states, getting these other districts, these other majority Black districts in these southern states. But I got to tell you, that to me, just thinking the way that these demons think, that's got to be the next thing that they're going to target, because they're targeting everything that has Black, or whatever term we go by, attached to it. And so I think that's going to be the next thing. Now, this is when lineage becomes the whole thing, and people are already in that wave, which is very intelligent, and I support that. But just know that the way things are headed, that's got to be next, and it just is what it is. But that, to me, is what's next. All right, here goes the DC. This guy's breaking this down here.
I'm sure you've heard of the Bowser-Pinto Plan, also known as the Secure DC Act, that just passed unanimously. And when I tell you that this is literal fascism, I'm not lying. We'll get into how this really just criminalizes poverty and blackness, but first let's get into some of the components of the bill that are extremely worrying. Firstly, face coverings are now criminalized. Let's say you're a woman wearing a hijab, someone that cares about COVID still and is just wearing a mask. You're suspected of committing a crime? Guess what? That's another offense. Do you have a friend you like to hang out with? Well, guess what? That's criminalized. Basically, the DC police can say that anywhere within a 2,000 diameter range is now a drug-free zone. And if they see 2 or more people or anyone doing anything that they see as suspicious, you can now be arrested. Let's say you're wearing a hoodie or you're calling an Uber. They could just say you're a drug lookout and arrest you. Black family having a picnic? Arrested. Now they can just kill people in car chases. They were going to do it before, but now it's legal. This one has nothing to do with public safety, but okay. Apparently they changed this one in the amendment. I don't know exactly what the amendment is, but they were saying that they could arrest someone if they cause someone fear based on their mask. And with the rampant Islamophobia, that one was fucked. Active duty officers do not need to tell you that they're officers, which is especially worrying because the new Show Your Papers Metro law means that any officer, even a plainclothes officer, can ask you for your name and address, and if you don't give it, you're arrested. Let's say you had a gun, you got chased, the cops are there. You put down your gun. That's also a crime now. Obviously, they meant this as some sort of like person like throwing away a gun in a trash can so they weren't caught, but the language does mean that if someone puts down their gun, that is a crime. But remember I said this was just about criminalizing poverty and criminalizing blackness? Let's look at how. DC has the highest Gini coefficient in the United States. That means...
Okay, I gotta go to the second part.
Highest Gini coefficient in the United States. That means it has the most inequality. Look here. White households have 81 times the wealth of black households. Highest rate of poverty is 22% in DC for black residents. This one's especially fucked up. Black people's life expectancy is 16 years less than every other racial and ethnic group. DC lawmakers know the strong relationship between poverty, inequality, and crime. But instead of addressing the poverty and inequality, they're just going to criminalize every consequence of that. And to make things worse, they're going to do this. Cut SNAP. Cut domestic violence support, cut homeless prevention and eviction support, cut emergency rental assistance, cut transitional support from shelter to housing programs, and cut youth re-entry diversion programs. Every social safety net that the poor people in DC have is going to be cut too. Fascism isn't on its way. It's here right now. They are literally building cop cities all around the country. And why are they doing it? Because they know we're mad and they know that we want change. And instead of giving us one little fucking morsel of change, they're just going to give police more and more power to criminalize poverty. Shame on Bowser, shame on DC, and shame on America.
Oh man, there it is. There it is. For those who think it's a game, there it is.
Man, it was a lot worse before the amendments. You literally, they could, before their amendments, they could take your DNA if you were arrested and not even committed for a crime or anything. So if they just wanted to take your DNA, they could do that. And then I saw some of the council members, they put in these amendments, but none of them, some of them wanted just to cover their ass. So they put in amendments and then still approved it. So it's like they're just saying, oh, I just opposed it, but I still voted yes for it. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of these causes are because we had, COVID, and then you have a influx of migrant and homelessness. And now a bunch of these, community center, places, which were supposed to be for, the youth to go after school and play, they're all being filled with, whether that be homeless, quote unquote, people that shouldn't be here in the first place. So now you have a bunch of youth on the street. It's getting ridiculous.
I'm just thinking about the protests. Like, how could you stage a protest if two people standing close to each other, elicits an arrest?
The person whoever that was, he was kind of being biased. There are what is it called, like drug-free zones. So it's in, I think, just 2 of them. So in those specific areas, which they considered a hotspot, I was walking today, and they were they pulled over somebody, or not pulled over, but he was just standing. So that's also another thing. You got a bunch of people just loitering. So now it's okay for them to stop, and frisk you and things like that. But that's only in 2 parts, and that's like let's say a couple blocks. But yeah.
Oh man, I would normally tell Black Americans it's time to get the fuck out of that area, whatever it is. But yeah, the 51st state. I mean, maybe that happens when they get enough of us out of there, when they get our population down to 35%. Then all of a sudden, magically, it becomes the 51st state. Yeah, man, damn. That Negro, you got it.
Yes, sir. Salute Black Majority. Salute Black American Homeland, and of course, Miss Rella. Peace, power, and Negro reparations, specifically for the Black American Negroes who built this country with slave labor per the lands promised in Special Field Orders 15, January 16th, 1865. Wow. Man, yeah. What you just played, man, if that isn't exactly what we're seeing verbatim, and that's the perfect explanation for what those cop cities are popping in there everywhere, all across the country, bro. There is a reason, and they're just going to say, okay, martial law. That's what's happening. And my hope, and man, I hope it don't, all this craziness doesn't happen right when who should be getting elected. Or what? Yeah, it's getting kind of crazy, bro. It's getting kind of crazy, but yeah, that was very telling what you just played, just keep your eyes open, y'all, and keep your family close, and pray for everybody, and make sure that we are ready, and you keep that thing beside you, because it's seriously, after what you just played, Black Majority, tonight, and then what Isaiah said last night out of his mouth, there's about to be big trouble in Little China. And I guess that wasn't too politically correct, but no joke. I'll land right there. Thank you.
Hey, I missed Mr. Washington Space. Could you give a quick synopsis of what he was talking about?
Oh yeah, he last night. Well, actually, he had 5 spaces because they kept on cutting in and breaking it up. But he wanted to tell us who. He said it was one of those, those people that he can't really, those famous people can't be throwing around names. But he definitely sees, or he heard from their mouth specifically, that something of a huge magnitude. He was thinking when this eclipse thing goes down.
Man, they got a lot of infrastructure in place.
The calculation, or with the same impact that COVID had, something's coming right around the corner, y'all. So that was Isaiah. I would go back. They're recorded. They were, and all of them, they were talking about them last night. There's 4, but in other words, long story short, shit's about to hit the fan, bro.
Yeah, I posted a video of a brother. I think I posted 2, but I know I posted the one from the brother on Funded Socially. He said he was in touch with Homeland Security, or someone who attended a Homeland Security meeting, And he was saying, I mean, you know, because that's when I said, man, this eclipse thing is a little bigger. Because as I'm riding around here, it's like a billboard, and it literally looks like a movie promotion. You know, April 8th eclipse and the moon and everything. I'm like, damn, this looks like a TV show or a movie, big blockbuster thing. But that's weird, you know, because I'm like, I don't remember that ever being something whenever we had eclipse as a kid or an adult growing up. But um, luckily, I live in a place where it's going north of me, but it is going through Ohio. It's going to hit Erie, north of us in Pennsylvania. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of kind of harrowing predictions. They're talking about possible cell phone interruption, possible flight delays that might last 3 days, possibly. They're talking about food disruption in some of these locations in these small towns, especially where they may get flooded with, you know, their population may grow twice the size in a day. So it's just very weird and bizarre that something that, you know, has happened, I don't even know how many times in my lifetime, but at least a dozen, I got to assume, never was an issue, never was a thing. And now all of a sudden it's this huge thing. And there are state of emergencies and all of this, you know, government infrastructure that is being alerted and called into action, National Guard troops in certain parts of the country. So it's something to kind of just, you know, keep an eye on. That thing that happened over in Russia, you know, a tragedy. I mean, dear God, that was a freaking tragedy. The videos and everything, it's just absolute tragedy. That's my fear over here, is that those same people that did that over there are over here. I mean, you'd be a fool not to understand that those people are already here. They're here. And whether or not they're waiting on some type of direction, some type of operational go, green light, um, I think it's best to avoid large crowds. That's just what I'm gonna try my best to do. I do go to the movies a lot, but I try to go not on the first night. I try to go second, third night, or second or third week. I'm sorry, after the first night, because that's usually when in the past they would hit on the biggest night, you know, that type of thing. But you know, as far as like fireworks displays, I haven't gone to a fireworks display in years. I don't plan on going none of these festivals, none of that, man. I'm looking at it like this. If I can't bring a firearm legally and I can't essentially have my back against the wall, I don't really need to be around a group of thousands of people. I just don't think it's the smart thing to do right now. You know, that whole 1 million immigrants, illegals in Georgia was like, whoa, what, like, you know what I mean? Just seeing that across the time, I'm like, whoa, what's happening here? That tells me there's so many people in this country. They don't know how many people are here, and they have no idea how dangerous and psychopathic these people can be. And I don't want no parts of none of that. I'm just keep it real. I don't want nothing to do with none of it. And I just hope and pray that, you know, our family are not around these situations, because I just think they are going to pop off. And I think there is something big coming, and I don't think it's a positive big thing. I think it's something tragic that is on the way, that is going to, you know, grip the whole country, if not the whole planet. And you know, it's just to me, it's all blame Biden. I'm just dead ass blame Biden, blame the Democrats, and they have a philosophy that Hillary Clinton stated is essentially never let a good tragedy go to waste. They see tragedies as opportunities to implement the shit that they want to implement, whatever that may be. And then let me circle back around to hemp guy. So, you know, as much as he talk about the small hats control the money, well, when this shit go digital, and it's going digital very, very soon, and if you live in the United States could say we outlaw all other currency. You can only use our digital currency. They can do that. That's like not outside of the realm of imagination. We control the currency. We don't want no competition. You cannot use any forms of currency in this country, and if you do, it'll be a federal crime. That's just that legislation, in my opinion, is already being written, and it's being written right alongside the U.S. digital currency. And whether or not they implement it when they put it in is really going to depend on the response from the people. If the people don't care, they're going to put it in, and it's just going to be lights out for all of that infrastructure, all that cryptocurrency. You're going to have to leave the country to use it. That's something that I've been talking about. You know, whenever I tap into it and think about it, these people are all about control. And shout out to that brother, because he sent me this whole video, long ass thing about these central banks and how they were created, and how the U.S. had their own currency, and the central banks came in and actually, basically started that. What was it? That 1812 war. And that 1812 war was really all about getting us off of this U.S. currency that had the U.S. thriving at that point in time. And then as soon as they went back to the central banks, they got immediately into debt. So that is the play. That is the global play. Whether it's BRICS don't really matter, because if they control it all, they control it all. And I just feel like we gotta understand everything that's on the table, not get super hyper focused on one little thing, and not see the forest for the trees. There's so much of this shit, this AI shit, this shit is expanding at 100 times, if not 1,000 times every single year, way faster than they ever imagined or expected, which means the shit's already out of control. And there's going to come a point in time where, all the movies tell us they're not going to be able to control it at some point. So it just is what it is. Oh God, man, holy shit, bros.
I have a question. So one of the things I've been noticing in DC is people always what's it called? They graffiti "fuck Trump." Are y'all seeing that in your cities?
Oh, wow.
Like, it's when I mean, like, why would young people be graffitiing "fuck Trump"? And when I mean, it's everywhere.
That's crazy.
Like, I was taking pictures of how frequently it was, and I'm not sure if it's. But I doubt it's liberal. I don't know who's actually doing it, but it's kind of crazy how I guess I don't remember the last time, last 4 years ago, how polarizing the politics was. But also I am in the nation's capital, so maybe that's that's just how it is. But it's getting kind of crazy how they're spray painting it everywhere.
Yeah, so DC is like, that's where the infrastructure is, right? Ain't that where the deep state's at and shit? Like heavily liberal, progressive.
Oh man, yeah, like you would see more. What is the LGBT flags, and then there's the other flag with the QIA. You see more of those than the American flags now.
Wow. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, that's sad. That's sad. Yeah. So that might be very hyper DC. I don't see none of that out here. Pittsburgh is like the gateway. Well, in my opinion, Youngstown, Ohio. Between Youngstown, Ohio, that's I-80, and Pittsburgh, which is where the turnpike goes through, like the gateways to the west. No, I don't see none of that out here at all, to be honest.
Yeah, my last point about the crime, and this just dawned on me because today, like, one of the things that they're doing now is like when you walk across, like DC is very walkable, at least specifically where I live. So if I'm walking and I want to cross the street when there's no necessary stop sign, if a car does not halt for me, there was literally police officers in plain clothes, and they had cars up the street. So they literally had a pedestrian trying to see if people were actually going to halt for them, and if they didn't, they got them on the their intercom and told them to pull over.
Wow.
And then they did had them step out the car and give them tickets and shit. And then also in public transportation, exactly what the person was saying. If you, they ask for your ID, your information. If you don't get, you're automatically it's a fine. If you don't provide any of the information, you're getting arrested.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah,
son.
And then now there's a lot larger police presence. So I need to listen to when you all were talking about the eclipse coming. I wasn't up to date on that, but I would imagine I would imagine that might be the case because now the police presence and in the public transportation areas and things like that is definitely upticked quite a bit.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah.
I was going to say that I remember during the 80s, I grew up in Virginia, and during the 80s, Northern Virginia was like Reagan country back in the 80s. And they were fast growing. They were building large malls and all the different infrastructure and the airport. And I mean, it was just huge development in Northern Virginia back in the 70s and 80s. So that was considered like, the high-end place, for Virginia back in the 80s. So by here, it's not like that anymore. Very, you say it's very liberal now?
Yeah, it's very liberal, but it's very, it's still the high-end place now. But very liberal.
Right, okay.
The liberal deep state. Okay, all right, yeah. So that I was just gonna say that eclipse is passing. Like I said, it's passing north of me, but it's going through Ohio, up through Erie, and then I think at that point it's into Canada. It may touch the farthern tip of Maine or something like that. I'm not 100% sure on that, but there are a few of those maps on here that you can find to find the path of it. So DC, I don't believe is in the path. You may not actually experience it or anything like that, but doesn't mean that if there's like flight delays and some other stuff that happens in the middle of the country, that it may not necessarily have an effect on other parts of the country. Based on, I mean, I guess they want. It's like when a hurricane is coming. Even though I don't know how you compare an eclipse to a hurricane, but how they put out those warnings, and sometimes they're, it actually becomes what they say, and sometimes it doesn't. So I'm guessing they're just trying to be overly cautious and kind of get the public to be a little more mindful, but it also could be a psyop where they want to, have people running around in fear and, or maybe they're trying to reduce the size of the crowds or something. That's one thing I do remember as a kid. They tell you not to look directly at it and all of that crap. But, outside of that, I don't really see how this thing could do much damage. They're talking about, one thing I did see was like solar power might be depleted because it's going to essentially take away some hours of solar power generation. So, and that might actually stress some of these power grids. And actually that one sounded pretty plausible, considering if there is a large solar grid infrastructure across the path of it. So it's just stuff to be, look into it and see if it's something that you need to really be concerned about. Texas is definitely a place where their grid is very vulnerable to shit, and I believe it is going to pass through parts of Texas. So it's something to kind of be aware of. But let me play this thing so we can get it while we got some folks in here. And again, if you want to take notes, because I think I'm gonna play it all the way through the first chapter. If you got notes, we can come back to it. I'm going to try my best. Well, I can't even follow along because I got to keep it open to play it, but I am going to follow along in my mind. So if there was somewhere that I may have missed a chunk of information, in Black American Homeland, you probably know it better than anybody. If there's a space just kind of, let me know and I'll pause it and then try to figure out what might be missing there. But I'm pretty sure I got all of the information. So because I really tried to, double back. So here we go.
Black paper. Black American home.
This is the title page. So we're starting at the title page, the introductions, the thanks, the table of contents, and the glossary, and then chapter 1, so that people get all that whole vision of what's going on. And then we'll do the other chapters. Like you said, you don't want to do the last 2. I'll try to remember that, and then over the next couple of weeks we'll get the rest of it in. All right, here we go.
Black paper. Black American.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you want me to play, because your phone going to the matrix, let me know. But also download that link to Windows app, so that way you can look at the spaces on a computer. You see what I'm saying? Now I have to go back between the phones, but I'll hit you in the background. Go ahead.
Okay, got you. Here we go.
Black paper. Black American homeland. Supermajority black region of states. The Great Reverse Migration. Frederick A. Delk. This book is dedicated to Wilhelmina Dolores Delk, my loving mother, who worked for the federal government for over 45 years. I didn't want my mother to work that long. This book is dedicated to Rev. Timothy C. Delk, my father, who passed away February 2022. He has been an inspiration to me. Acknowledgement. I'd like to my wife Margie and my 3 children Stephanie, James and Micah for helping me put this book together, including the research, graphics, and technical support. Table of contents. Glossary. Introduction. Chapter 1. My proposal, Black American homeland. Chapter 2. Why states? U.S. constitutional powers. Chapter 3. What does the 8 states southern region have to offer? Black Americans. Chapter 4. Education and skills development in the Black American homeland. Chapter 5. Economic development, state intervention, planning and implementation. Chapter 6. Security, defense forces, National Guards, state militias, state coast guards, state border patrol, state intelligence agency, state drug enforcement agency. Chapter 7. State Supreme Court, state civil and justice court in the Black American homeland. Chapter 8. The Great Migration and the Great Reverse Migration. Chapter 9. Black American Homeland Political Party. Chapter 10. Important elected and appointed positions within the state system in the Black American homeland. Chapter 11. State institutions and state government agencies in the Black American homeland, building a strong foundation. Chapter 12. Reparations or recompense laws in the Black American homeland. Chapter 13. Black American homeland relationship with the federal government and the other 42 states. Chapter 14. Black American family. Chapter 15. The media industry boom in the Black American homeland. Chapter 16. Sports, music, fashion, literature, television, movie industry in the Black American homeland. Chapter 17. Agriculture, Black farmers, Black family forest. Chapter 18. Developing a Black American homeland tourism industry. Chapter 19. Corruption, organized crime and white-collar crime in the Black American homeland. Chapter 20. Political family dynasties in the Black American homeland. Chapter 21. Dealing with legal and illegal immigration in the Black American homeland. Chapter 22. Prisoner and ex-felon rehabilitation in the Black American homeland. Chapter 23. Role of the Black Church in the Black American Homeland. Chapter 24. Rise of the Black American Homeland on the Global Stage. Chapter 25. Parallels between South Africa and the Black American Homeland. Chapter 26. Incentives for Black Americans to reverse migrate to the Black American Homeland and incentives for local Black Americans to stay. Chapter 27. Integration is a failure, multiculturalism and multiracial societies do not work. Chapter 28. Major metropolitan areas and next growth cities in the Black American Homeland. Chapter 29. What are the alternatives to the Black American Homeland? Chapter 30. Black American Homeland versus First World Nations, Second World Nations and Third World Nations. Chapter 31. Balkanization of the USA into racial region of states. Chapter 32. My vision for the USA 2030 to 2050. Chapter 33. My vision for the USA Civil War II, 2076 to 2080. Chapter 34. Black American Homeland 1830 to 1933. Chapter 35. Black American Colonization of Angola 1801 to 1900. Black American Homeland Theme Song. Glossary. Three-state solution. Supermajority Black region of states consisting of the states of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Six-state solution. Supermajority Black region of states consisting of the states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Eight-state solution. Supermajority Black region of states consisting North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. 8 states Southern region, supermajority Black region of states, NCSC GA AL MS LA ARTN. Affrilacha, region of states located in the southeastern United States where most Black Americans reside. Affrilachian, Black American who is native to or resides in Affrilacha, southeastern United States. Affrilachian cotton, cotton grown in the southeastern United States, known as some of the best cotton in the world. Affrilachian hemp, east as the largest and best hemp growing region in the USA. Affrilachian made or Black American homeland made, goods or services made, produced, or created in the 8 states southern region. Affrilachian mountain region south of the Kentucky and Virginia borders. Affrilachian political party or Black American political party, third largest political party in the USA after the Democrat and Republican Party. Black American political party representing Black Americans in the USA. Affrilachian Stock Exchange or Southern Stock Exchange, Black American Stock Exchange located in Atlanta, Georgia with $2.2 trillion in capitalization. African American homeland, supermajority Black region of states. Aztlán region of states, supermajority Mexican region of states, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Black American homeland, supermajority Black American contiguous region of states, NCSC GA AL MS LA ARTN. Black paper, like a white paper, is an informational document produced by governmental agencies, NGOs, think tanks, consultancies, financial institutions, companies and or not-for-profit organization to promote or highlight the features of solution, product, or service that it offers or plans to offer. White papers are also used as a method of presenting government policies and legislation engaging public opinion. Black regionalism, supermajority Black region of states. Delkism, supermajority Black region of states and or the USA dividing into a racial region of states. Economic community of 8 southern states, supermajority Black region of states. Great reverse migration, Black Americans moving from the western, midwestern, northeastern states and Texas to the 12 states southern region, to MDVA NCSCGA Florida ALMSLAARTN. Land reform laws and regulations passed in the Black American homeland to redistribute 50 million acres of land to Black American families. Northeast Liberal White Democrat region of states, Northeast states, controlled by liberal left-leaning white Americans. Northwest White Conservative Republican region of states, Northwest region of states controlled by conservative right-leaning white Americans. Recompense laws, reparations laws passed in the Black American homeland to differentiate from reparations on the federal level. Regional Economic Development Authority, REDA, in the Black American homeland that facilitates large business transactions or buyouts over $1 billion in multiple states. State Economic Development Authority, SEDA, is a state institution in the Black American homeland that facilitates business transactions under $1 billion within a single state. NCSC GA ALMSLAARTN have their own SEDA. State Defense Forces, SDF, are military units that operate under the sole authority of a state government. State defense forces are authorized by state and federal law and are under the command of the governor of each state. 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. United States of West Africa, Nigeria, is a consolidation of 24 West African and Central African nations into one political government entity. Population, 1 billion. Land, 3.6 million square miles. GDP, $10 trillion. Nuclear power plants, 50. Nuclear weapons, yes. Military expenditures, $200 billion. Black American homeland. Introduction. The concept and vision of the Black American homeland, also referred to as the 8 states southern region, supermajority Black region of states, economic community of 8 southern states, ECESS, 8 states solution, Afro-Latin region of states or Afro-Latin was created by Frederick Delk as a political, economic and cultural movement aimed at promoting the rights and interests of Black Americans within the United States. The concept of a Black American homeland is grounded in the Black nationalist movement of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. This movement was led by important Black American leaders such as Marcus Garvey, who believed that Black people would never be truly free in the United States and advocated for the establishment of a separate Black American nation in Africa. Similarly, leaders such as Harry Haywood, Malcolm X, and the Malcolm X Society argued for the establishment of a Black American nation within the borders of the USA. The Black American homeland is not an independent nation, but a region of southern states where supermajority of the population is Black and where Black Americans hold a substantial amount of political and economic power. This movement envisions a future where Black Americans are able to live in a region of the country where they are to have a supermajority and have control over their own political and economic decisions. Black Americans have faced systemic racism and discrimination throughout the history of the USA, from slavery, black codes and Jim Crow laws to ongoing issues such as police brutality, redlining, gerrymandering, unequal access to education and employment opportunities. This has led me and many other Black Americans to seek a sense of community and self-determination through the creation of a Black American homeland. The proposed region would include the southern states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee. States such as Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Florida are also possible if Black Americans could greatly increase their population. This southern region of states has over 500 years long history of Black American settlement and has been the birthplace of many important movements and leaders in the fight for Black American political and economic rights, such as the Civil Rights Movement and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. While the establishment of a Black American homeland would require tremendous effort and changes to the current political and economic system, Supporters of the movement believe that it would provide numerous benefits to Black Americans. These include increased political representation, greater control over local resources and economic development, and the creation of a supportive and inclusive community. Critics of the movement argue that it would lead to further division and segregation within the United States, and that efforts should be focused on improving conditions for Black Americans within the current system. However, supporters counter that the current system has repeatedly failed to confront the systemic issues faced by Black Americans, and that a more radical solution is needed to bring about meaningful change. Regardless of where one stands on the issue, it is clear that the idea of a Black American homeland is a complex and controversial topic that has the potential to shape the future of the United States. It is important for all individuals and communities to engage in informed and respectful discussions about this movement and its implications, as the outcome will have a profound impact on the future of Black Americans in the United States as a whole. Although some Black organizations and individuals have previously mentioned the idea of forming Black states, no one has ever thoroughly explained to the Black American community why it is vital to have a supermajority Black population and political control in several states. Furthermore, there has been a lack of information regarding the powers and rights of states within the U.S. Constitution and federalism. This Black paper will address these topics and explore how Black Americans can achieve supermajority population and political control of a region of states legally through peaceful democratic means. Black paper, Black American Homeland, was initially published in 2012 and outlines the location of the several states and best opportune time to take control. I believe this vision was revealed to me by a higher power over a lengthy period from the 1990s to 2012, and with the grace of God, I will attempt to explain it. Poet Laureate and University of Kentucky Professor Frank X. Walker coined the term Afralacha in 1991 to bring awareness to the Black experience in the Appalachian South. Chapter 1. My Proposal, Black American Homeland. The Black American Homeland: Honor, Respect, Power and Sovereignty. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee are the 8 southern states that I have proclaimed the Black American homeland. This is an expansion of the original 5 states, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, and Black majority counties adjacent to this area in Arkansas, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, and North Carolina. This was first claimed by the Malcolm X Society in the Group on Advanced Leadership for the Republic of New Africa on March 31, 1968. The original proposal for the Republic of New Africa was for total independence from the United States of America. However, the Black American homeland states is not an independent nation, but rather a collaboration between a regional bloc of states to achieve a common purpose, with no more or less rights or powers than any other states in the United States of America. The Black American homeland, also referred to as Economic Community of 8 Southern States, ECESS, Afro-Latin region of states, will have an unwritten or verbal compact, with the mission of fostering security, economic, and political cooperation across the 8 states' southern region. This same region, including Florida, Texas, and Virginia, is also claimed by the Southern whites as the Confederate States of America. Cities and towns across the South still fly the Confederate flag. In the USA, an interstate compact is an agreement between 2 states or more. Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution provides that no state shall, without the consent of Congress, enter into any agreement or compact with another state. Therefore, the Confederate States of America is clearly off the records or closed-door type of agreement. For over 100 years, from 1868 to 1970, Black Americans faced systematic discrimination and oppression under the Jim Crow and segregation laws in the Confederate States of America. During this time, their progress and rights were severely hindered in areas such as education, economics, business, property rights, wealth accumulation, fair trials, the right to vote, hold public office, bear arms, exercise free speech, assemble and pursue life, liberty, and happiness. The federal government, with its limited authority in civil issues, failed to protect the rights and property of Black Americans under the Equal Protection Clause. However, the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s marked a turning point in the fight for equality and justice for Black Americans. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, and Fair Housing Act of 1968 were main pieces of legislation that helped end segregation and discrimination, and paved the way for greater opportunities and freedoms for Black Americans. Despite these efforts, many obstacles remain for Black Americans today. Systemic racism, income inequality, and disparities in access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities are just a few of the issues that continue to affect the Black American community. I realized during the mid-1990s that relying solely on the pursuit of U.S. constitutional rights, civil rights, was not enough to confront the persistent problems faced by the Black American community. This approach was limited, as it relied on the goodwill of others to guarantee these rights. I came to the conclusion that pursuing U.S. constitutional powers, civil powers, was the best way to ensure that the U.S. constitutional rights, civil rights, of the Black American community were guaranteed. I came to understand that the struggle for U.S. constitutional rights and U.S. constitutional powers could not be solely focused on the federal level. Rather, the real fight regarding U.S. constitutional powers, civil powers, and U.S. constitutional rights, civil rights, would take place at the state and local levels. The root of the issues faced by Black Americans lies not at the federal level, but rather at the state and local levels. The laws, policies, and regulations of the state in which Black Americans reside have a greater impact on their everyday lives than the federal government. What are the traditional methods Black Americans can use to gain U.S. constitutional powers and political control of several states? Traditional methods. Voting. One of the most traditional methods is through voting. Black Americans can use their voting power to elect Black American officials who share their values and will work towards their interests. This includes voting in local, state, and national elections. Grassroots organizing. Black Americans can engage in grassroots organizing to build coalitions and movements that advocate for their interests. This includes organizing protests, rallies, and other forms of direct action. Lobbying. Black Americans can lobby Black elected officials and government agencies to push for policies and programs that benefit the Black community. This includes working with advocacy groups and civil rights organizations to build support for their agenda. Litigation. Black Americans can use the legal system to fight for their rights and gain political power. This includes bringing lawsuits against discriminatory policies or practices and challenging voting rights restrictions. Running for office. Black Americans can run for political office at the local, state, and national levels. This includes positions such as city council members, state legislators, governors, and members of Congress. Ask Barack Obama to use executive powers to grant Black Americans political control of several states, 2012. Boycott major events. Black American athletes boycott the 2016 to 2020 Olympics in Brazil or Japan. Black American athletes boycott NCAA major college football and major college basketball. Black American NFL and NBA athletes boycott the first few games of the season. Top recruiting Black American athletes refuse to play football or basketball in the 8 southern states. Instead of waiting on the federal government for anything, I proposed that Black Americans make a modern-day Great Reverse Migration, where 50 million Black Americans consolidate 80% or 40 million of their population in the 8 states southern region for supermajority and political control of those states, and the other 20% or 10 million Black Americans remain in the other 42 states. As a U.S. citizen, one of the most basic rights is the freedom to move from one state to another. If someone is unhappy with the policies and laws of a state, they have the right to exercise their voice by voting with their feet and relocating to a different state. According to the 2022 U.S. Census, 50 million Black Americans are people of African or Black, mixed race, and Black Hispanics reside in the United States of America. Roughly 50 million people live in the 8 states southern region, about 30,250,000 whites, 14,250,000 Black Americans, and 5,500,000 others, 2022. 35,750,000 Black Americans reside in the other 42 states. By consolidating 80% of our population, efforts, and resources into a region of the USA, we actually have a numeral advantage. The whites in the 8 states southern region are much older and their numbers are declining rapidly. My calculation is for every 1 Black person that moves into the region, 1 white person and other to flee from the region. To make a 67% Black supermajority, additional 19,250,000 Black Americans have to migrate into the region. For 80% supermajority, 25,750,000 Black Americans have to migrate into the region, 2022 figures. Whoever has the veto-proof majority, 2/3 or 67%, controls all the institutions and powers within the state. This will have a profound effect. First of all, things will become chaotic and disorganized before things get better. This would cause a major migration of 3/4 or 75% of white men, women, and children out of the region, white flight. It has been demonstrated thousands of times throughout American history that once the Black population reach a certain percentage of the local population, the white population will begin to move out in masses, this time out of the 8 states southern region. Firstly, for fear of increased crime, Black men entangled with white women, but mostly fear of lower property values. The white population are giving a choice to stay or leave. The whites that want to stay are welcomed. The whites and others who want to leave must be given just compensation for their properties. Whites leaving the region will cause a devaluation of land and property, making it less costly for the state government, Black-owned businesses, Black-owned corporations, Black families, and individuals to buy land, properties, and other assets. For the final count, the Black American population 80% or 40 million, white population 15% or 7.5 million, and others 5% or 2.5 million. 80/20ths model of the 8 states southern region's population. Although this calculation is made from the 2022 U.S. Census figures, the actual timetable I vision Black American homeland taking place is between 2030 to 2040, but no later than 2050.
Oh, shit. Oh, they kicked me out that fucking space. Man, these people tripping, bro. You know, the tech is tripping. The tech is tripping. Okay, they kicked me from the space. I'm going to take it back maybe like a paragraph, because I don't know exactly where they got me. So, okay. So, yeah, I'm going to just start it right here. Like I said, I went back like 2 paragraphs because I'm not sure where it actually clipped it. I see Black American Homeland got clipped too. See if I can get them back up here. That was weird, you know, but that's probably what it is. They got their little algorithming. Go ahead, DJ. You got it. You up here, DJ? You got your hand up. Okay. All right. Black American Homeland, are you in here? Because I want to make sure you hear.
I'm in here. I was just doing something in the background. What's good? No, I just wanted to speak after you finished playing the thing, though. That's all.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure Black American Homeland is actually in the space
Yeah,
too.
he got kicked down. Or maybe he left. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I think we got kicked down at the same time because I got dropped and it looked like he got dropped too. He might have to come in on that Black South account.
Share the room, y'all. Share the room out, y'all. This is why we need our own platform. Social. We got it. SOXCIL.com. SOXCIL.com. Come up and make an account. Most of the faces I see in this room, beautiful black people, you already up there, but there are a couple 1-2 nitpickers that are not. So if you offer reparations, Black State of America, and getting our stuff together, come on and let's go mix and mingle over on another social site that's owned and operated by a Black American. There you go. Funded socially, social. News Tana.
Absolutely. And we do have a few folks over there that are posting, commenting, liking, and interacting on Funded Socially for sure. I'm going to roll out an advertisement campaign of some type. So hopefully that'll certainly get some folks who are not on Twitter and these other platforms to participate with us over there.
So
hopefully that. Yeah, that was weird. I see Black South. It dropped you and it kicked me out at the same time. But just wanted to make sure you was back in here. We're actually at like the last couple of paragraphs, but I backed it up a little bit. So are you with us? But I just wanted to make sure.
Hey, can you hear me?
We're actually at like the last couple of paragraphs, but I backed it up. Yeah, I can hear you, but I also can hear myself speaking. Like I'm getting like the last, I don't know, 30 seconds. So I don't know, but yeah, right. As long as you can hear, we're good. I'm start it up again.
That's the delay over on or here on X or whatever, coming from screaming it back to YouTube. That's all it is, bro.
Gotcha. Okay, here we go. Yeah, like I said, we were almost at the end. We got like 3 or 4 more paragraphs to go, but here we go.
For the final count, the Black American population 80% or 40 million, white population 15% or 7.5 million, and others 5% or 2.5 million. 80/20ths model of the 8 states' southern regions population. Although this calculation is made from the 2022 U.S. Census figures, the actual timetable I vision Black American homeland taking place is between 2030 to 2040, but no later than 2050. In 2050, the demographics of the USA to be vastly different from 2050. What make Black Americans different from Mexicans is that most are American citizens. As a result, we can move anywhere in the USA, take up residency and register to vote in 10 days in Alabama, other southern states 30 days. This mobility and our youth give us key advantages. The Mexicans will soon make up more than half of the population of California. However, half of the Mexican adult population are either non-citizens or illegal aliens. 2012, therefore, their potential political participation rate is much lower than their actual population size. This will change in 15 to 20 years. Nonetheless, the whites are leaving the beautiful state of California in droves because of high taxes, increased crime, large homeless population, liberal laws, illegal aliens, and the overwhelming presence of the Mexican and Central American population. In the coming decade or two, Mexicans are projected to gain supermajority status in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Texas. Majority of the Hispanic population to become citizens, hence they will have the right to vote. Therefore, the 5 states mentioned will have 5 governors, 10 Mexican senators, and numerous Mexican congressmen. Majority of the state legislatures and state Supreme Court will be Mexicans, the cities, counties. Small towns, local courts, and public school systems will be run and controlled by Mexicans. Spanish is likely to become the dominant language in government and business, which may result in discrimination based on language rather than race. By the ruling of the United States Supreme Court, no state can require more than 30 days of residency. Voter registration deadline. 30 days before election in Tennessee, South Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. North Carolina 25 days, Alabama 10 days, Georgia the 5th Monday before any general primary, general election, or presidential preference primary.
Okay, that looks like the end of the first chapter, with all the introductions and everything. I know DJ wanted to add something in there. I think I said earlier in this space, it's like, as someone who literally, through divine energy, divine influence, I think somewhere in here, Black American Homeland said that it was divine. And I swear to goodness, as I was copying and pasting and filling in the spaces, I'm like, man, some of this is very familiar. And then there was some stuff that was like very unique. And so it's an honor not only to read it and get a sort of a sense of it, but also to see things where we definitely are in alignment and intersected at, and then other places that where you're adding different information than I have added in the book. So I'm looking forward to it. And even with the titles of the chapters, I know there's some very unique information in there. I don't know. I don't think I cited any constitutional articles or anything like that back then. But I feel like at the same time, I've probably written, 100,000+ tweets on this thing, and I don't even know how many I got over there now. Funded Socially, I've probably written a couple of books at this point over this last 3 years. And then my Facebook stuff, man, forget about it. I don't even know what's over there because they got the communities locked up, and you can't even really go back far enough to see what was all over there. But I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the information. This, to me, would be the book to pick up to really get an understanding. Very firm, very straightforward, no confusion, and just a way for people to who may not yet understand it, which would be hard, in my opinion, if you come to this space every week. But to just really, really kind of get it all in one place and be able to go through and highlight and do the things that people do when they have a book in their hand. So yeah, that's what's up. We'll go Miss Alexis. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, when I was writing this, or what's the word, conceptualizing this, right? This back in the mid 2000s. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Like 2030 was a long ways away. But now we're in 2024, we're only 6 years. So like, so things are so close now, but I do feel it. I can feel the, what's the word I'm looking for? It seems like things are coming into place,
Yes.
with all the, the different dynamics, with the illegal aliens, and it seems like everything's coming into place. So actually, I feel even stronger now with my prediction than I did, 20 years ago. So yeah, very interesting. Oh yeah, well, 14 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, the forced, and I think Miss Rella really kind of put that into the inner spheres of my mind. The forced migration is definitely upon us. So it's going to be one of those things where, we talked about the Black Swan event, but I just think we're going to be in a situation where you got to do something, or, you're going to get rolled over. You're going to get steamrolled over. And you know, it'd be nice to be in a position to help as many as we can, but unfortunately, it's probably going to be more or less, you know, people are on their own for a percentage of the time until those who are really serious about it can get into a position where they have access to some funds and create a program that's lineage based. Yes, Black American lineage based, and F everybody else. And we try to, you know, pull our homeless people in and pull our elders in and attract our young college students in, you know, the populations that are likely to move. And that's just going to be what it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, after you go,
one thing I was going to say, you know, I have this term Afrolatia, right?
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people don't like that term Afrolatia. You know, I picked up that term from this English literature professor named Frank X. Walker. He the one that came up with the term Afrolatia, and you know, I sat on that term that name for like 6-7 years, right? And because I could not figure out, okay, what can I call this region, right? You know, I didn't want to call it Black American Homeland all the time, right? I tried to come up with so many names, you know, and the name is the most difficult thing to try to, you know, put a name on something. Very difficult. So I thought, you know, let me try this Afrolatia, right? But it seems like people don't like that term Afrolatia, so I really don't know if I should take it out of the book or just keep it in, because now it's part of history now. So I guess I just keep it in the book. But yeah.
Yeah, no, you know what? Because I think you're the one who turned me on to it, and I did look it up. Now I've driven in West Virginia. I used to deliver there, so I know that in the hills and hollers in the middle of freaking nowhere, you'll find a couple Black people. And then if you look at the you know, they have those mile markers, and they'll have like a little informational thing. You actually read the history of Black Americans who were living in at the time it was Virginia still during the Civil War or whatever. So there was this abolitionist you know, thing that was going on in West Virginia. And you mentioned Marcus Garvey, but I always go back to Martin Delany. Martin Delany lived in West Virginia from what I remember. He ended up walking to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he's someone who was very active in Civil War. I'm pretty sure he fought in the Civil War. Extremely intelligent, and was really where Marcus Garvey got a lot of his information from. Yeah, I mean, there were these pockets of our. As a matter of fact, that one HBCU that's at the very southern tip of West Virginia on the Virginia border, which is essentially is like majority white at this point. Is another example of the fact that we were there. You know, we actually had a presence there during that time period. And so yeah, it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, you know, the Appalachian Mountains reach all the way into the northeast corner of Mississippi. You know, much of northern Alabama and parts of Georgia and South Carolina. So you know, so the Appalachian Mountain, you know, is the region is very huge. You know, it's a major it's a major oh my God, I can't think of the word. Feature of the South, right? And so the fact that this Frank X. Walker, you know, he put Africa and Appalachia together to form Afrolatia, I thought that was pretty interesting, you know. And yeah, so that's why I thought, you know, it was It was now check this out. Now in 2012, I did not have Appalachia in the book. I actually added that later on in around about 2016. That's when I added Appalachia. So yeah, I land there.
Nice. Okay, let's go Alexis, DJ, and then Yusef.
Hey everyone, thanks for the space. I love it. I wanted to say just absolutely love listening to the book so far. I just need the link where I can purchase the new updated one. I really want to support it. And everything you said is absolutely right. So thanks for sharing. I really appreciate that.
I appreciate it, Lex. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely put it up in the Jumbotron, hit Alexis in the DMs, and if possible in the purple chat if you can do all that. But yeah, for anybody who's interested, follow Black American Homeland and Black Southern Strategy and pick up a copy. And is there an audio, or not an audio version, but like a Kindle version or a digital version and like an ebook?
Yeah, there is an ebook. Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
There is an ebook format. Correct.
Oh, there was another comment I wanted to make really quickly. If that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As an Alabamian, I completely approve of the Appalachia term. I love it. It really encapsulates who we are. Like, I would always say, our group of like the foothills, the Appalachian Mountains, which is Northwest Alabama, Northeast Mississippi, the areas you're talking about. So there's just, all this family history, and they don't always align with what people try to tell us. And you're just bringing that out, and it's just really, really great.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Facts. Okay, DJ then Yusef.
Yeah. So Black American Homeland, or Southern Strategy rather. What you think about my Donald Trump post? So I see you commented on it, but did you understand it though? And considering that we just heard a portion of your book, I think that kind of correlates back to what we should be doing. What Dr. Anderson has always said: buy your candidates because voting don't matter. But go ahead though.
Right. Let's see. Let me look at it again. Let's see.
Oh damn! This thing just put me in the matrix too, yo. You stupid authentication. I'll post on Twitter when you gotta verify yourself that you're a real human. You know what I'm saying? All right. Hell, there we go. All right, I'm back.
Barely holding on.
Yeah, it's in the Jumbotron to our left hand side. So you ain't gotta look for it. You know what I mean? So yeah, let me know what y'all think of that, and also the got this poll right here, and hopefully it went through the Jumbo Trizzy, and try to post it. I guess copy paste. Come back over here. Everybody's at. Share the room out. Share the room out. Share the room out. Share this to your family, friends. Okay, I posted a poll inside of this purple pill chat, y'all, and it's in the Jumbotron. What's your thoughts on it on the photo? You know what I mean? And yeah, that's my design too, and thoughts too, by the way. You know what I mean? I think if we did that, we'll be first in line to get the draft pick. Let's go.
Okay, so this is if we got together on the Trump part, like and gave him 676. Is that what you were talking about?
Also research what was happening in 1675, 76, 77, 78. There you go. That correlates. We was at war. You know what I'm saying? We was at war. You know what I mean? So yeah, look it up. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying we should give them anything or advocate anything to 45. And I also signed up for Truth Social. So I think we all should go over there and voice our opinion at this point, because you already see how the Democrats have been doing this for over 50, 60 years. They haven't done anything for us. You don't put any infrastructure in our community. So if you got someone like Ice Cube saying, well, hey, look, we should advocate to both parties to say what's going on with black people. I ain't saying let's go be MAGA-laggers, but hey, if we giving you $6.76, I'm gonna need that back with interest. Obviously, you know, you feel me? We ain't gotta vote for you in that way. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta not vote for the Democrats. Boom. You know what I'm saying? And it's over. You know what I'm saying? Either way, because it's your choice to stay home or not. You know what I mean? But obviously you see a lot of our folks are getting fed up. They sick of the illegal aliens in the hood. We ain't got nothing to do with their wars and stuff that's going on over in Israel and Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? You see that they had a terrorist attack over in Moscow. Nothing to do with black people, Russia. Ain't nothing to do with black people in America. So don't come for us because we gonna fight back. Just letting you know. And with that being said, yeah, put that True Social on the IPO so I can get me some dollar shares. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, I got 5 on it. I ain't got to smoke no weed that day. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so for me, it's a no. Because I saw something that said he's got 500 or $500 million liquid cash. He just said that they want him to have a bond, which he feels is like the issue. Like he's basically saying he could put the money up, but they want it to be in the form of a bond, and that's what kind of the I guess the logistical issue is that he's having.
Okay,
so.
well that's not a logistical issue because a bond is if you can't afford to pay your note. And she's saying she wants the whole thing up front. You know what I'm saying? I want my money up front. I guess that's good business, Letitia James. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't have it on Monday, I'm the head of the court system. I can do what I want. I can do what I want, black majority. You ain't gonna tell me what to do. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going straight down back to the court, file this paperwork on you. And yeah, Judge, I'm gonna need that Trump Tower first thing tomorrow noon. You know what I'm saying? 8 in the morning or whatever. Before rush hour starts. I'm gonna need that building. But he don't own the building. His name is just on it. You know what I'm saying? So what's she getting for real? You know what I'm saying? And then obviously you saw the snippet with the sneakers. That ain't working out because that won for us anyway. You know, the ugly ass shoes. Look like some you know what I'm saying? Some Charles Barkley 85s or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, you know what I mean? But the Barkleys is fire shoes though. I ain't gonna diss the Barkley stuff. I'm just dissing Charles Barkley. He's cool. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Hey, the way I see it, I think what you call is right at this point. You know what I mean? Dr. Claude Anderson. Yeah, let's buy our politicians from move forward. You know what I'm saying? Or advocate for our people. Hey, look, I'm gonna send you to law school or whatever. You know what I mean? And when you get out, you're gonna run for office, and we just gonna get this money. Because at the end of the day, reparations is the long game. So what's the next solution? As MLK said, where do we go from here? Pause.
No Diddy. That's what people saying. No Diddy's the thing. But man, yeah. What I would say is if we're gonna put together 676, let's put 676 to try to get Delaware established, because that's gonna do way more for the people in these spaces than Donald Trump is gonna do. I can almost guarantee you that. And that's not just me, you know, because I have an agenda.
I'm also talking about, hey, you know, this is like, hey, look, we want our reparations. So it's like, hey, you know, we're pretty much buying your ass, just like everybody else legislatively by their candidates. So it's like, hey, we go bail you out. We obviously want our money back to 676. And, you know, we want first in line for priorities, tangibles, housing, you know, whatever programs we could get, you know what I'm saying? So you ain't got to call it reparations, Trump. You can call it the platinum plan. You know what I'm saying? So he already put $500 billion on the table, we said last time. So obviously that's still good if we voting for you, regardless of what I was saying up here in the Jumbotron. So at the end of the day, hey, you know, go and read $1 trillion check. You know, we'll make sure we don't vote for the Democrats because we already ain't voting for them at this point. You know what I'm saying? But we'll make damn sure we don't and put it in blood, Trump. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, so let me say this, and you know, because I know we in the reparations, a lot of reparationists in the space. So I'm gonna say this in a way that I hope people understand and connect to it. If the choice was, and the number has changed, let's say somewhere between $300,000 and $1 million for reparations today, and having the power of a state to have generational relationship with the federal government, through the state government, through the county and the local government, so that my great grandchildren will have the opportunities that we never had and that our ancestors never had. I would not take the reparations money. I would take the multi-generational relationship and authority, because that is going to be far more valuable over time. And this is really a difference in thinking that people have got to, the people that want to, because not everybody's going to think this way, but the people that are really thinking about their legacy, their lineage, their future. Because me, I'm 50 years old this year. Who knows how much time I got left? But if you really want to leave a place for future generations of Black Americans to organize and to control the education and to control the resources, like when I did that whole 100 years of taxes that we pay into the system that we have never controlled. And even if we have like a governor like Westmoreland in Maryland, we still don't control that. Like, he's there. Is he one of us? Question. Is the state legislator majority Black Americans? Do they have a Black agenda? Or is the money being diverted to the Black American communities? So there's all these layers and levels to it. But ultimately, I think we are at a position where the choice for those who want to make the choice is, do you go generational, or do you go, let me get what I can get while I can get it, and then I'll figure it out? Because I think we kind of, I mean, as much as we've tried with the cities and the counties and even with the state plans, we never really executed on it. We never really just made it happen. And so I really think that we those of us who want to be, and those of us who want to participate, have got to be those people and really change. This is like where you're shedding off the last vestiges of enslavement. And like Muhammad Ali said, when they thought they were fighting for equality, or what they considered to be equality, he said, you're fighting to be equal to the white man's dog, not the white man himself. Because if you were going to be equal to the white man, you would own airports and water companies and utilities. You would produce the food. In other words, you would be self-sufficient. And that's a different place to be, because money doesn't give you self-sufficiency. Authority does. This relationship with the federal government does. The ability to go out and trade, across the planet, wherever the U.S. has these agreements, that gives you the ability to literally print money, to be quite honest. And so I think that's the way that, the people who really want to think long term really got to think because this reparations movement, to me, it's moving forward. It's chugging along, and in my opinion, and I know there's a day that's going to come where it's going to happen. And so that's a beautiful thing. And we can do both at the same time, for those who want to do both. And for those who don't, again, I don't know how to tell somebody who wants to have 50 acres and build hemp and have free energy. I don't really know what to say to that person that is so locked into that idea, to get them to understand how limited that is and how they're actually putting themselves into a box, and versus really trying to gain the authority to destroy the box, destroy the glass ceiling, and open the board wide open. But everybody is going to do what they want to do. That's clear. And I think 1% of the population. Because even Ali said back then, he said we're 25 million and only 3 million of us will actually move to this land that they were talking about, which is roughly 10. It's a little over 10%. So even then, they kind of understood this 1 to 10% of the population is going to be the active, actionable group. 90% are not, and that's just the reality of life. So, it is what it is. You got it, Yusuf.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, DJ, honestly, I think if we were definitely further along, if we had a couple states under our belt, I would be all for it. But when we're talking about prioritizing, which we need to focus on, exactly. I agree with Black. To the point what you all, I believe, you all were talking about previously, the Census Bureau, it breaks down the United States into 4 regions. So the region 3, which is the southern region, it actually encompasses all of the states that were, we've been talking about. In region 3, the additions are Florida, and then they also have Texas. That's, in the census, that's, technically considered the South. All, even up to Delaware, Delaware is considered South Atlantic. Just so you all are aware. I think it's important when we're thinking about, because when he was talking about some type of partnership between states in his book. There are 8 regional commissions, and that's where there are 8 federal region commissions, and that's where the federal government has created a conglomerate already where states work together. So there are the governors of those states. So let's say Appalachian Region Commission. That is the collection of, I believe, 3 or 4 states, and each of their governors are on that board. And then then I believe they they appoint a regional commissioner that oversees that. And when the federal government is giving money, not to their individual states, but to as a regional. So if they're trying to revitalize a specific area, I mentioned previously, I got a grant that was from the Appalachian Regional Commission because the coal impacted areas, they lost a lot of jobs and so on and so forth. So the federal government, Trump at the time, he put in millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into not only the Appalachian Region Commission, but all of the various other region commissions. And it's the governors, whoever they appoint, it is their responsibility the commissioner of that region. It's their responsibility to make sure they're allocating funds, disperse that throughout that whole region. So I think the Census Bureau and the federal government has a number of different things, not only from like a federal bank reserves and things like that are already a lot of those state partnerships are already formed. So honestly, your book is speaking to what the federal government has already set out to create these type of regional partnerships among states.
Hey, 10-4 on that, and there's also the governor associate or governor. Let me think. I want to say association, but essentially it is. There are regional governor. Oh man, what are they called? There's a word for them, and I got a post about it. I have to find it, but ironically, when you look into this, because there's like a national governors thing. And then there's all these different regions, but the southern region was the one that, for whatever reason, was disbanded. The last time I tried to find it, I was able to find all the other ones, but I couldn't find the southern one. I can't remember what, maybe it's like Governors Association or something like that, where same thing, but this is not, I think this is outside of the purview of the federal government, where they are just simply, committing to talking to each other and coordinating things together if possible, something like that. But I don't know why the Southern one was defunct, because it's been a while since I looked into it. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. And again, if you're doing a region of Black majority states and you can get to even two, you can form an association of just those two states and work together in some way, shape, or form, for sure, with commerce and other things of that nature, and definitely with your federal representatives in Congress, working together as a separate caucus, because some of these caucuses only got 2 or 3 members in it. You know what I mean? But if you got 2 states, you got 4 senators, you got a handful of U.S. reps, you can form your own caucus just with that. So absolutely. Get to what's on YouTube here. Someone's saying anything that doesn't have children reparation can't be called reparations. Okay, so interesting. He's saying sounds like that the reparations have to be something that
Hey, we can't hear you talking, bro.
Oh, my bad. My bad. So it sounds like he's saying, okay, so let me start over. So someone on YouTube saying anything that doesn't have the children reparations can't be called reparations. So it sounds like he's saying that for him, true reparations would not just be for the people now, but it actually will be something that will go forward in the future for multiple generations. Now that would be something that is interesting, because I think even with these small hats, that they do not necessarily do that. I know with the Confederate soldiers, which was really like a state-based thing initially, it would have been the soldier, the wife, and then maybe the kids, possibly. And again, I'm not really calling that reparations, but whatever. It was like some sort of war benefit, I guess, is how I would categorize it. But I think with these small hats, I don't know if they're passing that down to generation to generation like that. I'd have to really look into that part. That to me sounds like it would be an entirely new thing. And for the people who are in that fight, who do that research, certainly if you got something that lines up with that, let me know about it. But I haven't. I'd see it as a one-time thing. And for me, if you're smart, you get it quick. You get it within one administration, because they dismantle programs all the time. That is the point of the way they operate. And so if you had a 20-year reparations program, they would likely dismantle it about halfway through, if not sooner, if they had the opportunity, had the votes, and they had the ability to do it. So, for those who think in that order, you probably got to figure out how you keep that permanent. In the past, I suggested a constitutional amendment, which requires 37 or 38 states to actually pass that, which is a huge high hurdle. And it just kind of is what it is. I think if you can get enough votes to get it through Congress, get it on the president's table, and the president signs it, or you get some executive orders that's not going to be, the full amount, the full 20 trillion or whatever number people are throwing out there. That's going to, because the last time I looked at the amount that the president can do executive order wise, it was like $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion. It was not the number that people have in mind when they think about reparations. So I don't know what the executive order is really just to get the study through. But when it comes to actually funding it fully, you're looking at congressional power. And in my opinion, you need to get it done before that administration or before that Congress changes. In other words, people will be campaigning on the fact that they're going to terminate that program. That's just the way American politics works. If you don't really understand that part, then you're probably not really getting it. Like the situation that we're in, because I know for a fact there'll be people running against that if it gets through. So I would suggest you get it really, really quickly within the span of that Congress or that administration, because beyond that, everything's in jeopardy. Everything's in jeopardy, and that's just what it is. They can change laws with every election, and that's how the country works. I don't know if you'll get a second bite at it. For people who may say, well, okay, if they change it, we'll just wait till we come back around again. I wouldn't put no faith in that personally. That's just me. I say get it all up front as quickly as you can in the shortest period of time possible, and then do what you got to do after that. But speaking of that, I'm going to play a video. This is about, well, yeah, I got a Social Security one. That's more topical, but I got this really short Delaware video that I wanted to play because the other one's a little bit longer. Let me think about it. Yeah, I'll stay on topic. So this is a video about Social Security, and probably a lot more than Social Security, but it's really about population collapse. Okay. And this is connected into this really massive illegal immigration as well. So there's a lot of things that are going on at the same time. And one of the drivers of this massive illegal immigration influx is not just the voting, but that obviously is one part. Social Security is another part, and not just Social Security, but a lot of other social programs. And then you got the fact that they want to increase the US GDP. They want to increase the tax bases all across the board. They want to increase the ability to build homes, which actually the way the US dollar is valued is based on property. Used to be a gold standard, and when they got rid of the gold standard, they really moved to a property standard. That's why you have all these foreign countries investing in US property. And so they have a quarterly report that comes out that essentially says the United States is valued at this number. And that's how they get their credit ratings and everything else that they got going on. So it's based on property. So if they can bring in 100 million illegal or legal immigrants, doesn't really matter, but fully grown people essentially that are going to buy land, build houses, open up businesses, etc., etc., etc. It's going to nearly double the GDP. It's going to create massive amounts of opportunity for jobs, and it's going to increase the tax base. It's going to supplement Social Security. It's going to do all these different things that these people are essentially, I'm not going to say they're gambling, because they did it before. And so it's kind of like they're just doing what worked before, doing it again. More people, more money into the system. And that's really what it boils down to. If they lose a couple million on the journey, they're not concerned about that. let's just be very factual about it. They're looking to increase. I'm trying to think about back when we were hustling, because you wanted your phone popping, you wanted your phone, your pager buzzing, 24 hours a day. They're just trying to increase the customer base, man. We're all customers. We're all tax-paying customers in America. And even if people are illegal, they're still paying taxes because they're buying stuff, and just simply buying stuff. You eventually pay taxes somewhere in the process. You got to live somewhere. You got to pay for utilities. There's taxes baked into the system. So Okay, you got a DJ, then I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, I'll be quick again. So I'm not advocating that we vote Trump anything. What I'm saying is, as taxation says, don't cut your nose off to spite your face or whatever how she say it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, when you say hustle, this is. That's what that post is. It's the ultimate hustle. You feel what I'm saying? Contract for Black America, platinum plan. You feel what I'm saying? We ain't even got to vote for you. Just don't vote for the DNC. See what I'm saying? So with that being said, if most of us already plan on staying on the couch, as most of us do at this point, you know what I'm saying? We kind of clearly see what the DNC have done to us over the course of post-Obama. And I also understand everything you said 100%. But if we could still sneak in, you know what I'm saying, the back door, you know what I'm saying, and get this bread, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't got to be reparations, because that ain't what it is. Let somebody else talk. Let Sandy Darity talk about the reparations to Trump. You know what I'm saying? When he slide up in there, you don't need DJ to talk about that. I'm saying is, I know how to get in. You know what I'm saying? Because that right there is the money. You feel what I'm saying? And if Ice Cube already don't talk to him, hey, well, look, we ain't voting for Biden anyway. We boycott his punk ass. And yeah, we're gonna need $1 trillion on the line. You said $1 trillion. That's what you said. Executive order right away. Emergency. Black America. COVID funds. All of it. We need all of it. Trump. You know what I'm saying? We stay on. You know, NACA party at the crib. You know what I'm saying? We got the drinks. You know what I'm saying? We got the smoke coming through. You know what I'm saying? The fly ladies, they're gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? Have your best on. You know, like the homie in the blue outfit that had the 574 New Balances on. Why Shorty going in on my man like that? He was chilling. You can come in, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. You know what I'm saying? Bring the Popeyes with you. You know what I'm saying? We got some Ambassador's chicken. That's how we do it out in Jersey. I'm just saying, yo, go and sign that check, Trump. We ain't even got to vote for you, but we ain't voting for Biden either anyway, so what's the argument? Might as well just go and let Trump know, hey, look, I'm going to cut you a check for $6.76. I need my money back with interest, so that's $10. You know what I'm saying? Or you could give me a motherfucking True Social credit, you know what I'm saying, in the form of IPO. You feel what I'm saying? I'll take that $10 IPO. I got 10 shares. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? $1 a pop. You know what I mean? So True Social ain't an IPO yet. You know, we're thinking about it. So, you know, I'm just putting a buzzer out there because I might be the nagger to get paid. Hey, we need DJ. We need you to run True Social. No problem. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, that's money coming in for us. So everybody should be over there on True Social too, voicing your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Black state reparations. Why we ain't over on Trump platform? He got his own social network. Let's be logical about this. And I'll put the same post over there too. So y'all can go follow me. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm the only NACA over there talking to NACA. The NACA twiser. You know what I'm saying, Black? You know, I'm just saying, yo. I need my cut, fam. We know we might have to drop it down on these NACAs, but if you don't want to pay the hustle on the block, you know what I'm saying? Oh, all right. No, this shit gonna fall then. You know what I'm saying? I don't care after that. Because I'm already from here. Now, and I know how to survive. And we was talking about that the other night. Black folks know how to survive when shit hit the ultimate fan. You could blow this bitch up. Hey, what's up, nigga? You got some Kool-Aid? Oh, I got the sugar. All right, let's go.
Oh, man.
And it's on. You know what I'm saying?
Back
to square one. We chilling, but these white folks, they gonna kill themselves.
Hopeful, man. Please.
That's gonna go down. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know how to struggle. It's already been videos coming out post-COVID. Hey, if it wasn't for the Black community, I would have starved out because the white folks ain't this shit for. God damn, son. You know what I'm saying? Make this shit make sense, somebody. Hey, one more thing. Who built the cages, Joe? Who built the cages, Joe?
Oh, man. So I don't know. I think the last time I heard, this was probably a year or so ago, he had like 500,000 people on there. And you would think his numbers would be rising heading into the election. If he wins, you would think his numbers would go way up over there. Not even just from regular people, but from like all the news services or whatever. But yeah, you know, when you were saying that, I was thinking, I started making me think about all the Black Republicans that are, you know, out there really pushing for Trump, that it would make sense for them to be over there if they're not over there. I don't know, because I haven't checked into it, but it would make a whole lot of sense.
We slaves to race book, bro. We slaves to race book. We don't know nothing else, bro. We're trying to, you know, we had funded socially as Harriet Tubman 2.0. I don't know if y'all know this by now, know what I mean? Trying to get our people off the plantation, son, know what I mean?
Man,
Next is, you know, this is the farm, you know what I'm saying? Right here, you know, where we all talking like, yo, we about to escape tomorrow night. You coming, son? Now, I don't know, man. My master might book the shit out of me. I'm supposed to go help him tomorrow in the morning to plant the fucking vegetables and shit. Now, nigga, what?
Yeah, well.
We out of here, son. I don't know if you coming. We out, though. You on the other side, my nigga.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I try to go. I you know, I was checking in there because I had to get a few things from the marketplace because Craigslist is so like it's just like a ghost town at this point. That the only other place that I know to go find stuff, used stuff, is or apartments even, and is on that Facebook marketplace, which is really interesting how it's been able to kind of take the place of Craigslist. There might be something else out there that I just don't know about, but yeah, I mean they whatever they're doing, they got it. I look at my timeline, I swear to God, like if I could
still top dog though. eBay, shout out to eBay gang.
eBay on used stuff, like used classifieds.
Yes,
Okay, that's cool.
You said a laptop?
I'm just saying on any like used cars, you like apartments, whatever, just random stuff. Okay. Yeah. So and that's interesting because I never was an eBay person, but I'll have to check that next time I'm looking around.
eBay, you could buy or bid. You feel what I'm saying? Some of these bids for certain things start at $1. Sometimes you catch it and luck up. You know what I'm saying? I locked up on $1,000 computer for $50. Let's go.
Yeah, so interesting. So somebody had that computer. Now, did they have like a reserve bid where you had to reach a certain amount? I mean, obviously they didn't. Yeah.
So like things for cars are reserved. Obviously, you're buying a car. You know what I mean? But little things like computers and housewares and clothes and sneakers and PlayStation and all this other stuff. And I got a damn near brand new PS4 Pro. With all the games that I actually wanted, with all the extra little knickknacks, remotes and controllers and all this other stuff for $300 flat, yo. This is straight up, you know what I'm saying? It's used, but it's new. Dude barely used it, you know what I'm saying? So, he was selling it, he's getting married or whatever. Hey, congratulations, I locked up too, you know what I'm saying? So we both engaged at this point, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been playing the hell out of that PlayStation, you know what I mean? So, but that price is fire because the original cost of that PlayStation alone is $5. Add in the games, I got 15 original games that I actually wanted. That's $50 a game, bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? Times 13. You know what I mean? So for $300, give it to me. All the parts I have for my truck and all that other stuff, eBay. You know what I'm saying? With a combination of Amazon, because Amazon allows you to do the warranty thing, but eBay got that too, but I think Amazon for some reason is a little bit better because it's like kind of right there. The eBay one is like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. They need to kind of compete with Amazon on that level or whatever. But yeah, use stuff on eBay. Follow me on eBay. Seg1, let's go. 2015, Seg1, 2015.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna play this one. It goes on for a little bit. We're probably not going to listen to all of it, but I just want to get the point out. This is Schweikert. He's some Congress person. It looks like members of the Congress speak on the House floor, and so this is some presentation that he's presenting to Congress. It's 2 weeks ago. I was going to play it last week, but we didn't have time. But it says in-house floor remarks on Tuesday. So he's a U.S. Rep. David Schweikert. He's a Republican from Arizona. Warned that the falling fertility rates in the U.S. imperils Social Security. So that is basically the gist of it, of what this is about, this presentation. So we're going to start it up. Like I said, I'm not going to play it all because it is fairly long, but just to get the general gist of the information, we'll probably go for like 10 or 15 minutes. Here we go.
The comments we get, things people believe, and I want to walk through a little bit of that. I want to do sort of an update status on what's happening financially. And then I'm going to broach a subject that's really uncomfortable, and that's going to be talking about sort of the future. I'm going to talk about sort of fertility rates and what that means to being able to finance Social Security and other things. And for anyone that does not like math, please just go watch something on Netflix right now. A couple weeks ago, I did a whole presentation on the work we've done on what it takes financially to save Social Security. And one of the things I'm genuinely angry about, and I've been angry about for years, is the left uses Social Security as a weapon, and our folks are terrified to talk about it because every time we talk about trying to save it, we get attacked. And then my brothers and sisters on the left will say, well, just raise the cap. And we showed the math. We had 2 PhD economists spend months working out the math, and raising the caps doesn't get you anywhere close to stabilizing it. And the immorality of this place being willing to double senior poverty in 9 years.
Damn.
You do understand, even if you raise the caps, I showed math that you were still having about a $400 billion shortfall in the first year. And if you did all the taxes, you might got that down to $250, $300 billion shortfall. Today's math says the average couple in 2034 will take a $17,400 cut. We will double senior poverty. Is that a Republican or Democrat perversity? I'll just argue it's a moral one. Why can't we actually work on the math? Yet, when I chaired the Social Security subcommittee, every time I tried to do a room full of actuaries and those things, my brothers and sisters on the left found more joy in the politics because it's a powerful issue. And absolutely immoral what we're doing. There's this concept of a black swan. That's something that sneaks up on you and blows you up. There's this concept of a white swan. You see it coming and you don't do anything. We have the actuarial reports in front of us. I know this is a math-free zone. So one of the first things I want to walk through is a concept of, when I did the speech a couple weeks ago, it's had a couple 100,000 views on YouTube. God bless, yay. And then you read through the comments, and those of us in Congress know about half of our comments are bots. A lot of them are Russian bots, which is hysterical. But you read through some of them, they stole my Social Security money. Okay, let's do a math and sort of walk through, because this is really important to understand. The Social Security Trust Fund built up, particularly when the baby boomers, because there was a population bubble that actually built up those tax receipts, had $3-4 trillion in it. Now that's rolled over. No one stole the money. What happened was, you're not going to just let the cash sit there. So the cash was actually loaned to the Treasury, and the Treasury gives a T-bill, a type of Treasury bond. Just like if you walked into your bank and said, I want a U.S. T-bill. Same thing. And twice a year, the Treasury pays interest. The problem right now, when you hear many of us get behind these microphones and talk about the Social Security Trust Fund getting emptied, is the amount of tax receipts that come in, your FICA tax, every month, don't cover all the checks that are going out. So every month they have to take a little bit of one of their T-bills, their Treasury bills, and hand it to the Treasury and say, we need some cash. We need some cash. Give us some cash so we can make this month's Social Security payments. But every time they do that, they use up a little bit of that savings account. And that's that savings account, the trust fund, that is emptied in 2033 or 2034. The Social Security Trust Fund, just like the Transportation Trust Fund, just like the Airline Trust Fund, all the trust funds that are borrowed from, they're paid interest. I'm going to get this wrong but I think actually last month, because Treasury pays interest twice a year to the Social Security Trust, and I think last month may have been 30 billion, 40 billion. The mean interest rate is right. It's right about market. So for everyone, if you say they stole my money, it's there. The average couple, the average will get about a $70,000, $72,000 spiff. So the money they paid in the Social Security over their lifetime, the average will get about 70, 72,000. Now understand, that's a crap rate of return. If you had been able 20 years ago when it was being discussed, been able to take a little sliver of that money and put it in the market, you would have had a ginormous, I love that word, larger rate of return. Politics of that became toxic. There were lots of campaigns saying, you're trying to privatize. Okay, that world is gone. It's Medicare that actually has the huge problem of, for every dollar you put in, you get almost $5 back. Social Security, you get pretty much the money you put in, crappy rate of return, but you get that back. That's the first folklore I wanted to go over. Number two, you saw in the comments, why aren't there people there? If this room was full as I'm giving this presentation, we got a problem. Because when you're sitting in this room, this is for voting. This is for debating. This is not necessarily where you do your work. You do your work in your meetings and your subcommittees and your primary committees. So when you see the room empty, this is how it's supposed to be. Now, when you have someone behind them, an idiot like me behind one of these mics, you're probably on 1,000 televisions. So a lot of these presentations I do, I'm as much here to talk to staff and try to educate them on what's going on in the math. So that's actually one of the things you look for. Another one, I want to say, I have this neighbor, wonderful guy, loves screwing with me. About every 6 weeks, he sends me this text message with this article that's completely fake. David, why do you get 100% of your pension? You got it on the first day. Why do you run again? None of that's true. That's all made up. And you're functionally, for, I think, 25, 30 years, the pension system we have is pretty much identical to the forest ranger. The only reason I say those things is I believe when you see those sorts of comments in posts and other things, it's an attempt to distract. It's an attempt to avoid dealing with what's really going on around us. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, House is not in order.
I agree. Members are reminded to take their conversations.
Can the House be in order? Will members please take their conversations outside?
And sorry, I just, as you know, this room has a really weird echo effect. And actually the echo sort of goes away when there's lots of bodies in there. Where there's not, the sound bounces all over. So one of the points I wanted to go to tonight is what's happening. The economy is actually fairly decent right now. GDP growth is fairly decent. Yet I want to make a point because we did the math just before coming to the floor. So we're functionally, 5 months into the fiscal year? We have added $1,443 billion, $1,243 billion in that 5 months. My current math is right now about every 123, 25 days at the current borrowing per day, we're adding another $1 trillion. This is in a time where the economy is pretty good. That means if my average since functionally October 1st is right now, we're borrowing about $7.9 billion every day. Got to understand what that ultimately means to us because it's actually been accelerating. I think on Friday we set our all-time record. I think we were up to borrowing like $95,000 a second. Almost 100% of that growth is interest, and you're going to see this over and over in the charts, interest and healthcare costs. It's Medicare. It's things that we're not allowed to talk about. They're on autopilot. And if it continues, look, my math says we're heading towards about a $2.7 trillion borrow this year in a year where the economy is doing fairly well. But if the current math is today's math held up, you do realize you're broaching $3 trillion. Now, I'm hoping we're going to have a really good April tax receipts. That means right now, if you take where we're at and average it from the first day of this fiscal year for the 5 months, we're right now, our math is 2.9 trillion for this year, borrow. That is substantially higher than CBO predicted 6 weeks ago. And that's right off the Treasury's website. So let's actually walk through reality and try to understand. My personal theory is we do lots of crazy conversations around here because we're desperate to avoid telling the public or even ourselves the truth. Every single dollar you and I, as members of Congress, vote on is borrowed. Every single dollar we vote on is borrowed. And the way we're going this year, every single dollar we vote on is borrowed, plus 8, 9, maybe $1 trillion of Medicare will be borrowed. And we don't get the vote on that. That's on autopilot. So my point is trying to understand how much. Now, this number is no longer about 73%. We think it's actually approaching 75%. Will be on mandatory because of the growth of interest. Let me hand that to you. So we made this board a couple days ago, and then it popped. So it wasn't $93,000; it was almost $95,000 a second. But I didn't want to waste the ink and print a new one. Why do the second? Because it's understandable. I mean, let's be brutally honest. How many of us can see 12 zeros in our head? And my fear is that is one of my great sins in trying to communicate my stress about this is I'm here saying, it's $1 trillion. No one knows what the hell $1 trillion is. It's 12 zeros. But when every second we borrow more, substantially more than the average wage of Americans, maybe that hits home. So let's actually sort of walk through what's going on. And then my sarcasm here is going to be my anger at myself, my brothers and sisters here, particularly on the left, but also on the right. We've been debating and fighting over things that don't even qualify as a day's borrowing. We bring this place to its knees. We remove a speaker. We do this and that. And then you realize the amount of dollars being fought over only equal a couple days worth of borrowing. But darn it got us on television. I got to raise some money on the internet. And it's that type of false profit that I will argue is our demise. Because if I can get you to fixate on the shiny objects, you're never going to be willing to absorb the truth on how ugly these numbers are. So this is where we're heading towards right now for 2024. Social Security will be our number one spend. Looks like it's baseline, though. It looks like it's ticking up. We're actually seeing something interesting where a number of retirees asking for benefits is actually ticking a little faster than we expected. But $1,450 billion. So $1,450 billion, number one spend, Social Security. Interest, both gross and potentially net, but gross interest now is our second biggest spend. And I just had to redo the math because our math right now looks like for 2024, we're going to cross $1.1 trillion of just interest. Just interest this year. And I know for many people who are forced because you're employed to sit here and listen to an idiot like me talk, you've heard this before, but it doesn't seem to sink in. Is paying $1.1 trillion, is that a Republican or Democrat? It's math. Yet we're not allowed to actually talk about it. Because the hallways in this place are full of people coming to our doors wanting more spending. And you point this out to them and they'll often say, well, take it from someone else. I want my money. It's not your money. It's the taxpayers' money. Medicare, And Medicare is rising rapidly, healthcare costs. And then defense. For all of my brothers and sisters on the left who always say, cut defense, okay. Yeah, it's sort of stupid, but it's the number 4 expense. It's not number 1. How often would you and I go home to our constituents and say, what's the biggest spend in government? Oh, it's defense. No, defense is now number 4. And at the trend line, in the next few years, healthcare will actually be number 1, and interest will be number 2. And Social Security, believe it or not, will be number 3. Or right tied to it. It's a very tight number there. All right, so let's actually walk through the 24 spend because I want to be able to get our heads around this. Social Security, and this was a fascinating number, and we've been trying to also average in what the new appropriations bills, remember, we're just now finishing up our 2024, so we're only 5 months late, is the net interest. Because the United States does something no other industrialized country does. We play a game with how we describe our borrowing. Oh, that's borrowing from the public. This is borrowing from the trust funds. So if anyone's listening right now and you question this, go on, the OECD. Go in and Google right now, or your favorite search engine. What is the debt to GDP of the United States according to OECD? And you're going to get a number, it's like 144%, because they don't let the scam artists say, well, you borrowed it from yourself, but you still have to pay it back, and you're going to have to actually borrow money to pay it back while you're paying interest for it. It's a con. We should never allow discussions in this place and not use the terms gross borrowing, because what? Is it magic money? We don't have to pay it back? It's just money we didn't have to go float publicly traded bonds, but we still have to pay it back. And the reason I built this chart is I wanted you to see a line right here. Even the net interest, so the publicly borrowed money, the interest we're going to pay on that, is still the second biggest spend in this government. And I'll say it, and it'll probably just land on deaf ears. So let's actually walk through something that's really uncomfortable, and it's going to tie in. So one of my fixations is, how do you stabilize borrowing so that borrowing equals what our economic growth is? I'm going to show you some charts here later, and this is for the people that actually care about economics. Here's the growth of the country, and here's the debt of the country. If you could ever bring the GDP growth and the debt in line, you've created stability. But we have some crazy headwinds. There's also some crazy opportunities happening. There are good things happening out there. Will Congress be the barrier or the adoption of them? Because right now we are the problem. Because we're scared of our own shadows. So if I came to you right now and said, let's come up with a way to stabilize Social Security. Let's stabilize Medicare. It's moral. It's our moral obligation. We made a social contract in this society. Okay? We got a problem. And it's all something almost no one here ever talks about. We're not having children. United States fertility rates have collapsed. This number's wrong. It's our latest number for last year is not 1.64, it's 1.63. France has a higher fertility rate than the United States. Even when you adjust for their immigration population, they still have a dramatically higher fertility. Most of Western Europe looks like us, and we're worse than a whole bunch of the world. How do you and I set public policy so 25 years from now, remember, Social Security is substantially a pay-as-you-go system. Today's workers are functionally paying for today's retirement. The trust fund was the shock absorber. Trust fund is disappearing. But my future generation of workers is going to be smaller. And you're already seeing this in school districts all over America, where the number of students they have are shrinking. Are we willing to have the really interesting discussion of, okay, are there things we could do economically to make it so family formation, so there's more children? There's things we could do to help, but almost every country it's tried has not been able to change fertility rates. There's, I think in Hungary, I think I saw something that, you know, third child, they buy you a house, fourth child, you get some sort of like prize, and it's barely ticked up their fertility rates. It's a really difficult question, happening all over the industrialized world. So if you can't really change it, do you actually build public policy to deal with it? Do you accept the fact that we're going to have a lot more automation, means capital? Are we going to have to find ways to safely adopt artificial intelligence into society so the labor force is maximized in its value and what they earn and productivity? Those are policies we need to work on. You've seen the intellectual capital of the conversations we have on the floor here. How many of them are ready to actually have the reality of, hey, we need to set policy? Is this Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. It's life. And I'm going to bounce through the next two boards because there's a punchline here we need to absorb. This is a little uncomfortable, but this was deaths that are projected to exceed births. And the new math in 15 years. You've got to understand what a big deal this is. I came behind this microphone a couple of years ago.
Jeez.
And I got some real crap that was sent to my office. And I think at that time I was saying, hey, in 21, 22 years, we're going to have more deaths than births in this country.
Wow.
And then it became 18 years. And then it became 17 years. The new math now is 15 years. Wow. In 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. The blip you see.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there because like up until this point, it's been a lot of math, but this is where the population collapse really gets like ramped up here. This was just filmed a couple weeks ago. I don't know if he's gonna get to immigration, but essentially this is saying by 2040, the U.S. is going to go into a negative population spiral. I'm looking at this graph, and it's not good. Like I'm gonna just be like real blunt about it. And a lot of people, man, who may not understand the mechanisms of infrastructure and population and taxes and yada yada yada. I mean, we got the water pipes are bad all over the country. We got everything's collapsing. But if the population collapse, meaning the taxpayers collapse, and that's 2040, that's 16 years from now, 15 years. That's a big damn deal. So again, not knowing if he's talking about immigration, he mentioned immigration in France or something like that. And this is maybe why same thing over there, they're letting all these foreigners in. Is the calculation is we need to supplement the tax base, the tax paying population. Man, I mean, this is an acceleration that really, to be quite honest, not on my radar because all these projections are up, bada, bing, bang, boom. And saying that the United States, and really, if we're going to be clear, they're not talking about us. They're not talking about our body. They're talking about their population. Let's just keep it a buck. And they're saying that they are depopulating at the same rate as Western Europe. That is frightening to them. But it's not like we live 200 years so we can see the tail end of it or when their population completely collapses. So it's not like we can start popping bottles and, blowing up balloons because we may never see that. You see what I'm saying? Just understand that as well. It is what it is. reclassification of Hispanics into whiteness, reclassification of Asians into whiteness. They can maintain their population however they got to do it. They're going to do what they got to do. But this is actually really startling. So I'm going to stop right there. We'll let DJ go, then we'll get original up here, and then I actually do want to hear the rest of this because it looks like it's getting good here. Let's see if it'll let me talk. Okay, okay, there it goes. You got a DJ if you're up here, and then original.
Yeah, I am up here. Original, go ahead. If you want to speak, brother? Go ahead, real quick. I'll go after you. Yeah, what I wanted to say was this. We have to understand this whole thing with fertility rates. This is about, see, they've damaged themselves. This is about them. See, they have their eugenics programs against us for a long time. And in that book, An American Dilemma, The Negro Problem in Modern Democracy, Garner Myrdal talked about how they would bring in the Mexicans and the Canadians to shore up their population. See, these people, they've known that they was going to disappear for a long, and that book was written, I think the research was being conducted in the late 30s, and the book was published in like maybe 1944. And so they've known this, but this is their vehement hate of black people. And they've used organizations. See, if they had left us alone, we would have been thriving. And when you look at the fact that the NAACP, Urban League, all these alleged black organizations that were not founded by black people or controlled by black people, they've always pushed birth control on us as if we needed. I remember back in the 70s, the NAACP was telling black folks that we did not need to have a lot of children because we were no longer working on the farms. And everybody knows the NAACP is controlled by the small hats. So let's just be real, because they pretend to be our friend. They have never been our friend. And so, and then with Social Security, see, I think it was back in the 70s. I think it was Jimmy Carter first. They borrowed money from the Social Security fund, and because the government was having some financial issues, and they claimed they was going to pay it back. I don't know whether or not they did. And then when Ronald Reagan got into office, he started with Social Security. If a child was getting benefits, that child could, as long as the child was in school, they could get benefits up until they was 21. Because I benefited from that. But Howdy Doody, or some call him Ronald Reagan, he came in, he cut all of that out so that the children whose parents had transitioned could not get any funding. And they've been borrowing from Social Security ever since then to pay their bills. And if they had left it alone, it would not be in the condition that it's in now. And that's what this is coming from. So I think we need to factor that in, is how these white folks screwed everything up. Everything they touch, everything they touch, it collapses. But I think we also need to factor in the fact that these eugenics programs that they've had against us, with Margaret Sanger and the rest of them, they said, they have known that our population was continuing to grow, but they saw that as a threat to them, because these people, they have never been, and they would never be our friends. And if we understand, if more of us understand that, I mean, for example, like I know there are some black people that say they're going to vote for Donald Trump, but if we're just going to jump from the Democrats to the Republicans without demanding concessions, we're going to be in the same boat. We're going to have to make sure that we get concessions from whoever we choose to vote for. And that's my main issue with, I don't have an issue because, see, we have to understand, neither, as somebody said earlier, neither of these parties, or I think I was reading on No Taxation Twitter page, neither of these parties are our friends. Let's go back to what was it, 1877, when Rutherford B. Hayes pulled there was a toss-up as to who was going to be the
president. Rutherford B. Hayes, Republican, pulled the troops out of the South, which basically put our people back into enslavement. And then you look at the 1912 election cycle where you had William Taft. He was running for the presidency. So he had made a statement about voting should be based on education levels. Du Bois was upset about that. And then he decided to, for whatever reason, to go over and vote for the vehement anti-black racist Woodrow Wilson. And when Woodrow Wilson got elected, he began to get, there were black people working in civil service positions at that time. And he got rid of them. And in some cases where some of the work they were doing, the white people did not have the mental capacity to do it, they put up petitions around them so that in these offices so they wouldn't have to look at them. So we have to be very strategic about this. I mean, I understand what's going on. Jim Crow Joe is not an option for me. But if I'm going to vote for the Republicans, they better have some concessions for us, not just me, but for us, in order to get my vote. And I think we need to look at it, going forward, because we can't continue to jump from one party to another, thinking that we're going to get something from the other party, and then neither party will make any concessions for us. And I think that's going to be key and critical in our survival. And I'll land with that.
See if it'll let me talk. My hands are acting. Oh man, this damn phone. Okay, there it goes. Finally. So thank you so much for that. And you did actually speak to the title, which is us swapping these toilets, man. You know, they keep shitting all over us. Damn it. What did it do? What did it do? What did it do? Oh my goodness. X, what did you do, bro? Did you just glitch the whole thing out? What? Come on, man. You tripping. Come on, bro, man. You tripping, bro. Man, this thing, you trippy, bro.
Thing right there. On the top left of the Jumbotron.
Tripping. Trippy. Okay, yeah, they glitched me out crazy. So I was just saying thanks for that, because you speaking to the title space. We keep swapping these toilet seats, even though they keep shitting all over us with this neglect and divestment and everything, mass incarceration, you name it, it's all on the table. Trying to kill off our population with a mass abortion and population control. Like I think you were talking about the birth control, how once you get that in your system, it really does, man, for women. Sometimes they can't even have children after a certain amount of usage of those basically sterilization drugs. If you want to be like a whole 100% about it. But yeah, these numbers and these, because I'm looking at graphs and charts and shit, and it's all downhill. Like, how the profits, you kind of got them tick upwards and whatever. Kind of looks like you're going up a mountainside. This shit is all downhill over here on these graphs. And so it is kind of visually startling to even kind of see what's going on, because they got their fertility rates just like kind of they're not going down, but they're plateauing. And I think he said it was like at 1.6 whatever. But if more people are dying and you're not reproducing or replacing your population, then that does become a problem. Now, the last time I looked this up, it was saying how conservative families are actually still having a lot of children versus liberal families. And part of that is, I think Brother Moko would say, sexual confusion. But you got a lot of that LGBTQ stuff going on the left side, where you may not actually be having children because of your sexual lifestyle, or whatever you want to call, however you want to frame it.
Confusion.
However you want to frame it. But if you're in a girl or guy relationship, you might not be having children. So that plays a part in it. You know what I'm saying? It really does. So if if the conservatives are still having 3, 4, 5 kids, there may be a time in this country where just by natural selection, there's going to be a lot more conservatives than liberals, unless the technology catches up and they can start doing the Matrix thing where they have these babies in these pods and all of that. I mean, they're saying it's coming. It's in the pipeline. But then what does that do? Like when you start producing human babies inside of artificial machines, like what does that do? Does the government order 40,000 babies, or you know what I'm saying? Like where does it go? It starts getting real science fiction-y, and yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. So
hey, Black,
yeah,
you Black and DJ. And look, man, hey guys, I appreciate everything. I'm ready to head out to dinner. And I got one question, quick question for DJ. DJ, what do you think of the Rode Podcaster? They call that Pro 2. You ever heard of that?
Rode Podcaster Pro 2.
The RODE Podcaster.
I got you. Hold on a second. I was over here trying to tweet something. So yeah, the Rode is a well-respected brand. Usually what I tell people at this point, it don't matter what the brand is. It's all about what the features are. So if you get on social, come in the Kite Productions room, get in the physical media room, and get in the, how does funded socially work? I have a post over there, and I'll text it to you, obviously. But I got a post over on how to fund it socially work community about podcasting and content creating. So I'm putting information in there with the gig, equipment wise. Look at this, look at that. But like I tell everybody, don't jump the gun because you got 13 spades and think because I said that's the best thing to get, go get it. No, it may not work and fit for you specifically. So you kind of got to shop around. But I'm your guy though to network and get you the right equipment you need because this is what I do. Yeah, we'll be talking, bro, for sure. Go ahead and enjoy your food, brother.
All right, hey, I appreciate it. All right, Black, you take care. Thanks, Rella. You have a good night. And Alexis, you take care.
Good night, bro.
Absolutely. Good night and enjoy your meal. Appreciate you.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So let's. I dialed it back a little bit. Because like I said, this is probably the part that outside of the numbers, they can play around with numbers. Yeah, it is what it is. But it is a lot of interest that they're paying. So quote unquote. And again, shout out to the brother Tupac. He did send me this very, very powerful central banking video. And this, like, I'm having visions of this central banking manipulation by the small hats because they're paying that interest to a central bank that's controlled by the small hats. Let's just keep it real when it comes to that part. So he's a Republican. He's never going to say that Bush, during the Bush administration, the second one, the plan was to defund Social Security with these IOUs and let's go to war and let's, raid the Social Security trust fund so that they could collapse it. So there's that, that plays a part in it. He's not going to acknowledge that, but I don't forget that, because that was like, even though I don't even know how old I was, maybe in my 20s, but I'll never forget that was like one of their biggest propaganda things on right-wing radio. They wanted to defund Social Security. That was the whole point. I think Newt Gingrich might have been a part of that as well, but here we go.
It's life. And I'm going to bounce to the next two boards because there's a punchline here we need to absorb. This is a little uncomfortable, but this was deaths that are projected to exceed births. And the new math in 15 years, you got to understand what a big deal this is. I came behind this microphone a couple years ago, and I got some real crap that was sent to my office. And I think at that time I was saying, hey, in 21, 22 years, We're going to have more deaths than births in this country. And then it became 18 years. And then it became 17 years. The new math now is 15 years. In 15 years, the United States will have more deaths than births. The blip you see here is the pandemic. But if you actually look at the line, you can sort of understand, and here's our crossing. Somewhere before, a little before 2040, which is 15 years, we have more deaths than births. Now try to stabilize long-term benefits. There's ways to do it. This Congress right now is mathematically incapable of owning a calculator. But there's ways to do it. Well, we can't even put together a debt and deficit commission to have an honest conversation what's happening in our society demographically, borrowing-wise, interest rate-wise, because maybe it'll affect the next election. Does anyone actually care about their own pensions, let alone their kids and their grandkids? Because we lie. There's not magic money out there. If this inflation cycle didn't prove, those who believed in modern monetary policy, ta-da, you got 30 months, 36 months of high inflation. If that isn't the ultimate proof that the magic money theory didn't work. And here's the punchline. Social Security actuaries is the green line. They actually had fertility rates going up. These were our baselines. The baselines are also already have continued to show that they're wrong. Be prepared over the next year to see dramatically different numbers coming at us on what our future looks like when financing this society, because our next generation is going to be smaller.
Mm.
It's math. There's ways to make it work. There's ways to make this a society of prosperity. It just requires intellectual capital, something I'm not sure we're ready to do. So let's do a quick run through. This was just the first 3 months. And I brought these boards back because I saw some things over the weekend where people were just making numbers up. It's not that hard. You can go right to the Treasury's website. You have to own a calculator, spend an hour laying it out, put it in. You know how to work Excel. First 3 months, national debt increased in the first 3 months. And this was important. This is the 2024 number, $834 billion. Okay, if this is the first 3 months, and it's 834, now I can hope, maybe there'll be magic tax receipts, but multiply that times 4 and you will see what we're projecting. And the part of the punchline is interest continues to grow. And I'm going to show you why some of this is. But in those first 3 months, we spent $288 billion in interest. And that number is going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger because this year, it's right around, and there's a debate on how much, because the Treasury announced that they're going to be financing, rolling some of the debt shorter on the curve. So let's say we had a year where we were going to borrow let's use a simple number, 2.8 trillion new issuances. But you still have about 7.9 trillion that comes due. It's bonds that have been sold in the past. When they come due, particularly if they were bonds sold 3, 4, 5 years ago with very low interest rates, what happens? They're now sold at the newer, higher interest rates. And that's the modeling problem right now. Do you remember one of the first boards I showed you that we expect interest this year to be 1.1 trillion? A lot of that's because the amount of debt, it's coming due. It's coming due. And we stayed very short on the curve instead of what I begged for a few years ago, saying, please go long in the curve. Go long, because that way at least you locked it in. And if we have what's happening right now, because understand, because Congress doesn't want to be in charge, because you have a White House here that makes crap up, and I can prove that on a bunch of the numbers that they published last year, the bond market now runs this country. Hear my words. First time the bond market gets cranky, First time we have an undersubscribed auction, you watch how fast this place comes in and we capitulate. Doesn't have to happen. But because we've abdicated our jobs, we basically made a decision. And this happened actually not that long ago. Go ask some people who were involved in the Clinton administration. Go ask Newt Gingrich. Some of the people around when the bond market hiccuped and the debt situation then was dramatically better than today. This Congress stood and did what they needed to do to make the bond market happy. Because if you have a failed bond auction, you want to see society have a really bad day. So let's walk a little more through some of these. Okay. Total interest costs continue to rise very quickly. And look, I'm just trying to make a point here. First 4 months, if this was 2021, we spent $159 billion in interest. This year, our first 4 months, 357. Remember my point I was trying to make? Interest and healthcare costs. So we're going to knife each other here over discretionary. And understand, I have some things I would do in discretionary, and I'm going to talk about it. And I promise you, it will be a television ad attacking me, but it's honest. But we don't control this. The thing we can do is if we convince the bond markets we're taking the debt seriously, maybe the interest rates to buy our debt get more efficient, get lower. But the only way the bond market gives us that spiff is because we do our work. And we've proven over and over we're incapable of doing our work. So, this was my calculation as of a week and a half ago, and now it's gone up again. But we were basically trying to say, my frustration was last September, we were projecting, hey, interest is only going to be $709 billion. And then when we got a little beyond that from October to January, we borrowed $357, and you start to annualize that, and that's how you're getting closer. Now that's actually going up from that. I'm just trying to make a point. CBO, OMB, a lot of the people around us, they're good people, they're projections. Something's gone horribly wrong in our math and our modeling. We keep being really off the mark. These are dangerous. You know, if you're on the left and you care about social welfare policy and the ability to afford that, if you're on the left or right and your fixation is economic prosperity and opportunity, we're going to crush both sides. And it's right in front of us. And we do almost nothing to tell the truth about it. I brought some boards about interest rates. I don't know if anyone really cares, but when you start to understand that the differences out there, marketable, unmarketable is payments to trust funds and other things. Marketable is you have a bond, you can sell it tomorrow. You have those. Interest rates on outstanding debt. And remember, much of this debt had been sold down here in the trough around 1.5 or so was the mean yields. Now it's coming in at well over 3. Okay, you go, huh? Just understand that difference is you just doubled your interest costs. All right, let's go into something that's uncomfortable. One of the first boards I showed that every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. Okay? So, and I haven't vetted this. It was actually, I think, in a New York Times article, so God knows that that's accurate, that the budget bills that will be coming to us in the next couple of weeks will have around 7,000 plus earmarks in them. Now, the earmarks are only a tiny, tiny fraction of the spending. Okay? Accept what it is. A really uncomfortable question. Is it actually moral? Is it good economics to borrow money? Because that's what we do. Everything we're going to vote on here is we're borrowing. To borrow money, and many of these are things I like. But is it appropriate to borrow money here and send it to entities that actually have their own taxing authority? Gets better. Turns out we spent a little time looking at municipal bond debt earlier today. You know, cities, states, counties, particularly the highest rated ones, those with like AAAs, and you have to do the tax adjustment because muni bonds have certain tax benefits. Many of them actually have lower interest rates than the United States sovereign debt. So a well-run city with a really good credit rating actually gets float bonds at lower interest rates than we do. That should tell you something. Is it rational, moral that we borrow money and send it to entities that have both their own taxing and borrowing authority? And many of those entities actually can borrow money at equal to or better than what we're paying over here.
Wow.
Of non-defense discretionary, about 40% of the money in that non-defense discretionary is actually money we're sending to entities that have their own taxing and borrowing authority. Now, we would all probably get unelected the next day because people would lose their mind saying, we thought that was free money. It's free money, except we're borrowing it and paying interest on it. Those are the types of things. Are we capable of having an honest discussion about it? Of course not. But we could try. I could hand you that. All right. A couple more here, and then I'm going to go back to the office and have more coffee. There's often an argument, you can borrow money, but you need, in the long run, to keep it close to the growth of your economy. So how often do you hear people talk about the debt to GDP and the fact the United States now is functionally at 100% of public and borrowed, and if you do total gross, you're well over 140% of debt to GDP. Okay, let's use that entity, and then we adjust for inflation. Because remember, $1 the day President Biden came into office and $1 today, that dollar today is worth 22, maybe 23% less. Wow. Wow. So you have to do all these inflation calculators. But this is actually that fancy, what's the fancy word? Ceteris paribus, held equal. Trying to point out the increase in national debt, but this is the increase in GDP over 2023. So if this growth here in this debt were right about this green line, you would actually have been stable. In a weird way, when you have a politician stand in front of you and say, we're going to pay it off. Really? Did I mention every dime we vote on is now borrowed, plus close to $1 trillion of things we don't even get to vote on, mandatory spending, things like Medicare, is borrowed? It would be nirvana if we could just work our heinies off and get stability. Bring down the growth of this debt so it would match our growth rates. And the benefit of that is for the left, if they want to spend more money, great. Grow the economy more, creates more capacity, more tax receipts, more borrowing capacity. For those of us who want to cut, we actually know the number we're working towards. That's how we would do it if we'd put on our economist hat. Same concept, just a little bit differently done. Increase in national debt outpaced growth in the economy by more than $1 trillion over the past year. And that's what that bond market's going to be looking at. It's that debt to GDP, and when does it hit stress? When does it spike in interest rates? When does a recession? When does a pandemic? When does a war make it so your likelihood to be paid back your interest and your principal? And understand, when the United States actually has, and dear God, please don't let it ever happen, that moment of stress, that failed auction, we put the entire world into a depression. The entire world, let alone your pension, let alone my kid's future, depends on us getting our act together here. So the last chart, and this one is a little difficult because there's some anomalies in the numbers, but we didn't have time to fix it. So on occasion, we'll go all the way back to 2000. Now, remember, 2000 had an unusual tax collection year because the year or two before that, there were massive capital gains because of the dot-com bubble. So the number is always distorted. But at that year, we collected 20% of GDP in taxes. Okay, long run average has been about 17.8. So let's actually go to 2023. That year we collected 16.5% of GDP in taxes. We still had some of the legacy of COVID and some other things. But the other part of this chart, I'm trying to show you the hierarchy of spending. You know, Social Security, where Medicare, defense, others, and you start to see the spending up here. When you start seeing that green, well, the green is nothing but interest. And our problem is, even with the projections, which I hope are right, that long run over the next 8 years or so, we start getting up close to 18% of the economy in tax receipts. Okay, great. The gap continues to still widen. And most of that widening is our projection of the benefits we've promised our brothers and sisters who get older. Are, 67 million of us who are baby boomers. Our healthcare benefits, the interest we owe, and then back to the point earlier. What do these numbers look like in 2033, 2034 when the Social Security Trust Fund is empty? Will the policy be we're going to raise taxes? Okay, except I've already done the presentation multiple times on the floor where I brought in the economic data from both liberal groups and other groups that showed even tax maximization. This is the punchline, please understand. Tax maximization, when you do the economic effects, you get about 1.5 points of GDP. So you take people $400,000 and tax maximize everything for them. Tax maximize their income tax, their capital gains tax, their estate tax. You just do it all. You get about 1.5 points of GDP. Yay! And then over here, for those of us who want to cut things, you take everything that's been discussed in discretionary, the debate we've had in this place for the last several months, and it's a fraction of a percent. It's not even a rounding error. So you'd have to change programs, change spending, adopt technology, make people healthier. Understand, the single biggest thing you could do to bring down borrowing over the next decade, take on things like diabetes. 33% of all healthcare spending. And it would be moral, and is that Republican, Democrat? It's just the right thing to do. How many brilliant discussions have you seen behind these microphones of saying we're actually looking for real solutions? No, we're too busy knifing each other. So for those of us, I can find about 1.5 points of GDP to cut. Okay, so I got 1.5 points over here. Let's say it's 1.5 points over here. This year so far, we're borrowing 9.6% of the entire economy. 9.6 of all GDP. And all the solutions are a fraction of that. Yet the left's going to come behind the microphone and say, we don't tax rich people enough. And the right's going to come in saying, it's foreign aid and spending. Well, foreign aid equals like 7, 8 days, maybe 9 days of borrowing. Every dime of it. Why can't we just tell the truth? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, every dime of borrowing from today to the next 30 years is demographics. And maybe telling the truth gets me unelected, but damn it, it's worth telling the truth. It's demographics. It's interest on what's been borrowed and what's to be borrowed. It's healthcare, particularly Medicare. And if 8, 9 years from now, when the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied, and remember, the math is the very first year, the shortfall is $616 billion. How do we backfill that? If you try to backfill through taxes, fine. You got to accept the economic effects of how much you just slowed down the economy and how you slowed down other tax receipts. Do you do it through borrowing? Well, then it explodes. And that's how you see some projections that 30 years from now, U.S. sovereign debt will be $130 trillion. And between now and then, how many people around the world How many people in this country are going to be willing to buy our debt? Do our work, take it seriously, put together the Debt and Deficit Commission, demonstrate to the people who want to save and buy U.S. debt that we're paying them back seriously.
Man.
Take it seriously that I have very young kids. They deserve a future, but also make it so that people who want to enjoy their retirement understand the stability, retirement security. We all say it, and almost none of us are willing to actually do the work for it. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, with that, I'm going to go have some more coffee and yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Whew. Wow, man, that needs to be like clipped up. That really needs to be clipped up so you can get to like the real heart of what these people are talking about. Now that's government. That's just government. He said that there are municipalities, cities that have a better bond rating than the federal government. They get lower interest rates because they're fiscally responsible. They probably can't borrow as much as the United States government, obviously, but they and then he said that the federal government send money. The federal government is borrowing money to send money to those cities that could likely get the money cheaper because every dollar they spend is borrowed and it's all interest and it's a demographic. You know, you saying it's a demographic problem means you need more people. Then he talked about $130 trillion worth of debt. Goodness gracious. This is where, you know, anybody in the reparations conversation, these economists, whatever, yada, yada, bing, bang, boom, they need to be sliding that number in there. They need to be sliding that reparations number in there because if the shit's falling apart anyway, you know what I mean? If there's hell below, we might as well all go, is what I'm saying. Slide that up in there, calculate that into all the mix, and you know, let it do what it do. But whoo-wee, man. Like the coolest thing about that video is that I really think this guy is being honest and sincere, although obviously these demons, to I think Original said this, everything they touch goes to shit at some point. They destroy everything they touch. And these are the type of things where you would go to war in order to I'm not going to say cancel the debt because the last time I looked into it, England is still carrying the debt from the American Revolutionary War. So there's that. You know, they carry this debt forever and never pay it off. I don't think their debt is as high as $130 trillion, though. I'll be clear about that. But yeah, man, this is you know, and he's like, these are good times. What happens if there's a collapse, a recession, a depression, whatever, war where you got to ramp up spending? It's, man, it's a lot. And so this is what local governments do. Again, they're not playing with these numbers. They're certainly not playing with those numbers. But I went to one local city council meeting, and 30%, 33% of their budget was just on the police force. Which I thought was like, wow, because it's a little ass city. They're lucky if they got 5,000 people there. And you're telling me 33% of the budget? Like, I'm just thinking in my mind, like, what? And that was like, because I think their budget was like $3 million, and $1 million of it went to the police force. I was thinking, damn, man, you know, there's so many better things that they could do than pay for this policing with that $1 million, you know, for the residents. But that's, man, cities. I mean, these are the decision choices they got to make. Yeah, and he, like, so he was being honest about the fact that these politicians, It's all politics. It's all bullshit. They don't give a fuck about nothing, nobody but themselves, winning their elections, and are willing to push this debt and all this other shit off on the next generation. But I think somewhere and he's a Republican, so maybe he don't know, maybe he didn't get the menu or the memo, but I think somewhere in the Democrat, pipeline, they basically came to the conclusion, if we bring in more people, and we increase the GDP, we increase the spending in the economy, we increase the tax base, that we can, or at least they can, plug these holes and figure this whole situation out. That's probably what they've decided to do about it. But yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. So let's see. We got a couple comments on YouTube. It says you cannot have stability in retirement with inflation is high. He said something about slashing retirement benefits by 17,500 annually. It sounds like roughly 1,200 or so, maybe like 1,300 a month. And I gotta assume for someone who's on a fixed income, that's a hurt piece. Like, especially if you're elderly, you're retired, maybe you got some health issues, and they're talking about knocking off $1,400 out of your check. That's damn. How do you survive that situation? Yeah, that's crazy. So I never really thought about.
They're already doing it though already, because I know folks that it's happening to where Social Security is cutting their check. You know what I mean? For whatever the reason. You know what I mean?
So people that are getting less money on Social Security? Damn.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jokers don't either, work 30 years in the system, been retired or whatever the case be,
God, bro, that's fucked
and might have had to go out on disability because they got hurt on the job or something like that. Yeah, they're getting less money, bro. You know what I mean? Because there ain't no money coming into the system. See, this is what I'll be talking about. The business is there. The what do you call it? The sale purchase is not though anymore. You know what I mean? This is why America wants the influx of the tether gang. You know what I'm saying? To come in and take over, and say, oh yeah, okay, we know we've been bombing Venezuela for hella long. Been fucking y'all for the oil for hella long. You know what I'm saying? All this other stuff. You know what I mean? So now we need to find a way to get this money back. You know what I mean? So they don't find a way, bro, to get this money back by it's over for y'all niggas and y'all poor white crackers. It's over. You know what I mean? So we about to move in tether gang. They ain't used to this shit anyway. It's already set up for them, the infrastructure. They ain't never had no running toilets where they coming from. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like let's be logical about this and wake it all the way up, bro. You know what I mean? Wake it all the way up, man. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I ain't saying, to go vote for 45. I'm just saying we need to have our hand on whatever's coming after next. Don't matter who wins or not. We already understand we about to get screwed. So if we could play our cards right and say, hey, $45 trillion on the table, we ain't even going to go vote. You know what I'm saying? Put that in blood. We staying home having a party and shit. We'll see who win. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Either way, we win. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? We the first one. We get the trillion. And we the first in line to get any tangibles. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. We first in line for all programs. That means housing and put our folks in those positions. So to make sure that we are not to be screwed over. Because you already know, we know where you live at. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The nigga built the house, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't build the house. You know what I'm saying? We know the address, man. We live around the corner down there in Southeast shit. Shout out to Southeastern actors. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, God. Yeah. Wow. So I'm still like, cause that video, I wanted to play it last week. is a little long, but man, like that's some really just scary information. It just is like confirmation of the whole demographic collapse. So they might, because if the population starts, if you're having less babies about 2040, you're gonna have to bring in 100 million of these motherfuckers, man. Like to get to that 400 million projection and that number, that goal, really, that's all projections are.
Hey, bro, that's what I'm trying to tell these fellas that they ask me like, yo, man, you always saying Kevin Samuels is right. What you think about the passport bros? What you going out of the country for? You can just stay right here in New Jersey.
They coming.
Go hit the Latino club down in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Hola, ole, ole. Damn, I mean, you know I can salsa like this, did you? Know what I'm saying? Let's go. Yeah. But give me 2 tacos, 2 primo. Know what I'm saying? 1 chicken, 1 beef. Homie, you know what I mean? We ain't got no problems with nobody. We just saying leave us alone. Stop, firebombing us out in California. Hombre. You know what I'm saying? That's all the knack is saying, know what I mean? But dang, we can't do that either. We gotta get you on a plane back 180 across the Hudson, the Rio Grande, you know what I'm saying? Get you back on that plane real quick. So hey, man, it may not be no reparations coming, but at least one thing we understand: we at war, and they flooding this country with any and everybody. So hey, look, I'm like a lot of folks said in news started the other night. Hey, you know, something is over with. I'm voting for Trump to get these jokers up out of here. You know what I mean? But like we always say over here on the Black State Radio, share the room, Nackers, Black State Radio. Is he really gonna get these people up out of here? You know what I'm saying?
Look, how can he really?
How can he? What's the cost is going to cost to get to round up all these jokers Biden brought over here? And then you hearing the weird ass numbers, anywhere between 5,000 and maybe about 30. No, I think it's more than that. I think it's like 100,000 a month, 30 to 100,000 a month jokers coming in somewhere between that.
Yeah.
Probably
5,000
more like 40,
a day.
50,000 because you saw the rush of the border the other day, right? Yeah, let's talk about that. 150 jokers, 200 jokers don't rush the border. Nobody got shot. I'm pissed. You know what I'm saying? We don't wish harm on nobody, but I'm saying, you know what I mean? At least get the rubber bag and the beanbag bullets. Tear a motherfucking leg off with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Word up, that shit hurt, man. Get the what you call it, guns and shit. What you call them? The paintball guns. For those that paintball, yeah, them shits hurt. You know what I mean? Tear that ass up with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real, man. You know what I mean? But each his own, man.
All non-lethals. Hit them with the non-lethals. Yeah. Hit them with the non-lethals. Of course, the beanbags and all that.
Murder hoes. Let's get the dogs. Where was the dogs at? I didn't even see no canines down there, man. Damn.
Man. Or even just some straight up pepper spray. Like just hit them with the bear spray, pepper spray, something.
As soon as I want a song come on the game. Hey, look, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all blind folks in Texas, they ain't got no job. You better get your ass to the border and go pull off a border patrol of ICE, man. They hire, they keep telling you to pull up. They keep telling us to pull up. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real, yo. But I got a record, nigga, so I can't hold still. Whatever. That's why I hustle. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This shit a hustle. We about to get Donald Trump. Yeah, we give you 676. You know what I'm saying? No problem. We want $10 back in true social credits and shit. You know what I mean? We don't know if that's gonna be worth anything ever. But what the fuck is $10? Nigga drink and smoke that up in 2 seconds and shit. You know what I mean? Word up. Buy your candidates, Dr. Claude Anderson, y'all. Powernomics. Let's go. Let's see. Let's put our into the test. We'll tell Letitia James, right? We'll give you 20. We give you 20 million every 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Just go and chill out. You know what I'm saying? We gonna until Trump get in office. 20 million every 6 months, yo. Let's go, man. You know what I mean? And look, free R. Kelly, yo. Real rap, yo. They ain't doing nothing but getting Trump on the man act. Keep it real. Word up, man. Yeah. And look, why they ain't send no white woman to go do this dirty ass work and shit, yo. Tisha, you gonna be excommunicated, yo. From the cookout system. I don't know if you know that. You and Fanny. Nah, Fanny could come. I like her acting. She was acting real good up there on stage, yo. She could come perform for us at the cookout. Okay. Real rap, man. Shut the room out, y'all. Shut the room out. It's 4 in the morning, man.
Yes, indeed. R. Kelly. Now I know he just put in for a sentence reduction hearing or whatever. He trying to get out. Um, has it been 20 years or like what has it been? It's been
Nah,
a minute.
hell nah. He just got in there.
Like a
It's probably been
decade?
2 years. You know what I'm saying? It feel like 20. You know what I'm saying?
It hasn't been a
Some big dog
decade?
shit, you know what I'm
Really?
saying?
Damn.
Yeah. Shout out to Secret Sister. R. Kelly can't read, yo. It's not his fault. It's not his fault, yo. You don't know anything. You really think about it, yo. You don't know shit, yo.
Oh my
It's
God.
not his fault,
Damn.
yo. We going off with Secret Sister said, yo. She our main lead investigator, yo. So we gotta listen, yo. So she said he don't know how to read, he wasn't cutting no checks. He just real talented. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is, yo.
Man.
So that's why he was acting like that. I'm an innocent man and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Kells.
Real rap, yo.
Oh,
Free the
man.
homie, yo. Damn, I believe I can fly. You know man?
Yeah, so the brother online say three. It's been 3 or 5 years. He said that free R. Kelly is a wild statement.
Like, hey, on the Mann Act, that's what would you think they getting Trump on? The Mann Act. You know, nobody knows if he slept with this woman from 40 years ago. Nobody was there, but they believe it. You know what I'm saying? Girl, this 40 years ago. What the hell took you so long? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Crazy.
We understand, though. You know what I'm saying? Take black women in 2024, though, man. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying for the kids, too, nigga.
Whew. Okay. So yeah, I got it. You know, it's that time for me because I got to get up, go to work, all that good shit. You say Monday is his deadline on this money thing. I'm wondering what can he do. You know, once he gets in that office, it's probably going to be whatever he does is going to have to be like behind the scenes shit because I don't think there's anything he can actually do being a federal, even the president. And some state shit, but man, I'm surprised they haven't found a lot of dirt on her and or you know some skeletons to try to leverage, because that's a touchy situation for him. You know, because if he puts up, let's say he puts up the money himself and he appeals it and they reduce it, he'll get back the difference. Is that how that's going to work? Or you know, what's the do you know anything about that? Him trying to get the amount reduced or whatever?
Yeah, I haven't looked into the whole bond situation because that's what I thought to myself. Why the hell you getting a bond? You got the money, Trump. Keep it real, bro. Keep it real. Even if you had to sell your own assets, you feel what I'm saying, yourself. Yeah. Why go through the wave of embarrassment when you're running for president of the United States? So that don't make sense to me. If you know, I know you got the money somewhere somehow. You know what I mean? And it's not like you ain't make money when you was the president. You feel what I'm saying? So what you got put away, bro? I know you don't got at least 50 million put away. Something you got something put away, man. You know what I mean? I ain't saying it's a lot, you know what I mean? But it's enough to cover something. So if you really pay attention to how much these Congress people be wound up worth when they leave Congress and die in fucking office and all this other shit, it'd be billions of dollars. They'd be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Leaving in their family. Remember, Obama bitch ass made white folks richer through a process called quantitative easing. They own $100 trillion in liquid fucking wealth. You know what I mean? We got 2.5. Well, 2.9. I think we, because of inflation, we got to up it up a little bit. So we probably got about 3 straight up. You know what I'm saying? At this point, you know what I'm saying? But what the hell is that compared to 100? You know what I mean? So there ain't no money paid. Look, so I ain't saying we got to vote for Trump. I'm just saying, hey, look, let's get our hands in that shit because I ain't got no money to be giving nobody. But I got $6.76. You know what I'm saying? To make sure, hey, look, border closed and we get to investigate Joe Biden. We get to send our black people in there who we pick and choose to investigate the Biden family. You know what I'm saying? If he say, if you agree to this, we'll give you the 676, sir. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, that is fucking hilarious.
And if white America don't join us, with black people just gonna have to double up and give them about $14 or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They cover the debt, but take it off my credit card. I'm already in debt shit. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference? So hey, this is about to be the largest Barnacker ever. If Barnacker was a person, it'd be Trump right now. It'll be in look. We got the money. We can do that shit. Yo, white America don't care because they selfish. Even the ones that voted for him. That's why I'll put it in that post like that. Hey man, 74 million. Go say your man. You feel what I'm saying? That's your man, right? You know what I'm saying? Go bail him out, son. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it happen. Because if it was black people and that was somebody like Obama, these baby boomers will pay that debt. You feel what I'm saying? And somebody will be paying that debt, yo. I guarantee it. You know what I'm saying? But damn, you know what I mean? It is what it is, yo. It is what it is. Yeah, five years, K-Eric, that's 3 or 5, something like that. R. Kelly been in, it felt like forever, but ain't free to homie, you know what I'm saying? The joke is still bumping his music, shit ain't changed. Separate the man from the talent, that's all, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Michael Jackson.
Oh, damn it. Come on. Okay, it looks like original. If you got your hand up, yeah, you could just jump in.
Yeah, just one little quick comment.
All right, YouTube. I'm about to peace out with the YouTubes.
One of our biggest issues is going to be marketing. Back in the 90s, one of the former mayors of Compton, he was telling black people that we need to start having 6 children again.
Ooh.
And some people laughed at it. And see, that's one of the issues because a lot of these black folks, especially the one that's in the Democratic Party, they believe in this eugenics, and they frown on black people having multiple children. And so I think that may be one of the things that has to be looked at, because if you have no children, you have no future.
That's true.
And that's what a lot of people are failing to understand. So he was advocating that black folks start having, 4 to 6 children like they did back in the day. And we have to, I think, market it in such a way whereby when those that are speaking against it just say they are against the future of Black America.
Right.
Because that's the key. That's what's key to everything. And see for decades, these Black Democrats have advocated these eugenics programs against us. And they've been somewhat successful in doing it. Like they, as I've said before in news total spaces, they would go in and talk about some of these black men who have like multiple children by different women, but yet they want to pin it all on the black man. But hey, some of these women they talk about, I'm like, ooh, he can sling it like he ain't never had it before. And they go over there and get some, and they end up pregnant. And so, but the thing of it is that just start telling the black population that when they marry to consider, like this one brother was saying, he said, the area of town that he lived in, it was in California. They could afford a house, and his wife could stay at home and take care of the children.
Nice.
And so that's one thing that it may have to be addressed in order for our survival. That these big vaulted ceiling homes are great, but look at it from a standpoint of you raising your children, or you having children and raising them well, to make sure that we exist in the future. So it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a great deal of marketing, because, like I said, a lot of these people, they've been so brainwashed, especially by the Democrats, that we don't need to have a lot of children. But if you have no children, you have no future. And I land.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Yeah, amen, amen, amen. We need more babies, not less. That's all day, every day. Because ironically, now that they want to bring in 100 million people, they were killing. What is it? 20 million is the estimate on the abortion. And then if you add in how many babies that those 20 million might have had, you probably would double that. So instead of 40 or 50, we'd be at 90, damn near 100 million. So, yeah, I'm all for that. You know, he talked about how, and it's crazy because he talked about how I think he said Hamburg, second, was it the second kid you get a house, third kid you get something. I've actually seen that in those countries over there. Japan being a part of that too, where they got all these incentives, you know, for people to have more kids, and it like he said, it ain't really producing more kids, which is very, very interesting. Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy, but you know, there was a part of me that was like, man, they letting all these people in here. Maybe there's gonna be like some major global fucking disaster that's just gonna, you know, like America's basically Noah's Ark on this piece. But I really think that, and then that may still be true, you know what I mean, because how they manipulate shit anyway. But I really think it's more about this. What did he say? Demographics. It's all about demographics. It's all about them getting these numbers up of just tax-paying drones, essentially. They gotta feed this military. They gotta feed this debt, and all these social programs. You know, so. Whew, damn, man. I remember back when it was like balanced budgets, there was a surplus. Under Clinton, it was a surplus. Like, I remember all that shit. You know what I mean? That shit crazy to me. Because yeah, right after Clinton comes in Bush, and there's no more fucking surplus. Now they're in debt, you know. Nobody mentions that motherfucker's name though when they talking about this shit, which is crazy. Nobody brings it up.
George Bush Jr., right?
Yeah, the second one. Yeah.
It's like you where's the weapons of mass destruction at Bush?
All that was a side, man. All that was a psyop. All that was a fucking
WMDs, nigga, know what I'm saying?
But see, that's the issue right there. See, the reason there was a surplus under Clinton, the Republicans were pushing for a balanced budget.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, once the Republican, you know, got access to the White House, all of a sudden, a balanced budget wasn't necessary any longer. And see, like I said, that's why I keep saying, I'm not against, I don't have a problem who we choose to vote for. But as long as we going to get something out of the deal, that's my main issue. Because I remember there was Newt Gingrich and all of them, the Republicans, they were saying, oh, this contract with America and blah, 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 blah.
Absolutely.
But yet, they did all that under Bill Clinton. And then when George Bush got in, all of a sudden, the balanced budget was no longer. And then, you know, like DJ said, they claimed that Iraq had these weapons of mass destruction, which we found out that was a lie. And so what I want to know is, where did all that money go?
I swear that money.
Where did it go? So, you know, that's why we have to be careful and make sure that
central banks
we know up front.
Massive amounts.
I'm going to give you an example. I got 3 of my little young nephews. I had them to come to my house. It's been like maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. I told them I wanted them to help me clean up my yard. I was just going to help them out for the holiday. They give them a little money. So I told them that I was going to pay them $30 to help me clean my yard up, right? They said, okay, yeah, we'll come. So I went and picked them up, even bought them stuff to eat. So, and technically, they didn't do anything. I did the majority of the work. But so I said, okay, it's time for y'all to get paid. So I paid them $30. Here you go, 10, 20, 30. They said, oh, man, you said you're going to pay us $30. I said, well, this is a lesson to you. Whenever you engage into a business deal with someone, you make sure that you know what you're going to get up front. So I did give them the 20 to give them out $30, you know. But that was a lesson that I taught them. And that's how we need to conduct ourselves to make sure that we know what we're going to get up front. I'm playing with that.
Oh, that's crazy. That's wild. Oh my God. Oh, God. Whoo. All right, YouTube. I'm peacing out on the YouTube. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate you guys. We'll see y'all next Saturday. More Black American Homeland, the Black Paper, and everybody in the space tonight. Thanks everybody for coming in. I'm actually turning off the YouTuber. We're gonna hit the end stream here. Peace, peace, peace.